Alright, let's see, hold on. This guy can leave, as in the text. You guys like the background? I set this up again. I don't know if you guys remember when I used to have this at the end of my videos and the start of my streams, blah blah blah. I had like a be right back screen, but yeah, this is all shenanigans. You know, they're just all slideshows, and I just organized them. Pretty damn cool, huh? The music shouldn't be that loud. I probably can just turn it off now, but yeah, it's me. Probably could have made my bed. I don't even know how many people are here. I don't even know how many people are going to join because it's not Duels of the Roses something. So maybe it'll be like a dead stream, one of those. I don't know, maybe I should have... I probably will end up playing Duels of the Roses by the end of this anyway. It's gonna be like one of those streams, but if anyone's here, please let me know if you're ready, because there's no point me chatting when there's no one here. I'm looking at the viewer count, but yeah. Late hours. It is only 9 PM for me, so it's quite early, so realistically I could be streaming for like another, like several hours if I'm being honest. Which I probably will. It depends on how it goes. Hello 1221, Maxwell, and Ahmed Alwami. Alwami? I don't know. Same. Yeah, so, I mean, I've already talked about this a couple times on this, some previous update videos. But, I don't know. I'm just going to wait until I think a few familiar faces pop in, because they're probably going to want to know what's going on. I can actually see the viewer count's actually going up a bit, so, yay! JRPG music, how's it going, dude? Thank you for the congratulations. Like, I have a lot to say. Lucifer, hello. The reason I know a lot of people think, well, what the hell, why are you talking about this? But it's actually very, very important for the channel. So I want to, for anyone who loves hanging out and chatting, you know, I have a lot to talk about, obviously, and I want to help people because, yeah, I just have a lot to say, and I think it's useful information, maybe, to people around this age, maybe even a few years older. I'm not saying that I'm fucking this really super wise person, but I think anyone in this demographic, which is my biggest demographic, is actually 25 to 34 year olds, apparently. I only just found this out the other day. It kind of makes sense. Welcome to Neathood. Yeah, technically right now, yes. I have money saved. I'm not stupid. And I still do have money owed to me, actually, from accruing leave from my previous job across the 5 years that I never used. Usually you wait till like 7 years into the job, and then you can take like X amount of time off, or you can claim that, and it's quite a bit. But I work part-time, so I won't have as much, but like I have... what about Naruto? I don't have like a poster. I need to get like something to this as a whole. It used to be an antenna thing. I've got to, like, I don't know, put up like 2 command strips there, and then put in, I don't know, just something on the wall. I was thinking of maybe, you know, you guys watch SpongeBob? I mean, you know the Bold and Brash thing, that thing? I think you can order prints of that. I lovely today. What does that mean? Are you... Is that... well, okay, sure. Alright, I'm lovely today. Thanks. Jesse James, hello, how's it going, dude? So yeah, everyone is hanging out. By the way, if you're on Top Chat, can't stress this enough, go to Live Chat. If it says Top Chat at the top of the chat box, go to Live Chat. You can see everyone's messages there. If not, you'll miss out on a lot of stuff. I look lovely today. Well, thank you very much. I think I look like shit. My hair, I needed a shower. I could have showered before, but if my hair doesn't sit right, I kind of look like a drowned rat. I don't know. Could tie it, but it's the same shit, really. If you do this, you can kind of see the greasy layer that needs to be washed underneath. It's not very neat. Thank you, guys. It's funny because, you know, I care about my appearance a lot. But I reckon I could look like way, way, way better. This is a good sweater though. This one, it's one of the thinner ones. It's like summer here, so it's actually pretty, like it's too too warm to wear like the sweaters I normally like to wear. But I always like this look with the sweater and the long hair and stuff like that. So yeah. I don't know why it sets to top chat default because chats like this are way too slow for that to even matter. If you go top chat in a chat like this, you'll get one message every few minutes, and it's ridiculous. Top chat, even on a busy stream, live chat's just better. I don't even know why they do top chat. It's kind of strange. So, anyways, I don't know how many people are here. I don't know how many people are ready for the breakdown of why I would do a stream without quitting my job. Because I mean, obviously, it's a big deal, you know, when you've been working somewhere for 5 years. It's kind of like, and then leaving is a bit like you go to school or high school for 5+ years and then you leave and you're like, what? How smart am I IQ? I don't know. I assume it's slightly above average, and that's it. That's all I'm going to say. I don't think I'm really particularly that smart, but I don't know. Maybe I'm probably average IQ, and I just know a lot of people that are low IQ. I don't know. I've never really bothered taking IQ tests. Funny enough, when I was younger, I scored pretty high on stuff. When it came to like mental maths and stuff like that, I was no joke. Like as a kid, top 1 to top 3%, like of just mental math and stuff like that. But then I would do those problem solving tests that kind of they gauge your IQ, and I would overthink them and do really bad at them. Now I'm way better at problem solving, but back then, Vintao, how's it going, man? Good to see familiar faces. I mean, realistically, there are a few familiar faces in chat now, but Vintao, very distinct. You used to have a different avatar. I usually remember avatars very well, so if you have, I don't know, if you have like some random anime person in your avatar, I'm more likely to remember it because it's got like a face in it. Cool fact, actually, using different avatars online actually does, like, psychologically proven it changes how you behave online. So, if using a hot fucking anime chick as a thing, you might want to stop that because you might be acting a bit different. I don't know. A very fruity conversation, but it's truth to it. You know, if you have like a, this is serious, and I'm sorry if this is inappropriate, but if you have like a sexualized avatar, you'll become more sexual. On like, I'm not even joking. This is just what happens. So yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. It was Joey. Yeah, perfect. That's why Joey. When I was like really young, when I was 7 years old, Joey was my favorite, and I used to tell people that I wanted to name my kid Joey. When I grew up and had a kid, I would name him Joey just because I liked Joey in Yu-Gi-Oh! And I didn't want him to be called Joseph. I wanted to literally name him Joey. Otherwise, people were going to call him Joe or Joseph. I was like, nah, I want to name him Joey, so people call him Joey. Just because I thought Joey was cool. But I grew out of that pretty quickly. I didn't even know why I liked Joey that much as a kid, because it only lasted a few months and I was over him. It is true. It is true. And it's not just, that was just one example because it's something that a lot of people do. But if you have like, I don't know, you put yourself as like this revolutionary leader as your avatar, you'll probably start acting as if you have influence on other people. But yeah, don't worry about IQ anyways. I mean, IQ tests they're only a metric on a certain level of intelligence anyways. I know people that they're way smarter than me in certain things, but when it comes to other things, they have no fucking clue. Because there's no real metric for intelligence. Creepy, how's it going? The P-Man. Full-time content creator, Clovis and Bound. Yeah, so I'm going to get to this in a second. Hold on, I'm catching up with chat. Tell you a joke. I can't really think of one on the spot, so sorry. Or can I? Maybe later. Maybe one will come to me. Bakura number 1. I do like Bakura. I never liked him as a kid, but I like his hairstyle. His white hairdo. Crazy. I don't know. But yeah. Yeah, what's up? Hello, everyone. We got a decent crew here, so I think I may as well start talking now. I wish I had like a light here, like a lamp, so I could turn it on to illuminate my face, because this is kind of weird. But at the end of the day, it does hide the imperfections. You know, when you're in your 20s, you get the worry lines. You can't see them, but like when you look in the mirror, when you have like neutral eyebrows, you can see like actual indents, and they fucking explode. So yeah, should we talk about the future before we talk about the past and why I leave and all this stuff? What was my job? So I worked at the casino for 5 years. I applied as soon as I was 18 because I never had any idea what I wanted to do, and then I thought that fit the bill. I thought, and I don't regret working there at all. If it wasn't for this year, I probably would have stayed longer. But yeah, I have a donation button now. Hey, don't. Okay, I need to say this now because I actually haven't. This is the first stream that's monetized. It's probably a bad idea. Don't feel obliged to donate. I just monetized my channel because I do actually really want to focus on YouTube. So yeah, why don't we? I guess we could start talking about this, right? I want to get back into the swing of things. You guys remember when I used to make content like daily or weekly or whatever, and they were like edited videos? I am gonna get back into this sort of stuff rather than me just doing update videos and then like one fucking stream or whatever and random stuff like that. I want to actually make content again because it's fun, gives me something to do, I have freedom over it. First thing, am I happy? If you can't tell, I mean, if I could do cartwheels, I would have fucking done cartwheels when I was leaving. That signature I did to confirm my resignation was the happiest time I've touched a pen ever in the history of my life. Oh my god, so I didn't even know where to start. I'm all over the place. I want to talk about making content, why I left my job, all this stuff. Planning to play other games on the channel? Not yet. We can get into that. I would like to periodically stream games other than Duels of the Roses. Not other Yu-Gi-Oh games. Don't even bother suggesting them because, no offense, I don't really care about Yu-Gi-Oh! I only really just like Duels of the Roses. So, icon of content. Is that an icon of Sin joke? To win the game, you must kill me, Clovis. So, yeah. Supporting ASAP. Oh, you're too nice. I really don't want to turn into a shill, but, funny enough, this might sound like the most counterintuitive thing ever, but what actually helped me agree to, like, to myself, these are always internal conversations, because I never wanted to be a shill. I didn't want to turn into this person that's like sits here and's like, you don't have to donate, and then someone donates, and you're like, yeah, man, you're the coolest person ever, and you know, kind of groom people into donating. I never really wanted to do that. Also, I don't have any Streamlab donation things set up, so I don't know if it's going to pop up or anything. I haven't set it up, so I'm sorry if anyone ends up donating. Even as like I don't know, if you're going to donate the minimum so I can tell, like the fucking bare minimum. Even if it's 10 cents, I don't know what the minimum is, but like, Duel Links, I'm never going to play that. I'm sorry, but I'm not. Seriously, I'll say this, I'll go on record now. The only other Yu-Gi-Oh game I would have ever considered playing on this channel is Forbidden Memories as like a stream, like a first playthrough. But it's just boneless Duels of the Roses. Like, I kind of don't care. I don't know, I'm sorry, but... so, yeah, funny you mentioned that, Riaz. It was just completely coincidental that I dealt cards and worked with that, but... I think dealing blackjack actually gave me the most realistic insight of like deck probability, and that all really, really helped a lot, when it came to making the duels in the Redux mod, which that's another thing. It's funny because you wouldn't think like the mod matters that much, but it was such a personal thing and this lifetime passion project, and all the feedback I got from people talking to me, and not just people saying, yeah, it's cool, because there's stuff in the mod, like, you know, being able to get all cards and making ranking faster, that everyone could have just been like, yeah, this mod's better. Even if I made the duels kind of suck, it was, like, better than the base game, because the base game kind of sucks. Sorry, but it kind of does. But, what was I saying? I don't even know. I'm all over the place. I don't know. I just, like, this is it. I'm moving on from the bullshit. I can't believe... Because so many years, so many times, I've even talked to other colleagues like, man, I need to get the hell out of here. This isn't a job for me. And keep having conversations with myself, like, if I'm not doing this, what else am I doing? Sounded bug. No, that's outside. So, you can see that's just the outside area. And then I can't really pull on this a lot because it's just behind the thing. But outside there is the crickets. It's inevitable here in Ausland, in Australia. It's just, yeah, you can't avoid it. Silver Snowstorm, how's it going? Yeah, so, okay, Another thing, yeah, so with the mod, it was like I have, Gran Turismo. I'd love to play that. Even again, I would stream it from start to end. The problem with Gran Turismo was barely anyone watched, but at the same time, I fucking love those games. And I think most people knew this when I was burnt out of Duels of the Roses and I started streaming Gran Turismo. People could tell I was happy. The one out of, like, the 10% of the people that stayed and hung out, plus, I was streaming that during just dead time, like when everyone in the US and the UK were like sleeping, so maybe that had something to do with it. I don't know. Um, but like when I'm streaming, okay, let's say if I hit 6K subs, I want to do a stream. I would like to stream something like Dark Souls, something that has a bit more mass appeal that I love as well. Um, this will tie into changing from where I am now to the future because I'm not going to be doing Duels of the Roses content forever, okay? That's a fact. I've wanted to break this game for ages, or break away from it rather, and that's no secret. But, I can't really just drop what I have now and just start making those videos that I want to do. So over time, I want to go from A to B to C to D, etc. I don't want to skip A straight to Z because that doesn't work on YouTube. They throttle you if you don't maintain audience and everything like that. So you got to kind of play the YouTube game, which is fine. It's fine. Good employer. YouTube, again, I also could talk about why I think it's a good YouTube or how I reconcile with myself that YouTube is a good idea, even though I'm earning like only 10% of what I kind of need to sustain myself. But stream on Twitch, I'd like to, but maybe. We'll see. If I become a bigger streamer, then I probably will definitely look at that as an avenue. But I want to make content, okay? Eventually I want to make videos that matter. So my focus right now is the Duels of the Roses Redux mod stuff. I want to keep making content on this game while it's still fresh on my mind, and use this time to develop more skills, like video editing skills, so that in the future when I do topics that matter a lot more to me, then I can actually make good videos, because most of my edited videos are kind of rustic. I'm still figuring out a lot of that stuff, so yeah. Yeah, and hey, Gabriel, I don't know if I said hello to you before or not, but yeah. So anyways, I think, okay, back to the Redux mod. I had people, not just people complimenting the game and saying, yeah, this is cool, because I think most people can agree that a mod with certain things, like, again, being able to collect all cards and ranking up faster was just net way better than the base game. And the duels are so fucking bad in the base game, most of them are, that you can make a better one. Better, like, Tristan duel and everything, like anyone who played the game for like a year could do that. So, this was a good confidence test. Confidence in my decision to... I needed confidence to make the mod how I wanted it to. I was not going to make this mod and settle for this or that. Luckily, I had people that could help me out, because otherwise I would have been like, well, if it's not going to be to the standard, I'm not going to do it. And this is what went from me making my dream game to having a team of people making basically a good version of the game. I sound smart when I talk? Well, thank you. It's not up to me to say that, so whenever other people say that, it means a lot. And I've had that. It's weird, a few times before I've said that, like, and some people say to me, like, this is the happiest, most impassionate, most integrity I've seen you have in ages, because other times I can be really in my head and negative, and I think everyone's subject to that, and I kind of feel like, I don't think it matters who you are, everyone is capable of improving. And these are the topics I do want to eventually talk about. So, what the end goal of this channel is not about video games. That will be a midpoint. I actually really want to talk about people, whether it's my age, slightly older, slightly younger, navigating life in the world we live in now, based off of... I was kind of figuring out in my head if I wanted to do this, because I don't have qualifications of psychology to do this, but I have the confidence of knowing that I absorb information, I reflect it well. I know certain things. No one's good at everything, but everyone's good at something, I believe. So you kind of need to figure out what you're good at and try to augment that. And over the years, even though the job of 5 years that I had seems kind of pointless, it taught me like very, very valuable skills, talking skills. So when I talk to someone, they say this or that, and I'm like, I never really thought this until I had other people saying it, and I don't want to ride off that wave and be like, yeah, I'm the best, because I'm not, I'm just a normal guy. And most people that really inspire me are the most normal, relatable people. Um, for example, again, I made this analogy a few times, right? I've looked at a few John Romero interviews. He's the guy who's responsible for Doom, and I really identified with this guy because the way he wanted Doom is similar to the way I wanted Duels of the Roses. And it's like, no, I'm not comparing myself to this guy and saying I'm as good as him, but because I'm not. Yeah. But at the same time, when I hear this guy and I see him, he is a normal, really relatable dude, and I really think it's normal people, or people who are perceived as normal or agreeable people, have the capability to do things beyond people's expectations. Obviously, not everyone is a super genius like, I don't know, Bill Gates or Stephen Hawking or anything, but people you would never know, very normal people, are extremely capable, and you really just need to know what you're good at. And it's hard in this world, like, no one wants to tell you because, and it's, you can't blame other people because everyone focuses on themselves. It's just the nature of the world. Like, everyone worries about themselves first. There's a lot I could say about that. For example, something like a real simple tip: anyone who gets anxious when they go out to gatherings because it's like all eyes are on you, it's not the truth. Even the most confident people at parties are thinking, damn, do people think I'm a tosser or this or that and the other, and everyone's just thinking about what everyone else thinks about themselves. So the more you kind of realize this, the less you and it sucks saying this because a lot of the people who, about protagonist theory, right? You think you're the main character of the universe, which technically is somewhat true because it's your perspective matters the most in your life, but you kind of realize we're all just like randomly generated. It's just all RNG. All you can really do is see the world through your own eyes, talk to the people that are around you, and you need to realize that everyone's in a similar boat. Everyone's got all this shit that's happened in their life, varying scales of different things, whether it's for example, I grew up without a father, and I always thought to myself, like, oh, I really wish I had one, and this and that and the other. But then I know people who had fathers that were kind of abusive, and they're worse off, or just in different ways. It changes who you are. So kind of talking to people, networking, understanding other people's side of the story gives you a lot of perspective on how you should navigate life and what you should think about and what you should take for granted, what you should value. And it's really important to chat to people about this stuff. And this is why I stream all these things and I'm not even playing the game, because this is all the stuff that matters way more than Duels of the Roses. Duels of the Roses still matters to me a lot because it's very personal to me. It's what's got me where I am today. I built up 5,000 subscribers. I say this all the fucking time, but I never thought I would be this far, and now that I've seen that I have some sort of reach, some sort of audience, what I really want to do is use it to help people in a real life capacity, because it's hard to get help. It's hard to get motivation these days. It really is. Even though motivational videos are at your fingertips, if you watch one of those speeches of just like, I have a dream and all that stuff, anyway, even though you have that, you also have all these other distractions at your fingertips. All this memes, and kind of realizing that everyone is now on their phones or computers and just YouTube all the time, just clicking on random things. It's like, I've kind of realized this, that the best way to reach people on a big scale is not to get a qualification of mental health at a study and then work at a little shitty office having clients or work in a call center. The best way to connect to people on a mass scale is something like YouTube. So as we'll talk about YouTube, right, so YouTube is the main focus. I am going to get another part-time job to sustain myself while I build up YouTube, or attempt to. What was I saying? Fuck. So, YouTube, right? Here's a bit of insight, or at least what I believe is true. Maybe it's not insightful. I could be wrong, but I wouldn't say this without any confidence, right? I've thought about this quite a bit. The internet is the biggest invention since the wheel, right? It's not going to go anywhere. The world will continue to develop, but I think the internet will be the prime thing for literally centuries. I'm not even kidding. If you think about it, you think about, okay, going from radio to TV to internet, what's the next step, right? Like, you would have technology improvements such as higher fidelity live streaming, maybe maybe touching virtual sensation sort of thing, virtual reality 3D environments. Sure, all this stuff will improve. Also, I'm on live chat, right? Sorry, I just haven't seen anyone type. Not that you guys have to, sorry, but not that anyone has to say anything, but when people don't, I'm just like, what is going on? Like, did something crash or my screen's balked? Anyways. And then also understanding that Google, who are on YouTube for anyone who doesn't know that, are one of the biggest companies in the world, right? They're multi-billionaire industry. Realistically thinking... Hello, Matt, how's it going? So, realistically thinking, okay... What was it? What point was I getting at? Sorry, I'm getting so excited. I really am over the moon with all this stuff, and I have so much to talk about. I always have stuff to talk about. I could go on forever. What happened? I'll figure it in a sec, because I still haven't talked about why I left and all that. I'm kind of talking about the future, right? I actually want to focus on YouTube and stuff. It's not sustainable now, but I'm working towards it being a sustainable thing, and that being my prime job, hopefully within the next year or two. I don't know how long it will take, but I need to reach 10 times what I do now. Centrelink, no, I'm gonna get another part-time job probably while I focus on this. So yeah, makes you so happy. What exactly makes you happy? I keep just rambling about stuff, right? Next big thing after the internet. Okay. Yeah, so that's not going to be in our lifetimes, I don't think. So the next big thing, look, there's going to be all these technology advances that are random, but the prime way of communicating around the world will be the internet. I seriously think that eventually you won't even need TV or any like these sorts of broadcast. Everything will just be the internet. They're going to push to have every single area that's connected to the world will have internet. It's the one thing, because it's the best way to communicate across the world. And it will be that way pretty much for God knows how long. If they make any improvements on the internet would be a better, faster internet, basically. Better connection, all that. But there's no further connection past the internet. The world is connected now. You know, we're not connecting to aliens or anything. We still know that there's fucking no aliens for God knows how long. So, noting that the internet is going to be important for decades, and knowing that YouTube's multi-billionaire. They're not going to die anytime soon. These people know how to keep themselves afloat. And it's not just that they're billionaires. If you think about it, right, the world is connected with the internet, and the richest people in the world, the richest company in the world is YouTube. So, YouTube, even though way back I was like, you know, how long is YouTube going to last? It's going to be like MySpace, this or that, the other. It's the opposite now. Shit like Facebook, shit like YouTube is going to last for decades, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but I seriously think it's going to last way longer than some people think. Because the only way to beat these things that are now established at this level of Facebook, YouTube, the giants, you know, is these bigger companies just eat any of the competition to sustain themselves, because they know they have more resources, more assets to do it. So working for YouTube actually is quite lucrative, you know. They give you fucking chump change for what they earn based on the ads, and people are sustaining themselves just by making videos. Robert Davis, hello. Sorry, I've been rambling a lot. Yeah, so, I mean, the internet is crazy big. I don't think it's going anywhere. I don't think YouTube's going anywhere. So, knowing this, I think now's the best time than ever to do this. But now, yeah, at least sustainable for long enough, right? Realistically, if we take this seriously, at least sustainable to develop credentials until something is more important. 10 to 20 to 30 years, you'll write that you're a YouTube content creator. You can even do that now, if you're big enough. Write that you're a YouTube content creator. People can look at your YouTube and they can see you have developed video editing skills, sound engineering skills, good PR. You know, if to sustain a big channel on YouTube, you really need to keep things civil. And these are all really good qualities. You could realistically turn a big YouTube channel into you presenting on something big enough if you were big enough. It's just one of those things, you know, when you're a kid, your parents are like, get off the internet, get off the computer. But now it's just like, No, parents should probably be saying, okay, all this time on the internet, you fucking make sure you're developing the skills and becoming a better person, which is what you should be doing. So yeah, decision to go to YouTube after monetizing, even though I'm earning nothing compared to what I would want to. Again, I need to like develop like 10 times the views that I have per month to sustain myself on this, which is why I'm getting a different job. The getting a different job thing, again, I'm not saying that that is going to be fucking all roses and daisies and rainbows, but I can, because I'm not at my old job to farm money or do any of this or that, the working conditions were not as good this year because of COVID, so I decided I need to go. I need to leave that place, so... Yeah, so clickbait, again, I gotta be transparent. There's gonna be some things that I probably wouldn't have do that I'm going to do. Things include another Duels of the Roses tournament. That's my most viewed video. It's still earning more views than any new video I upload today. So that tells me people like tournaments, so it makes sense for me to do another tournament. And I can do it in the way that I wanted to. I actually wanted to do another tournament, like, I think a year ago, and it will be a good opportunity for me to present myself on the screen and present the tournament as if I don't know, I'm like an announcer or something. I don't know, I can be creative with that stuff. This is the good thing about YouTube. You can make your own decisions. So yeah, am I going to focus again? Yes, I am. Another thing with that is Exodia deck or Blue Eyes deck, shit that I normally don't like, but it'll be funny because I get to make those videos and talk about how they're not that great and just, I don't know. And the more you know about YouTube, the more information you absorb, the easier it is to do that sort of stuff. So, you know, you can get people commenting, interacting with the video, and then that boosts your reach and all this stuff. So, you know, where I cross the line is like shilling sponsors because I know no one cares about that shit. And realistically, I don't need to live. I don't need to currently do any of that to sustain myself. I want to build up just a better foundation to work with and slowly accrue over time. Just that slow accrual is still happening, more subscribers all the time. But, what was I saying? But I do want to accelerate the process is what I mean. So, you might see videos such as, you know, why doesn't Duels of the Roses have Pot of Greed? Because Pot of Greed... I've always wanted to do discussion videos like this, but Pot of Greed is like, someone will see Pot of Greed and they'll be like, yeah, I want to click on that because it's Pot of Greed. Everyone likes Pot of Greed, right? Nope, no Shadow Raid fucking Legends bullshit. Everyone memes about that, but, yeah, as soon as I see that, I click off the video, so... then I don't know, I'm like, nah, I'm angry. But I don't comment on the video because that boosts their reach, so I just click off the video. Don't want to see them again. Do I think I'd be successful with other games? No, I don't really want to be. I want to move from Duels of the Roses to something else. If I'm doing... Okay, so a good segue from this to the next part before I move on to more meta videos. I'd be talking about different games. Making a big video about Dark Souls, and then a big video about Ratchet and Clank, and do this and that and the other. If you know what to do, you can create videos that just farm views and they farm ad clicks, and that's how you gain revenue. But at the same time, you want to make good content. I wouldn't have made this decision if I don't have a desire or intent to make good content, because... I never ended up saying this, but I'm going to say it now. Sorry, not that. I had coffee before, so it's... Yeah, anyway. Alright, what was I going to say? Alright, so, this whole time I didn't monetize, right? You guys probably know why. Because I don't want to do things for money. I wanted this to be my passion project. I wanted to separate... like my job from this YouTube, so that when I did this I can have fun. And you know, it's one of those black or white thinking. What's the other analogy that people say? But black and white is the one that I've heard from a psychologist, and it's, if you're someone who thinks like everything needs to be perfect or it's shit, this is the most mind-blowing, insightful thing. I think out of everything, all the psychology sessions, this one little thing that the guy mentioned was like, wow, I felt so stupid for not thinking like this, because it's so true, it cripples you. But anyways, the point I'm bringing this up is... so I would think, okay, either I'm going to be a full-on passionate content creator, or I'm going to be 100% shill and just fucking sell out and only do stuff like that. Awesome Overload 8, hello. Yep, I'm doing a stream. We may or may not play games later on. We'll see. I just want to kind of talk about stuff. And yes, Sirud, you're 100% right. There's no way for me to sustain myself off YouTube if I stay talking about this game. So, because luckily the Redux mod is still fresh, so you guys will continue to get more content on this game for now. But it won't be like that forever. So anyways, what was I talking about? What was I talking about? Someone needs to help me. I'm going crazy here. Need to think. Actually, I kind of need to pee. So I will be right back. Maybe someone can tell me in the chat what I was talking about. Maybe I'll think about it when I'm going to the toilet. Oh yeah, black and white thinking. Hold on, I do still need to go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. Yeah, coffee does tend to do that to you. Alright, let's see, where were we? I've got so many scenes on OBS. Yeah, so, black and white thinking, and that was going back to the YouTube thing, right? So, I kept stopping myself from believing that I could enjoy this and make money off of it simultaneously when it is definitely more than possible. It took me a lot of thinking to kind of realize this, and want to talk about this is like an important point because it's kind of okay. So eventually, what happened? The years of not monetizing videos, I use this as an excuse to do shit. For example, make videos below par, not do anything. I also used it to disarm criticism. At some point, I would say, "All right, well, I don't give a fuck if you hate the video because I do this for free, so you can't shit on it." So eventually I kind of realized this was a pattern, right? It was kind of bad. Rather than taking the responsibility to do it, I would just use it as a scapegoat. For any Yu-Gi-Oh players, you know about Scapegoat. Shout out to that card. Joey in Battle City. Noah, how's it going, man? Good to see you here. Good to see you here, because I know you've really been liking the videos lately, so yeah. Thanks for popping in and hanging out. Where were we? Right, so black and white thinking, monetizing, where was I going with this? Okay, so yeah, eventually I realized, I could make content and enjoy it without having to be a full shill. I had all these videos sitting here, and I knew that YouTube... This was what started the thinking about monetization after so many years of being stubborn about it. I was like, okay, YouTube's going to be showing people ads on my videos anyways, regardless, so I may as well claim some of it for myself, and I didn't have to change anything. And then I saw... kind of realize you can make more money with this if you're smart about it, and you can be smart about it without just shilling everything, because if this channel turned into a shill, no one would care about it, because there are other YouTube channels, bless them, but some of them, their viewership tanked, and all they kind of do is shill stuff, and they do the very tropey sort of, what is going on, guys? Make sure to like, subscribe, and they got the camera in the top right and left when they just look at shit online, and it's just kind of lazy. Again, I don't hate these people, this is the kind of stuff that kills your reach, because people stop clicking on your videos at some point. Only people impressionable enough are going to click on those videos, and that's not the audience I want. I want an audience that connects past the level of just liking a game, because It's just what I want, you know. I never wanted to attract just generic Yu-Gi-Oh fans. I wanted to attract people who liked this game and um, wanted more out of it. Anyways, so yeah, the whole ego thing, right? All this time of thinking, okay, if I don't monetize my videos, I can do this. I can also say that I'm better than people who monetize their videos and do ads and everything, because I don't do any of that shit. And eventually, I realized that I'm deliberately not monetizing my videos for my fucking ego, which is actually bad. So I know this seems like a weird thing, like I'm so egotistical that I'm not claiming money from YouTube, but it's actually the truth. I literally consciously avoiding monetization, even though I had people say that I could do that and I knew I could do that, because that way I was, in my head, convinced myself that I was better than other people. I was more OG YouTuber, I just did things for the fun, and it's just like, it's not fucking 2008 anymore, you know? It's the world's just different. So, I had to tell myself this. I had to literally get over myself and my own perception of my own morals, which aren't even fucking intuitive, to get past this barrier, monetize my videos before I envisioned it being a thing. And now that I have, I've envisioned a way out of the rut that I was in, working the same job for years, thinking I'm never going to get anywhere. The last year has been definitely the biggest year of my life. It sucks that everyone got the short end of the stick with COVID. I suffered from it due to the work thing, but everything. Again, I know these are cliches, like everything happens for a reason, all this stuff, but I was never going to leave this job until this year happened, and the fuse was burnt out. So thank God this year was so bad at work, because otherwise I would never have been where I am today, and I'm genuinely the happiest I've ever been, probably my entire life, sustainably. Like, I don't even think this isn't one of those manic things where you become happy for 2 days and then crash into depression. I've been happy for weeks, if not months. I did kind of crash a bit after leaving work because I had no idea what I was going to do, and then the more and more I thought about things, the more I thought, hey, I'm actually good at some things. I can actually get somewhere. I am in a position to try doing things that actually matter. So yeah, again, I'm not saying this is easy and it's possible to fail. I'm being realistic about this, but building up the confidence is important. What job did I work? I worked at a casino for 5 years. I dealt roulette, blackjack, and mini baccarat. Also, some other weird mini games like Big Wheel. They were the fucking worst. I hated those. Bad, wrong, fun. Sorry, let me read your comment. I was kind of rambling on as I do. Yeah, all the other streams before the Redux mod, I was so burnt out of the game, and it wasn't just that, it was life burnout really, because I had no fucking idea what I was doing. I worked a job I didn't like. 2020, I just hated a lot of things. I was sick of Doors of the Roses because the game already has so many problems. I don't think I need to tell people at this point. And then what fulfilled me or sustained through the year, and luckily enough, again, one of those blessing in disguise was COVID and the other guys in the team being home and being able to do this sort of thing, actually enabled this. So I wanted to strike while the iron's hot, so to say, and I rallied this team together. People who, again, I'm not throwing these guys under the bus, but we're all very quiet. We all have our own issues with anxiety, depression potentially. I'm not putting words in their mouth. But the truth is, and it's like really fucking everyone is on the internet. Everyone has these things in their head. It's so easy to believe you have things wrong with you in this day and age, and this is what eventually I want to talk about and help people out with. Understanding the world is so important. And it's so difficult when, even here, like Americans are jealous of healthcare systems around the world, and some people in America can get insurance for like mental health and stuff, but here it's like, you need to pay $170 up front to have one 50-minute session with a psychologist. So you have to work for that. That might cause more stress, which is what happened to me, having to work to sustain any of that. This was like 2 or 3 years ago that I was actually seeing them. But, it's hard to find help, like genuine help. You go on YouTube and people want to sell you products. People want to advertise, like, say if you're balding, they want to tell you it's your responsibility to keep your hair or else you'll be ashamed of yourself. And I fucking hate this shit. I really do. I feel very passionate about giving everyone a fair chance and a fair shot, and thinking people need to live through themselves. I think a lot of people lack the self-confidence to do this sort of thing. And not just computer technology, but also in a generation where... think about the generation after boomers, right? So baby boomers, they were sold on this idea that you would have kids and you'd be happy, everything would be so fun, roses and daisies. After this generation, well, what happened? They kind of realized that's never what they wanted because they got kids when they were 20. Then their kids grew up and they were like, well, I've hated my partner for fucking 10 to 20 years. We're going to have a divorce, blah, blah, blah. So everyone's growing up with single parents, either fatherless, motherless. They grew up with... every fucking house has TV with a game console and or computers in the house. So instead of growing up with a father or a mother, you grow up in front of the internet, and the internet's your fucking daddy, and I'm not even kidding. Instead of your dad reading you bedtime stories, you play, I don't know, Final Fantasy, and video games teach you stories. And I'm not even kidding, you know, I'm not trying to be funny here. I'm being very, very serious about this, despite what you might think. So, yeah, you watch movies, and movies, fiction, whatever Hollywood wants to tell you, realistically, like, you know, Disney movies and stuff, they have a good story to that. I am somebody's internet dad. I mean, I have fans and stuff, and it's funny because I'm the same as a lot of you guys. I never had self-confidence. I just thought I was this big fucking loser, and it's not true. It's so easy now to just get things in your head because you grow up with no one teaching you can fucking be confident, and you're allowed to be a confident person. People will compliment you and you don't want to accept it because what you're told is that you shouldn't let these things get to your head because if you do, you become an egotistical prick. But it's not fucking true. If you don't have confidence, you don't get anywhere. So, because the world now is being conditioned to that idea and spent their whole lives not congratulating themselves, if we start being realistic about what's a good quality and what isn't, you still have that 10 to 20 years of your life where you didn't want things to get to your head. So everyone here, including me, just think about this, right? You spent 10 to 20 years not letting anything get to your head. Start taking compliments, right? Start letting people say nice things about you because those people are the people who want to help. And if you don't let people help you, things are miserable. What do you mean, don't flame myself? I'm talking about the past, okay? I'm not... Sorry, but I don't think you're listening to what I'm trying to say here. I was not a confident person, and I'm now building confidence. And my goal, my plight, is to tell other people, despite their past of not having confidence, that they can develop confidence. And confidence is the most important thing. Confidence, integrity, just these sorts of values, just believing that the world is a good place, right? Don't fucking concern yourself with shit that doesn't matter. Don't work yourself up with stupid shit, okay? You need to tell yourself, you need to ground yourself, and it's your responsibility as an individual to help yourself out, because even if you had a good father and all this and all that, you'd probably, you'd still have this stuff get inside your head, surely. So, and again, this is all stuff that, I don't feel qualified to say this or that and the other because I don't have a psycho. But degrees don't fucking matter. How many people do you know with degrees that never landed a job in that, or they just never really got anywhere? So, I'm sorry. I don't mean to throw people who study uni under the bus, but I've met so many people. They go to university, they fucking hate it. They hate their lives because of it, and because their lives become more miserable, they are less likely to pursue goals that actually matter. They just think it gets to their head, they think about the money they've wasted, the time they've spent, the lack of confidence to make future decisions because one thing or the other doesn't go correctly, and that's what I mean. I never did uni because I was like, alright, what's the point of paying to be unemployed when I could just be employed instead? Dropped out 3 days into school. I dropped out of high school when I was 16. And the reason I dropped out is I realized as a 16-year-old that I wasn't gaining anything out of school anymore. In primary school, I developed timetables and vocabulary purely by playing video games. I'm not even fucking kidding, okay? And it's funny, you didn't even think about this, but like the plus 500, the plus 700, plus 300 equips, when it comes to... This is a really funny analogy, right? This helps so much in blackjack. Playing Duels of the Roses as a kid, where you have all these plus 300, plus 500, plus 700, helped me out so much when I dealt blackjack, because there's a lot of monsters in Duels of the Roses that have attack values between 100 and like 1400, right, which is relevant. So you add, say, you play this game where you have 1200 plus 700, or like 1300 plus 500. These numbers just ingrain, because experience is the most important thing ever, right? If you expose yourself to something over and over and over and over and over again, you keep doing it, you're just going to get better at it. It doesn't matter. And because you have fun when you're learning, your brain is fucking activated. This is like fucking mind link levels of stuff. Whereas if you go to school, you're fucking bored, you're not interested, you're out of the zone, you're just waiting for recess so you can go kick a ball around or talk some shit about the teacher. And then you're passing time until you go home so you can be engaged with something again. And because we're fucking being raised on video games and TV, every fucking kid thinks like this. Nobody cares about school, because now we have things to go home and entertain ourselves with. This is different than in the past, where people already didn't like school, but you'd be more fulfilled from school because there'll be things you're interacting with, and then you go home and there wouldn't even be a TV to interact with and distract yourself. Now that there's all this cool shit in life, you don't care about the mundane shit, because it's going to be inevitably replaced with more entertaining shit anyway. So, yeah. Hold on. Okay. Let me catch up with chat, because I want to talk to you guys about it. I know I'm rambling a lot, but whenever I talk about this stuff, I'm throwing darts, basically. Globalist dystopia, yes and no. I don't like this idea that the world is inevitably shit and doomed. I don't believe this, otherwise we would have been doomed fucking ages ago. Think about all the big, the ancient Greeks, they didn't destroy the world, they made it better. They were the smartest people at the time, and they set the groundwork for future morals and all this, because good people believe in shit, and that's how you sustain planet Earth. So if you have good ideas of what the world should be, you need to say something about it. Because if you hold yourself back, then what the fuck is the point, you know? Okay. Here for Duels of the Roses, but you love to talk about this stuff. Good, because I love talking about this stuff, okay? I think about Duels of the Roses, or this, or I don't know. Again, this might sound vain, but the way I think about my appearance is the same. I do things for reason. I know that, as vain as it sounds, I look at myself in the mirror and I see who I want to see. That's what helps me put myself on TV. Not TV, internet. We're already talking about this as fuck TV. Put myself on the screen and think, this is a guy... this is third person thinking, by the way. It's something I really want to preach and eventually do a huge video about this. If you can see yourself in third person, you will fucking rule the world. I'm not kidding. This is how you go from zero to hero. If you can see yourself in third person, you won't take yourself as seriously. You'll realize everyone else is like you. Everyone else has issues. Everyone has pros and cons. Okay? Let me catch up with your reading, because otherwise I'm just going to talk for another half an hour on that subject. Conscious issues only start to feel building up. Start gender transition, moving forward, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So yeah, funny enough, it's a dire topic, and I have apprehension talking about this because I have a community that really, really, really didn't like me. They literally cancelled me and Me Too'd me because they hated me that much that they basically manipulated situations to cast me out of that community. But it was a LGBT community, basically, or a community that really really favored their own LGBT. It was very protective over that stuff. I had years where I had no confidence, and I realized that when I was changing, or I had the idea of changing myself, that was my idea that I was more confident, because I was going to be in... I idealized it in my head that I was going to be more of an attractive person to myself, I guess, because I always thought I was just ugly, undesirable, just a little shitty manlet and all this and all that, and it really got to my head, among these other things that I always liked feminist stuff, duh. So I connect the dots through this with all the information that you have on the internet. It's easier to look on Wikipedia, it's easier to be in Discord or online communities about this stuff than it is to see psychologists about it. And even if you do see psychologists, if you know enough about it, you can convince them that you're dysphoric and blah, 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 even if you're not. Not saying no one is. Again, this is something that I really just want to communicate, that I take this very seriously, and I'm not here to upset anyone. I just have a lot of my own experience with it. I have years of thinking that I was going to change genders, and then eventually I decided I wouldn't. And I have a lot of opinions about this, and I don't want anyone else to change their view on it. I just want to express my experience with it because I've met it really breaks my heart. I know so many people that were in a position that I was, and I wouldn't wish it on my worst fucking enemy. And it's hard to find the best way to help people. You need to really it's hard. It's hard work, and it almost PTSD vibes of me actually trying to help people and them throwing me under the bus. Um, so again, sorry, like I don't know if people don't want me to talk about this, like let me know, because yeah, if the chat's quiet, I'm just like, sorry, no one really wants to talk about this, but it's a big issue because at no other point in history has the trans community been represented as such a high percentage that has been. And part of it is to do with the exposure of the idea, social media as well, and just the inclusivity and more people. And it's good, and also there are concerns to be had about the way things are being handled because. And again, I'm so sorry. Like I really am, but I feel really strongly about this, and I know so many people that were just like me. This stuff stems from lack of confidence. And then now that there's more exposure to the idea, I think that it's not just more people. I think if this is what you think you should do, you should try it. Especially if you're at the end of your rope, you must give it a go. Because I wouldn't have got here today without going through this and being part of the community. So it's always existed. It's never been tracked, so you can't. I'm not going to argue for or against this because throughout history it wouldn't have been like there's not as many records as this thing happening. It's represented more now because A, the world is more open, but B, also there's more exposure to the idea. You need to realistically think if this was 40 or 50 years ago, if you were exposed to all these different ideas before that and you eventually, say you're in the same position as a teenager and you wanted something to believe in and someone else sold you a different idea before this, would you be the same person? And I'm not saying this is like trans erasure or anything. Like I'm trying to be as diplomatic and serious as I can about this because I think uncontested support or uncontested anti-support, like full-on fucking right-wingers that just still hate gays and all this and shit like that is... I think the world needs different views in respectful ways no matter what it is for the world to somehow benefit, and gaining insight from different views. If I say what I say, it's up to you to agree or disagree with it. You might even hate me by the end of the conversation, or you might respect me more. I don't know. It's not up to me to say you live your own life, and it's kind of your decision on if you agree with me or not. Because at the end of the day, I'm just another person. I'm just another person. I have my own views on things. I can't say that I know more or less than anyone else, even if I personally think that I do have a good insight on this sort of thing. The fact is, it's easy for me to say that I didn't transition because at the end I realized it wasn't for me, and I don't know what goes on in other people's heads. So, again, talking about gender stuff, right? Because this is it's a hot topic, it's important for me. The fuse was burnt for me by the end of it when I kind of realized I did not need to change or alter my body to do the things that I wanted to do. So, yeah, so, again, definitely the number of trans people is never going to be lower than it ever has been, because what it is what it is, right? The actual psychological phenomena of dysphoria and everything is based off of proper foundations. So, yeah, and there's some things where, for example, me, confirmation bias and all these things can get in your head, right? So in my case, I had time where I didn't think about it, and then I really was thinking about it and really exposed to the idea, and then I retroactively thought of things that made a lot of sense to transition. And this is something I think happens to everyone, no matter if it's true or not. Again, all these stories about people the people who transitioned that they literally like wanted to cut their own thing off when they were like a kid. I 100% believe these, and it's like there is no refuting this stuff. If you were that person, you need to do what's healthy for you and your brain first and worry about things later. What I think has changed now is that impressionable teenagers on the internet are sold the idea that this is a really commendable thing because now it's a breakthrough and a very positive thing. People are a lot more receptive to the idea of transitioning and being just any gender or gay than they used to be because. And this is a good thing. Again, I'm not saying this is not a good thing because this is absolutely fantastic that we are now at a point where we can improve and grow from this sort of thing. I think people need to be themselves is the most important thing first. I'm strongly opinionated in a way that it doesn't disagree with a certain thing. I just have my own views on things. And again, it's important that I communicate that I'm not saying you have to think how I think. I only think how I think anyway. So, yeah, when it comes to the issues that I had, yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, I kind of see people in groups, they have the same patterns as I did when I was thinking this. These are the people that I wanted to connect with. So, and again, it's a product of being in a bad place at the wrong time. You dance from group to group. You feel like you don't fit in anywhere. Then you land in an LGBT group, or even a trans-specific group, and then suddenly you feel the greatest you've felt in your entire life, and it feels like everything makes sense. All the dots start to connect. And at this point, you start to believe, well, this is it, right? This is the option to go for. And you start setting yourself up for this sort of thing. So, yeah, look, in my opinion, I think non-cis is a more real thing than people think it is. I think at a point, and this is the thing one of the points I was going to get to, now that we're all exposed to different ideas and different cultures, the idea of gender stereotypes is dying, I think, very quickly. The quickest it's ever really done. I'm not saying there will never be guys and girls, because there's always going to be these, like, traditional families doing all this stuff. Am I gay? No. Yeah and no. I can get to this as well. Want to cut my wiener? No. I never did that, funny enough. So that was actually something that kind of cut things off for me. That was a terrible pun, unintended. I was never going to reach a point where I wanted to. And at the same time, this made me realize that you don't have to do that sort of thing to change. Some of the communities I have been in, and again, it's not all of these. I know there are good communities and bad communities, but some of them will make you feel as if you have to go through all these processes to be valid and validate yourself. And this is when I started to not like the idea of doing this thing. Because the idea of changing things about my body that I didn't mind was a lot different to changing things that I did mind. So, for example, let's say I could present as female right now, and everyone saw me as female, I spoke female and everything. I would still do this. I still like this idea. I can admit, okay, I want to be transparent as possible. I've used that female Snapchat filter and I think, wow, you know, that's someone that I want, that would be cool, without all the airbrushness. And I still, but at the same time, over all the years, it's, I've become less, I've done things like grown my hair out, purged facial hairs, and done all these things to help deal with these feelings of hating myself and how I looked. Sorry. So when I get from A to B, it's because I am actively thinking about the things that I don't like about myself and doing something about it. And this is when I realized I didn't actually have to be a woman to be happy, because I just could be myself. I realized that I didn't need to do all these things and have surgeries and all this to be happy with myself. Because at the moment I'm very happy with myself, and I gotta be realistic, okay? I don't want to upset anyone here, but if you were in a situation where you weren't fully sure and you were kind of being convinced that you were sure that you wanted to transition, you would still logically think, and you'd have to rationally think, right? It would be better if you didn't have to spend thousands on surgeries and do this and that and the other to be happy. everyone, even the people who want to transition, agrees that they wish, or should agree that they wish they didn't have to be this way. Um, the main thing about this is wishing you were just born as the opposite sex, right? But then you think of this and you think, okay, well, if I was born as a woman, would I be the same person? Would I think that I want to be a guy if I was that woman born in the same environment? You never know. You never fucking know. And it's just like, shit is what it is, right? Anyways, so at this point, gender identity is way different than it used to be, right? And I'm not even trying to meme here. You grow up watching stuff like anime. You see androgynous characters on morning cartoons, Naruto or whatever. And then, so before, you would have, I don't know, you live with your dad and they would see you reading a feminine magazine, they'd fucking beat you up. But now, before you go to school, you watch Naruto, all the kids there talk about how cool the morning cartoons is, and you like, I don't know, 1 out of 10, or I don't know how many people, maybe 1 out of 5, I don't know, like these androgynous characters, and not just because they like what they like, but also people like how they break barriers of these gender identities and everything, because not everyone wants to be fucking John McClane from Die Hard. Not everyone wants to be Arnold Schwarzenegger, Some people like to dress in a certain way, more androgynous, and this is the exact thing that I think everyone is individual, everyone has their own filter, they're born in their own environment, and then they're processed how they're wired or whatever. So, how do I word this? I don't know, I'm kind of going all over the place here. Let me read chat, catch up a bit, that might help. And yeah, you are who you are. So this is another thing, right? I know a trans friend, and they also agree that they don't want to get the chop, right? They're happy to do all these other things that improve their image, but they don't want to get that because they don't hate that about themselves. And there's also risks with any surgery of complications, right? So the less you have to do, the better. Quality of life might tank if you get a certain surgery, especially if that surgery is botched, and these are huge risks. They scare the crap out of everybody. Doesn't matter if you're going through it or not. It's all scary shit. It's something that, if you could avoid the risk, you wouldn't want to. And I don't know at this rate if I brainwash myself out of dysphoria, or if from the first place I brainwash myself from being like, I hate myself, into thinking, okay, I'll turn into a woman and that'll be my proxy. Because then I'll be someone else who I idealize. I would look at myself in the mirror and like, and then life would improve after that because I would like myself more and be more confident, blah, blah, blah. So, this ties to the main point, what I realized, right? That I didn't need to be a woman to do things that I like and like myself. So, after all this stress and years of thinking about it, I eventually thought, you know what? I'm just going to be me. I'm just going to be myself. I'm not going to think too hard about if I'm a guy or if I'm a woman. It doesn't fucking matter. It's just... Oh yeah, that as well. So I saw Furious Pete, right? He got testicular cancer. He got a testicle. He had to get a testicle removed, and then eventually he had to get the second one. And you kind of realize, like, this guy he did not want this, and he has to get his testicles removed. This is like, if you didn't want a sex change, this is like fucking terrifying, right? Imagine losing your hands or any part of your body when you didn't want to. Like, it's kind of crazy. So, yeah, the idea of gender, like, traditionally we always had the father needs to be the father, the mother needs to be the mother, and at the end of the day, I do still agree that some people are entitled to think like this just as much as we're entitled to disagree. And I still think you can be a good father and stereotype of a male and the male gender identity and female, because, again, look, if we're being realistic, even though the world is changing, these things are established for reasons at the end of the day. And there's not enough information to confirm if you can raise children in the same way or if it's better or worse. It could be either, it could be the same. And realistically, I think it is the same. If a mother and father, traditional mother and father raise someone, it could be the same as two mothers or two fathers, depending on how they raise the kid, because it's all about morals and teaching the kid developing skills, right? People who don't think you could raise a kid with two mothers don't have any perception of the fact that a mother now can be, they can work and earn money, and the other mother can work from home, because this shit doesn't happen anymore. Everyone is working. Everyone can have part-time jobs. We live in a world now where more people can work, and guys can do shit around the house as well. You don't need a fucking traditional wife that fucking does all the laundry. Guys can do laundry, and vice versa. Women can work. We live in a world where we've broken these barriers, and we need to realistically take them. So, yeah. Yeah, I think most guys think when they're younger they have to be alpha male, because most of the things that appeal to you or are designed to appeal to you are like the superhero things, and it's the tropey shit. It's a real tropey shit of you save the day and then you get married to some attractive woman and all this. It's just, I mean, people want something to believe in, but it's just, yeah. Bisexually attracted trans people, then no, not explicitly. All the LGBTQ plus is way too complicated to me. Well, it's because humans are complex, okay? People are allowed to like whatever the hell they like. So, okay, if you're asking me, I like how I dress. If I'm honest, I just like some certain things about femininity. I don't like everything about femininity, but I just am sensitive to certain visuals. I'm not the type of person who ever looked and stared at women's fucking chest and boobs or fucking ass or whatever. I always looked at their hair, their makeup, their nails, and all this stuff, because I thought it was what was attractive. I can rate someone based on their face, basically, entirely, and that would be like 8 or 9 out of 10 points. That's just me. That's the way I see things. Not everyone else is the same. For every person who thinks this, there is 1 to more people who just look straight as, they just fucking look at things that they want to fuck, and that's kind of scary. Those people never grew out of being horny little fucking teenagers. It's kind of worrying. I don't think this idea that you're fucking attracted to labels is stupid. You should be attracted to traits. It's the same thing about, okay, why do you like food? You like certain flavors. You're not attracted to burgers as a food. You like things that are in burgers, like the meat in them, the sauces in them. You're allowed to like a fucking double quarter pounder and not a Big Mac, in the same way you're allowed to like someone who has feminine qualities and, not like someone else who is also female but doesn't have feminine qualities, or the inverse of that for whoever likes, butch femme or whatever. I personally don't. It's just my taste, and everyone's allowed to have these things, It doesn't matter what you look like. When it comes to sexual partners, it's like you should really be picking something you're attracted to, otherwise you're never getting anywhere. Also, hello, Neon Fuzz. Yeah, I'm allowed to like Skull Knight and Summon Skull and not like Dark Magician or Exodia or Blue Eyes White Dragon. It's just everyone has their own taste. Humans are complex enough to not be labeled, which is a point I've been trying to get at. I don't like labels. If you want to give yourself a label and that helps you, all the power to you. But I found labels to be counterintuitive, because they make you believe that you have to adhere to a set of ideals, this is why the whole meme of people making up all these gender identities exists, right? Because you can't contain all the gender identities people have within 1 or 2 or 3 genders. The idea of there being 90 genders, it's only a joke, because there is technically infinite fucking gender identities. You can identify however you want, and I call it spectrum theory, okay? This is the woke Clovis thing. Literally everything is a fucking spectrum, because all our brains are is just it's just sentience, right? And we can only know what we know. We never develop past a certain point until people are exposed to more ideas, which is exactly why I've said you used to get bashed for wanting to paint your nails unless you were in a punk band or rock star in the 70s or 80s, where people thought these people were attractive. They started doing that thing, and now you have women that like that sort of stuff, that they like when boys do things that guys don't normally do. They have qualities that are different to other guys, and that makes them more attractive because they're more idiosyncratic. So instead of labeling yourself and pigeonholing yourself into something, if you just be yourself, you don't need labels. You have a label. It's called your fucking first name. I'm sorry, but I know you didn't ask for your own name, but your name doesn't fucking matter if someone gave it to you. You know, that's a disarmed argument. You don't have to change your name or anything. You just have a bunch of letters so people can refer to you as that. So, yeah. And again, like, I'm not saying no one should label themselves. I'm saying that personally found labels to be counterintuitive. Because I know people in these communities that once they identified with X label, they thought they had to adhere to them or else they were betraying themselves. And at the end of the day, if you are suffering as a result of labels, then you should not be doing that. It's only if you are benefiting from something if you should continue doing that. And then you should become an advocate for labels for your own reasons and, you know, which is the inverse of me. But again, I'm preaching that we always need contrasting personalities and people talking about different things. Because if we talk about things on a realistic capacity, then eventually you're going to look at things in a more neutral way and make your own decisions. And making your own decisions helps you become the person who you are, and that is what's called sentience, and that's what saves you from being an NPC that just gets absorbed by media. And it's a realistic concern now that... like, it's very transparent, right? I'm sorry, but companies support LGBT because it increases their stocks because the world's predictable, and you don't support this, you get cancelled, blah, blah, blah. So it creates this effect where people are supporting LGBT in their own advantageous way. Big corporations make more money and everything. So, at the end of the day, like, it's you, your perspective, and whatever the fuck you want, and you live one life, so do what makes you happy. The thing I need to say is don't bullshit yourself. As soon as you think you're bullshitting yourself, you probably are. You know yourself better than anyone else does. And I know this is bold coming from me and talking about all this, but don't let anyone else influence your decision. If you find truth to what I'm saying, that's you finding truth in the words. It's not me manipulating you. So then you can agree, and you kind of need other ideas to bounce off and reflect yourself, but you need to problem solve internally, all this sort of thing. So yeah. I mean, I can always bring shit back to Yu-Gi-Oh, Matt. I'm not even joking. It's just a big enough part of my life, so yeah. Yeah, rainbow capitalism, all that shit is bullshit. Again, message retracted. I actually read that and then missed it, so look, don't feel like you have to delete anything in this chat. I am being 100% unfiltered, and I want to be... The reason why I want to be transparent is that there's too much bullshit. Like, again, the LGBT inclusivity... It doesn't take advantage of people with brains, it takes advantage of young, impressionable people, and that's bad. It's literally manipulation. So, yeah. So self-labeling can be empowering, and if I'm being realistic, I have labeled myself as an individual. I find empowerment from not having labels in the same way someone would find empowerment having a label. And I can look at things realistically, right? I was born with male genitalia, so I am male, that's the sex or whatever, but it doesn't mean I need to fucking work as a bricklayer and grow a beard, you know? This shit doesn't matter. That doesn't contribute anything to my life. So, yeah. How's it going, Dusk? Nikita, my friend. Yeah, we're talking about real shit, which is good because I know you and, like, Earl and stuff, so, yeah, come hang out. Yeah, like in real life, everyone would have a barbecue, you know, just... but yeah, we're just shooting the shit. I barely talked about... I haven't even talked about why I quit the job. I talked about what I'm doing after I quit. I've talked about all this gender stuff, and all this. So, yeah. So yeah, any big company that supports something, you know they're doing it for their own benefit, so don't believe in it. But I mean, most people at a certain age should know this stuff. I don't really need to tell anyone doing that. And wait, deleted something. Alright, cool. Yeah, don't feel like you need to, because again, I'm being totally unfiltered. I have had things where I've been fucking ripped a new asshole for being unfiltered. But I think the world needs unfiltered people because everything's fucking smoke and mirrors. So yeah. Welcome, Yenwai. You changed your name, didn't you? I recognize the avatar, but not that name. And yeah, sex is physical characteristics in this stuff you can't refute. And... Sorry to break anyone's heart if they don't believe this, but I do believe that your physical... because, again, your brain is a physical thing, and that determines your whole basic... your MO and everything. So... And yeah, it's like, look, you can argue one way or the other. Some people know a lot more than me, so I'm not going to say... I'm I mean, you're welcome to refute it here. I don't mind. Look, as long as we're being mature about it, I'm 100% happy to have this conversation. So, yeah, and you can have a very feminine mind, and that's basically what dysphoria is. Missing no. Are you just a random missing no, or are you a person that I actually know and speak to on Discord? Because that's kind of funny and coincidental. I mean, missing no is pretty popular. I would love to talk about Pokemon randomly, but we're in a really good chat space here, so I don't really want to break away from that sort of thing. But yeah. Voice chat sometime. I mean, that's always possible. I'm always in my own head though. Like whenever I sit down and do something, I don't know. We'll see. Yo, who's Yo? Is that me or is that someone else called Yo? Sorry, I need to scroll up a bit because I missed some stuff. Yeah, humans are too creative, and we've been more creative than we ever have been because we're all growing up with machines that manipulate things in a realistic and unrealistic capacity, and it all affects your brain. So it's crazy, but yeah, the internet is just this huge stepping stone between all of the past to the future. You wouldn't think about it, but it's true, because everyone's just exposed to more ideas, and the world is more connected. What else? I think I've caught up with that. Yeah, and I mean, yeah, so non-LGBT culture also takes advantage and manipulates people. This is true. There are people like, think about people in the Middle East, right? Imagine if you just liked men and then you get stoned. Like, this stuff is fucking stupid and it needs to stop. And if you don't think so, like, there's something wrong in your brain. I think anyone, even if you weren't a huge fan of all this, there is no fucking way someone should die for having a mind that operates on their own. That is fucking dystopia, all these countries that do that. I'm sorry, but Jesus Christ. That stuff pisses me off way more than anything else. So, yeah. Mike saying hello. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, I know what Yo is, but you said Y-E-O, so I'm like, my name's not Yo. Yo is like a female Asian name. So, yeah, I was like, who's Yo? But yeah, thanks for coming in. Thanks for the love, dude. It's always really good. Because again, I always say this, it's not up to me to say that I'm great or love it. So whenever anyone shows me appreciation, I really, really do appreciate it back. It's very important for just keeping going. Otherwise, if no one's there to help you, you do feel like a fraud. That's just a huge way to go about that. So, did I say Dio? I don't. And you know me. I don't watch anime or any of that. So, yeah. Game Freak should make transport. I mean, it's such a corporation thing to do that though, and it's the same with. It's almost funny because there's such an inverse. If you had female protagonists in the early 2000s, everyone would think this is so cool. But there'd still be people be like, what the fuck, I don't want to play as a girl, and those people are stupid. Now, the difference is, some people would be literally empowered. They would literally buy this game. It is now a selling point to have a female protagonist in the way that empowers people to play as a female avatar, and then people on the inverse are thinking, this game just wants more good PR because it has a female protag, all these fucking boomers. And it's just like, why not just have the main character be a female and male version and you could just pick, I always like picking female characters and everything because I just like that. And guys are allowed to do that, just like women are allowed to play guys. It's funny because, especially in games where you see yourself as an avatar all the time, you would think, You can play as an idealized version of yourself, which is totally fine. I think in the Baldur's Gate 3 Early Access, they found out that the average character selection was just a generic white guy, because the average of people playing the game were just, like, white guys in their 30s with, like, beard stubble. But, what was I saying? Like, if you're a woman, like, and you were playing... Imagine, like, you're a woman, you're playing Witcher, like, yeah, I get to play this hot guy with a nice body, I love this game, Surely women think like that, just as much as women would think... I want to play as an attractive version of myself. Lee's sister. How's it going, man? What's up? Instances of what throughout history? Sorry, I'm always trailing off on different stuff. So, yeah. No, like LGBT, if you think back to what, even the 60s and stuff, like Lou Reed, uh, fucking Andy Warhol, these guys are all networking, breaking barriers. And the funny thing is, the people that brought this into the mainstream were very creative people, right? And it's funny because every now and then you'll see a guitar player who paints his nails, and you're just like, well, he doesn't look gay, he doesn't do this, or but it's just creative people like to be creative with their body. You have this body, right? You have this palette. You can create this image based on your physical properties and other things, how you can alter it. How am I? I am fantastic, especially if you read the title, which I haven't really talked about quitting job. But yeah, we're all having a good chat, and I hope everyone's having a good time. I'm sorry if the conversation's a bit too serious, but I am Mustic Man. Yeah, I haven't really talked about that, we, maybe I should talk about that. Play the music. The thing about the shame about the music is I can't add a folder to play through the music, so it would just be repeating. But yeah, I can add. You guys want background music? It'll just be Doors of the Roses music, so I don't get fucking copyright struck or something. I will add music about it. If because okay, here's my philosophy, right? If I play new music, you guys can put on your own music, whether it's Spotify or YouTube or whatever. Otherwise, if I put on music, you have to stop all other audio. So, again, I think streams are better without audio. Okay, if you guys want it, yeah, I'll play it. Let me find. It'll take me a few minutes. Media source. Where the fuck is that? There we go. The play button. All right, Doctor. Soundtrack. Sorry about the typing's loud. The reason is the dawn of globalism, which slowly transitions since the fall of Rome. You're gonna have to elaborate with this. Look, here's the thing. I want to treat Scott with the same respect as everyone else here. So as long as no one's being a prick about things, I want people to just be realistic, right? And I don't just. I know it's fine. Let me tell you something, and I'm not lecturing you here, bad, wrong, fun, but I would not talk about this if it wasn't something I wanted to talk about. If this was something I didn't want to talk about, I wouldn't do it. So don't feel like you're responsible for derailing the thing because I can dictate my own stream. So yeah. Sorry. I hate saying that, but I remember one psychologist, they were really straight with me on something and I really appreciated it. I was like, I don't want to tell you all my life problems because, it might affect your life. And they were just like, I picked this job, I'm an adult, I know what I'm doing, say whatever. So, you're trying to discuss. You mean discuss? Alright, well, someone talked to me about globalism. Look, don't dive head first. Just briefly explain to me the point of bringing up globalism right now, because these things are not nearly as engaging to me as the gender stuff, because I lived through this gender stuff for years, like 8 years max at this point. So sorry, I need to pick the background music. Alright. Here we go. It'll be loud, so hold on. Alright, there we go. That should be enough. Alright, sorry, let me scroll up, guys, because I was trying to look for my thing for ages. So you guys all agree to play the music, so I've got the Doors of the Roses going on. This is great philosophy music for talking about gender identity and stuff like that, right, surely? What happened to the blankets? Oh, no, I just didn't make my bed. You can see that's... Hold on. Fuck it, alright? It would take me, like, I don't know, 5 to 10 minutes to do it. Maybe I'll make my bed in a second. Who knows, but, actually, let me go to the bathroom. Sorry. Let me go to the bathroom again, because coffee is a diuretic. Caffeine is a diuretic, in case you didn't know. Sorry guys, don't go anywhere. I'm really sorry that I have to break things up like this, but I really, really, really do need to pee. So, be right back. And the music's gonna reset again, so, yeah, here we go. Alright, sorry, again, let me catch up with chat. I haven't read the bottom of it and the most recent messages yet. So yeah. Oh, I am at the bottom pretty much. Yeah, okay, so, making bed stream. I can make my bed on stream if you guys want. Realistically, I would like to do real life streams, honestly. I would honestly like to do that. So let's see. I worked at a casino for 5 years. I dealt cards and dealt roulette. I dealt specifically blackjack and mini baccarat. Those are the 2 card games, and I also dealt roulette. And then there's like roulette mini games, or roulette based like wheel mini games, like a big fruit wheel. So yeah. Yeah, the music on Duels of the Roses and the sound effects and the visuals are the best parts about it, which is ironic because when we made the mod, we got to change everything else, which was the thing that needed to be changed, and then we kept all the original stuff, which was annoying to change anyway, so yeah. Yeah, should we talk about why I left and all this? Is now the right time? That would be segue away from this globalism thing that... I'm not saying no one's allowed to talk about it, but I don't... Again, it's one of those things where I'm just like, if the world globalizes or not, who cares? So... Globalism's either going to happen or it won't, and at the end of the day, I think there's always going to be contrasting voices, and I don't want to silence anyone on the topic. It's just, if I'm being honest, a topic like globalism is not my forte compared to other things. So... Yeah, look, again, I don't want to turn away. I don't want to vindicate... sorry, not vindicate. What's, like, vindictive, but not... I don't want to be vindictive about this guy, because he leans in a different direction. Like, I really don't. Like, I don't want to fucking... I don't want people to be enemies. I think we need, like, contrasting voices in the world so that we can stay sane, because if we have different voices, then we don't homogenize, we stay personal, and... yeah. I was talking about a lot of trans stuff, but that's because I went through a lot of it, and it's like one of the most important things in my life, so of course I'm going to talk about it. So yeah. And again, look, yeah, we could talk about globalism another time, but at the moment it's like... people are concerned about it, people aren't. I'm not. It's not quite my forte at the moment, so... What the hell even is QAnon? I don't... you gotta tell me about this. Eduardo, hello. Sorry, I'm lost in a sea of messages. But yeah, how's it going, man? What's so funny? Not knowing what QAnon is? I'm sorry, but... am I supposed to know? Does Q mean queer? Is that what it means? I don't know. Yeah, I do have savings. Alright, so... Yeah, I've not heard about this. I'm Australian, to be fair. Wait, what does that mean? Is that why I don't know Q? How was I supposed to know what QAnon is? I'm sorry, but this is the first time I've ever fucking heard, and apparently you guys all know? Seems I'd rather be followed for... I'm sorry, but man, you're not... Okay, you're not being cool at the moment. This is kind of weird. Am I not allowed to be left-leaning, or... I'm not far left or far right anything. I'm pretty neutral. Look, literally, dude, okay, you're the right-leaning guy here, and I was trying to be diplomatic and support you to have your own views. So I don't really know what you're talking about, man. Like... I'm trying to be the diplomatic one here, so if you're talking to me and... Seems like I'd rather be far left than far right, well... I don't think anyone should be far fucking anything. I think everyone should respect different views, and Good. Yeah. I'm sorry, look, I'm sorry if I took that a bit personally, man, but I'm trying to be diplomatic here. I'm trying to make sure everyone has a voice. So, yeah. I feel like the internet was a mistake. Definitely not. Internet is a good thing. Net positive. Again, I need to say this, I need to emphasize this, but the idea that the world is shit and things are fucking going downhill because of this and that and the other is stupid. If this was the case, we would not be here today. Humans would not have evolved. If we got through everything in history up until now, there is no fucking way we have a net downward spiral because of the internet when we're connected more and more and more. So yeah. Yeah, look, anything to banter, politics is not the thing because people take it too seriously. So, I'm sorry, but... And I know I can't... It's hypocritical of me to say to not talk about politics when I just talked about gender identity and all this, and you naturally tread topics like that. But ultimately, politics itself, I don't want people to get heated in you have to be right or left, because I think this idea of right or left is just stupid. I think you just fucking think for yourselves, or else you're both playing a game. You know, you're both being led one way or the other, surely, if you're leaning too far on either side of it, so... Yeah. Used to politics banter, but I think a lot of people aren't. I think a lot of people take it too seriously, so, anything we have evolved, I disagree. I'm sorry, but I disagree. I mean, I'm not saying you're not allowed to disagree, but, I'm sorry if this seems dumb or shilly or manipulative, but I think believing the world is net negative, it's just not good for your own headspace in your own life and what realistically matters. Fuck, you know, the future doesn't matter as much as your life in the present right now, so, yeah. What the fuck did you come back to? You came back to telling me what food you have, because food is awesome. You think I drew me as Dark Elf? That was funny, because I loved it and I hated it, because I was like, hey, that looks exactly like me, but it was almost scary, because I wish it looked more like Dark Elf than me. But it did really look like me, and I was like, oh, that's so endearing. At the same time, I was like, I do look a bit funny, but only because you draw it so well. So yeah. Chips, yum. You're American, so you mean potato chips, right? The crunchy ones. I love hot chips, I like my favorite food. Now people can't even decide their gender. Yeah, but that's them. So... And look, okay, look, I'm gonna say something that people are probably going to interpret as negative. But I'm not saying this on my own accord, or I want to believe this, but the right shouldn't really fear people transitioning and doing all this stuff, because people who transition realistically aren't as able to have children and breed and raise children as people who can breed with partners, right? So I think it's a lot of wasted energy for people on the right to be concerned about the future of trans, because trans are their own people. I think a lot of people who transition generally don't want to have children, as far as who I've spoken to. Most of them just don't. So, and you know, if you really think trans is this or that, then if you really genuinely believe that it's like a phase and it's just like part of globalism and all this shit, then you shouldn't be too concerned about the future and what impact it will have. So, yeah. I'm sorry. Like, again, I'm not saying it's the truth or whatever, this or that. It's just the way I see things. If you're someone who's really concerned about the future because of trans people, I don't think you should be. Like, really, you shouldn't be. So people who can produce a vaccine to a global pandemic. Funny enough, we got back to COVID. That kind of came out of nowhere. Lee loves burgers. See, this is the energy I want. Everyone, this is something we can all agree on, okay? We all like food. Every human being needs to eat food to sustain themselves. So I love talking about food. I love fast food. I mean, everyone does, but I'm like really partial to it. So here's your 2 questions with people who care so much. Yeah, go ahead. Again, try to be polite. I know I'm kind of being brash, but it's only when I think it's called for, and it's a hard topic to talk about, so, Groomy G, how's it going? Job and I don't talk about anymore. So I think now is maybe a good time for me to talk about the job and then quitting and everything. Mai, my favorite Yu-Gi-Oh character? Yes, it is, actually. I love the original Mai. In the anime, the original Japanese anime before it was translated over, she was an orphan. So she had nothing going for her, and then she developed these skills to better herself, and she became very self-sufficient. I think Mai's backstory, original one, is the coolest. So yeah, Duels of the Roses grinding, what about it? Because I thought, we were talking about food, I thought it was segueing into food. So yeah. Left, but fuck Biden. Okay, I'm sorry, but maybe now we should segue, because I don't give a shit about the presidential candidates. I think all American presidents kind of suck. Anyway, sorry, let me answer a few questions before I move on. Yeah, she worked at the casino, and it's funny because if you had a character like Mai in English, though, you'd be like, what the fuck, right? But I think it's fucking cool that she was this nobody, and she problem solved how to manipulate stupid men into giving her money to raise her own assets, and then eventually she becomes this more powerful person. I don't know. I know that might seem a bit dodgy because she was literally taking advantage of idiots, but I like it. I think it's cool as fuck. Say I'm sorry, but... Again, I'm so sorry. Like, if anyone has any problems with anything, please let me know. I'm trying to be civil while also holding face and being entertaining and speaking out of honesty. So, yeah. Yeah, I like I also like Pegasus. I agree with his backstory as well. Anyways. Quitting a job of 5 years, huh? It took us 1 3/4 of an hour to get here, but I think we should really talk about this. Because it's important. And I think there's a life lesson to be told. Alright, so does anyone know about the phrase, golden handcuffs? Don't get too excited, anyone. Don't get too excited. They're not fuzzy. Anyways. So, working a job at a big corporation, they keep you on a leash. Again, don't get too excited. Sorry, I mind out of the gutter, boys. Okay, so let me quickly explain it, right? You're wearing bracelets that constrain you, but also have a lot of value. So they're things you want to keep on, but they also restrain you. That's basically the analogy of the golden handcuffs. So, working benefits, right? You get into a job. You get into a job, and they're like, hey, you know, if you do these dirty things for us, we'll give you these benefits. That's literally what it is. And we're not saying dirty things as being deceptive, right? But say a job like the casino, and I'm being transparent about this. Casinos are built and founded off taking advantage of people who are problem gamblers. That's literally the people who pay their bills. People who never will stop gambling are the people, the fuel that sustains casinos. So you work at a casino, and they train you to be agreeable people. No other job will teach you better than a place like a casino or anything that has big money. They teach you to be an agreeable person. They develop all these skills for you, and then after that, they give you these benefits. So this job that I was working paid higher than other ones. It also provided more benefits than other ones, such as more leave, long service leave after a certain amount of time that accrues up, sick leave, job flexibility. What else? When you're having a bad time, they want to communicate with you. They're very nice to you, and they want you to stay so that you're not going job to job and eventually trading assets of what you've learned with other people, and they benefit from it. So they keep you on a leash, basically. They keep you on a rope. Again, sorry, I just yeah, I've catched up with chat. Sorry, I was like, yeah. Yeah, so, and yeah, again, this is all psychological stuff, which is another conversation. I'm happy to talk about that after, but the same with, like, free-to-play stuff that has money that's built to take advantage of people who like to spend money on dumb stuff. Again, I'm not saying you're stupid if you spent a few dollars on a gacha game, but if you literally spending all your spare money on mobile games and everything, they're the demographic they target because that's responsible for their gains, right? Okay, so, here's an average work night, okay? Let's talk about the ideal work night for anyone who's working there, right? Say a weekend, penalty rates, you get bonus money. So you work Saturday into Sunday, or the primo one is Sunday into public holiday. This is a perfect... Sorry to hear about job. No, dude, I'm happy. I quit. I voluntarily quit. It took me 5 years to do it, but I did it. I'm happy. Alright, so... ideal work, okay, for people you want to get paid the most, you work a Sunday night shift into a public holiday, or you work an entire public holiday. So, these shifts pay the highest, right? They're also where everyone else in the fucking city has a day off. They come to places that are still open, like the casino, to blow off steam. So, for this whole shift... you're basically eating people's shit for breakfast, okay? I know that sounds gross, but it's true. All you need to do is be really nice to people and do your job. You are sacrificing a day off that everyone else has so that you can earn more money. If you didn't earn twice to 2.5 times the amount of money, you would never work it right. This is stupid. Everyone's at home, everyone's having fun eating with their family, but the people who work here, they want to earn more money, so they're going to work all these things. So what happens is, you work these jobs, you're the weekend warrior. Yeah, so instead of giving you the holiday off and paying you, you work holidays and they pay you extra if you work them. But for holidays, like for example, New Year's Eve, they roster everyone because they know people are going to not attend or call in sick or whatever. So what happens is, if I'm staying at this job, I know every fucking single New Year's Eve I cannot spend it with my family or go out at a party and enjoy it because I'll be working at my job. As one example, if I have a problem with this, what am I going to do? I talk to my bosses, they give me time off until I run out of assets to sustain that. And then they support me until I come back and work more for them, okay? Working at one of those, are you talking to me or someone else? I've literally worked at a casino for the last 5 years, until now. Which is the point. So all these other benefits, you know, so when it comes to this, you kind of realize, right, the optimal way to work at these places is you work all the days nobody else wants to do. All the days everyone else enjoys and gets off. You work. You become a little bit of a slave, and this is exactly where the golden handcuff analogy comes into. Because you eventually become a little bitch, but you're wearing gold, basically. And it's not good, okay? It's the quality of life tanks. So unless you're happy to fucking sit there, shackled and restrained, but looking or having assets that are worth money, it's a bad idea, right? And this isn't the thing for me. You guys know me. I don't shill. I've always hated this whole shilling for money thing. I'd rather be genuine and like what I do than earn money, because I don't value money past a certain point. Saltarian, how's it going, man? What's up? We're all just talking about it. We're only talking about the whole job thing now, actually. So, alright, so years and years passed that I'm working this job. I applied as soon as I was 18 because I didn't know what else I wanted to do with my life. And then eventually, you know, I'm going into work and then I'm going home thinking, this is really miserable and I do not like it. And then cognitive dissonance occurs. I'm thinking, but wait a minute, I like the people here, because everyone's trained to be so agreeable, that helps. I like the people here, I like the money. If I keep going in, I can accrue more annual leave, long service leave, sick leave, that benefits me later when I don't want to work. what else? It's just all these sorts of things, right? All these sorts of things. So eventually, you find it hard to quit, and this is the entire point of the golden handcuff analogy. You can't break free, because gold is gold, right? You don't break free from fucking gold handcuffs. It's just not possible. I don't know, you could pick the lock, but that's not the analogy here, right? The idea is you don't have a lock pick, you don't have the key, you're fucked, alright? That's it. And yeah, it's funny because, yeah, people in other countries, they don't pay you extra to work weekends. Like, so you're probably thinking, well, oh, I'm ungrateful that I don't earn money. But the truth is, Perth is different. Australia is different to other countries. So I'm really sorry that Greece is like that. And some things are just like that. So yeah. You get the old golden handcuffs, right? You know, you wouldn't... That's the whole point of it. It's the good and the bad aspects of it. Bargaining? No. I wish I could bargain, but you can't. I wish I could say, I don't want to fucking work New Year's Eve, because then they say, okay, you leave then, and you lose all the benefits. Okay. James, how's it going? James, Hein, Jamie, whatever. Yeah, how's it going, man? And yeah, I need the good luck with the future, because it's going to be difficult. Yeah, I'm sorry, look, let me just say this, I'm really sorry you guys aren't paid as much as we are on weekends. Again, no one else here pays as much as this job did on weekends. So, people who like working weekends sign up for this job and they become a weekend bitch. Remember, this company earns a lot more than they will pay you. It's just because they're a big company. So, you earn hundreds of dollars on a weekend, and some people like that, but, you hate your life, you know, unless you are that fulfilled by money that you literally don't care. Zero Plays, hello man, how's it going? Yeah, okay, I don't want to turn this into people saying that they're getting paid less. I mean, you're allowed to say... talk about your situation. I'm not gonna throttle that type of thing, but I do want to communicate to you guys that, okay, you think of this, right? You come here, and the most lucrative fucking thing you could think of if you moved to Perth was working at this place, right? Because they give you so much money. But you get abused every single night you work by alcoholics, and there is nothing you can do but smile about it. Okay? So, you start to think, right, okay, this sounds great because my old job didn't do this, my old place didn't do this, so I'm going to work here and earn more money for doing a pretty easy job. And then you end up like me and half the fucking people that work there that cry themselves to sleep after a night, and you realize maybe it's not worth money. Maybe quality of life is more important. Okay? So... wait. Why are people saying, oh, fuck, damn, and all this? Sorry, but... no, but this is what I mean, right? So... and actually, you know what? This is actually the best analogy, right? Because you're thinking, well, why the fuck wouldn't you work here? It pays so much. What type of abuse? Anyone who is not nice will just fucking yell at you. If there was not security, people would not be filtered at all. People will blame you. They will make you feel guilty that they lose when it's their money. They spend it on their own volition. Okay? And it's funny because, you know, I've had people make fun of me for having long hair. And it's like, I'm not telling you that I'm offended, because otherwise I wouldn't fucking have long hair. But when you have no choice but to provide niceness and kindness to people that are not grateful that you are there, this stuff affects your mental health no matter who you are, no matter how much money you are earning. So, people come here to work, they have kids, they're building up a house. Think of this, right? Think now you're in debt. You have to work the weekends. You have to cop abuse to sustain your life and your family. This is literally fucking dystopia, right? So, if you don't need to do this, why would you fucking do it? And it took me so long to figure this out. Spirit047, hello. You're new here? Well, welcome to the stream. I hope you're enjoying it. Oh yeah, and the funny thing is, you know, the guy The fucking guy who made fun of me for having long hair was fucking balding. So I didn't even need to say anything, you know? I would have loved to fucking roast the shit out of that guy. But the fact is, I didn't fucking need to, because that guy's probably fucking crying himself to sleep because he's fucking balding. Let me just say, first of all, you shouldn't feel ashamed to be bald. I am angry at this guy because he was projecting on me. I think he was upset that I have the freedom to do something like this. Okay, I'm actually, ironically, because I'm not balding, you wouldn't think of it, and I'm sorry for anyone who's balding. I actually am in full support of people who are growing bald to own it. Because if you own up to being bald, you are a good advocate for everyone else who is balding, and balding people should have to feel no shame because it is natural. The fact that advertisers make you feel like you should feel ashamed if you're balding, or it's your responsibility to keep hair or else you will suffer, is fucking stupid. You want good... The Rock is like the coolest person on the planet, right? I mean, some people can debate that, but he's bald and people think he's the coolest person on the planet. You do not need to keep your hair. But this guy, 40 years old, he wants to let out... I was 21 at the time. He wants to let out his inner fucking frustrations on me, and I have no choice but to smile and be like, you know, okay. This is a job. This is shit you do every fucking day. Let me, Alright, sure. Go ahead and play Project Melee. So, yeah. Let me catch up. I'm sorry, but, I hate alcohol a lot too, and this is another cognitive dissonance thing with the job. I love helping people. I don't know if you guys believe this or not. Some people might not. Some people might dispute that, but I really like helping people. So it was a lot of wasted energy when I go to work, being nice to everyone, and these alcoholic fucking wankers have to shit all over it. They have to actively stop me and make it their mission to make me miserable, no matter how much I wanted to help people and help them have a good time. This is one of, I don't know, 10 plus reasons why I didn't want to work this job anymore, because it's just weighing on me. If people can filter all this out, then good for you, you can earn a lot of money, but I think too much about people for this sort of thing. What did I do? I dealt games. I dealt blackjack, baccarat, and also roulette. Also, JMass, I'm sorry if you're not here anymore and it took too long. Do I have another job lined up? I'm taking a break. I am taking a break. I am applying for new jobs currently. I just made a resume and everything, or a CV, curriculum vitae, as people like to call them. Should talk about any funny or strange customer stories. Well, I mean, I just kind of said one. I have a few, but I'll be honest, you know, when you see these fights and stuff, and it happens at these places, because just it happens anywhere alcohol is, I actually seriously get upset and hurt. I see all these customers leaving the table, and everyone circles around and watches a fight, and I am genuinely hurt that people like and they're attracted towards this sort of thing. I hate the idea that people need to resort to violence to sort something out. It is just absolutely fucking disgusting. And seeing this weighs on your soul if it's something that you care about. Silent Pooch asked, why is your picture Dark Elf? Because I like Dark Elf. And out of everyone I like in the game, I think, I don't know, I resemble her a bit. I don't know, the skin color maybe and the long dark hair is the only resemblance, but yeah. Alright, hold on, let me catch up with chat. Yeah, so the whole golden handcuff thing is you work here, they keep you going in and doing all the hard shit because it pays more, but you're just copping abuse all the time. If they didn't give you all these benefits, think about this, right? Here's the analogy. If the handcuffs weren't made out of solid gold you could eventually melt down, would you let someone handcuff you? And no, I don't mean that. I'm talking about a police officer or someone who, like... Okay, imagine they're really unattractive, okay? You wouldn't do it, okay? It's different if they're attractive, you know, just to beat around the bush there, because it's elephant in the room, someone's going to bring that up. And here's the thing, Soul Iron, like, the reason why I'm so passionate about supporting bald people is because I would be personally terrified if I was bald, and I would have to shave it all off, and I would want to advocate for other bald people that they shouldn't feel ashamed for losing their hair. Because at the end of the day, if you want to keep your hair to attract a certain type of person, the person you're attracting is someone who's not actually valuable, because they're someone who picks you based on your looks. And selective breeding is real, right? Like, women pick guys because they want their kids to have attractive features. if balding is in your genes, it doesn't matter if you have solutions to keep your hair, their kid's going to grow bald. So it's actually deceiving people who pick partners based on how the genes pass on, which is a very traditional thing, but people are traditional and people think like that, so. Sorry, let me catch up. And yeah, again, I didn't even mention having painted nails and all this because I did this at work as well. But truthfully, I got a lot of good, like a lot of more women than guys, obviously, like 99 to 1. Or like 99 out of 100 of people who said comments about it were positive comments by women, which was cool. And then it's funny, the one person I think I heard talking negative about them was their friends didn't give a fuck. And I was very vindicated because it's funny, the guy who doesn't like it, you know, that's probably the guy who wants to do it, because I remember I used to always be like, why does he do his nails up? But it's just because I want to do it, and I was upset that everyone else critiqued that sort of thing. But this guy was like, to his friends, like, why does it do the fucking nail polish? And it's just like, they did not care. They ignored him, and then he repeated the question, and they ignored him again, and then he shut the fuck up, and he looked so stupid. So I had a bit of a chuckle about that internally. So think about that when you're trying to shit on people. No one really wants to hear it, especially when you're going out. Sorry, let me catch up with chat again. I didn't actually catch up with chat. Informer, welcome. Any specific job I'm trying to get? Okay, so the plan is, and I said this in the last update video, I want to get a part-time job that's closer to where I live, that I hate a lot less. After working a job like that, I think working something else would be a lot less stressful. So I want to get a part-time job to sustain myself that I don't hate, that doesn't tank my quality of life like the job I last worked at. And then, what was I talking about? And then focus on YouTube and eventually build up YouTube as the thing that would sustain myself. Because that way I have the freedom to do what I want to do. The music didn't repeat. I was meant to set it up so that it did. Properties, loop. There we go. Actually, I'll change the loop to the other one so there's different music playing. There we go. There you got music back. Maximum 2 cans of beer a week. I drink fucking, like, I don't know. I drank 1 beer at Christmas, and that was me drinking. I don't know, I don't... I'm not saying no one's allowed to have a drink, but drinking to get drunk is screwed. Yeah, I did see your drawing, and yeah, we already talked about that. Yeah, okay, so my dream job is a dream where I make my own decisions, I'm my own boss. YouTube... I'm not saying that YouTube means I have 100% freedom, but if you know how to play the YouTube game, you have like 99% freedom, especially if you compare it to other jobs where you have to abide all these rules. As far as YouTube is concerned, if you know how to play the YouTube game, all you need to do is not be a raging fucking asshole and talk about really shitty topics, and you can kind of get places. So yeah. Black girls pulling on your hair. That sounds like another bedroom thing. Okay, hold on. Bold people are mean for no good reason. I don't believe it, I just think that guy was fucking mean. But yeah, I know 1 or 2 people, but there are people with hair that are pieces of shit as well, so... yeah. It's beautifully manicured. How did it look? Because I probably would judge it, because I'm super opinionated, so it's funny, right? I paint my nails all the time, but I look at, like, short nails and they're painted black, and I'm just like, ew, because they're short. I mean, you're allowed to do whatever the fuck you want, but I'm also allowed to think whatever I want to be, because I'm so opinionated about it, because it's so personal. So personal to me. I don't know, I can admit I'm opinionated. I'm very, yeah. That's called repressed feelings. Oh, what was that about? Because I'm sorry, I trailed off for like 5 minutes. And yeah, I can't do anything about the bugs except close my window, and if I close the window, the room gets really, really warm. So, yeah, I think I've got tipsy, like, or slightly past tipsy, maybe once or twice in my life, and, like, I'd vomit, and I wake up not happy, and I'm just like, well, that was kind of pointless. I do have a fun time when I am drinking, but I don't need to drink to have a fun time, so yeah. Baby breakfast, alright, enjoy. Oh, also, like, if you guys ever eat, don't forget to tell me. I know that sounds stupid, but I like hearing what people have to eat. I remember when I was, like, 7 or 8 years old, and I'd be like, what did you have for dinner last night? And people like, I don't know, like, they didn't care, and I'm just like, how can you not care about food? Because I don't know, I found food exciting when I was a kid, so yeah. Apparently you can start donating. Yeah, I've monetized my content. I'm not saying you have to do it, but a few people have said before that they would like to donate, and I want to be transparent that nobody has to donate. It's totally up to you. I don't have any setting or I don't have any Streamlab thing set up, so I don't know if anyone's donated already, and which I doubt. But you can do it, and I would still appreciate it if you did, but don't feel obligated to do it. I don't want to set things up that people feel like they have to donate to me for anything. When chats get really busy, people donate to be heard by the streamer, and I kind of feel like that's kind of manipulating people into being heard, or like they feel like they have to donate money so that the person on the other side of the screen can read their comment. I want to read all the fucking chat. Everyone who's here who has something to say, I want to read. Okay? I really want to talk. I enjoy it. I don't want donations to talk. But at the same time, if you want to donate, I'm not going to complain. I'm sorry. I'm not going to be, I'm going to be transparent about that. I'm not going to say don't donate to me and act like I'm above accepting a donation, because I know that people now, they have money, they have a right to spend it on whatever they want. And before, plenty of times, I've donated to a streamer being like, well, I was going to spend this $20 on something else stupid anyways. About the guy that judged nails. Yeah, exactly! Definitely repressed feelings, because that's how I used to be. I was very neurotic when I saw guys with painted nails, because I thought it looked kind of crap, because... my opinion, I don't like... masculine nails don't look as good painted. That's why I have mine, like, so long and grown out, so they can all look even. They don't even look perfect, but, like, if they were short, I wouldn't bother painting them, and then I just hate how my nails look and not care about them. But it's the same, and it's the same with, that one guy who was balding. He was very jealous that I had long hair. I could tell, because otherwise he could have criticized me for anything else. Anything else. Instead, he chose to fucking criticize my hair when he has none, and I'm just like, really, man? You just look like an idiot. So yeah. Making pizza right now. What pizza? Well, we're gonna tread that conversation, aren't we? I actually ordered pizza last night. I got home from clearing my locker out, and I just couldn't be fucked cooking when I got home. It was like 10 PM. I just didn't even want a fucking dish, so I just ordered pizza. And I got a Hawaiian, because, well, I could have got that or a pepperoni. I didn't really give a shit. I just wanted to eat. And in Australia, Hawaiian is very popular, and I know there's a whole debate, but, like, I wouldn't have pineapple on a wood-fired Italian pizza. It's only really because Domino's and Pizza Hut is just shit anyway, so I just put on whatever. Turkey sandwich with tomato. Better than not having tomato in that. What I had for dinner? I actually had McDonald's. I know it wasn't very exciting, but it was like a celebratory McDonald's. It was a McDonald's at the work complex, and it was like, this could be my last McDonald's at the workplace, so I'm just gonna enjoy it. And then get out of there and smile like an asshole. Yeah, I have had positive experiences. Why did your mum paint your nails? I don't know. I mean, if you're a woman, I mean, that makes sense. If you're a girl, that makes sense. So yeah. But yeah, I don't think women generally paint their sons' nails. It's not. So yeah. What? Are you fucking kidding? No way. Okay, I swear that is not some fake streamer reaction. That is fucking absurd, dude. Oh my... Are you... Is that 30, like a dot? Is 50 dot, and that's pounds. That's like... Jesus, dude. Oh my god. I'm sorry, but... Dude, okay, I'm sorry, but I did not expect anything. I was like, man, thank you. Sorry, I gotta say thank you. I'm trying. Look, I kind of don't believe that. That's 50 pounds, so that's like 100 Australian dollars. My god, man, are you sure? Dude, thank you so much. I know what I just said about I don't want, but look, if there's anything I can do to thank you back for this, more than just saying something, I really would like to, because that means a lot more. A £50 donation is a lot more than just a bit of spare change. I think the most important thing I can do is thank you genuinely, because this is, for me, this is a sign in you believing me, and I think I need that, because I genuinely want to give you guys a good future of the channel. Oh, dude. Don't make me cry. I can't believe that. This is... Man. I can't thank you enough for that, because that is... I'm not... I promise I'm being sincere here. I did not... This is the last thing I expected to be on the screen. Even if it was like a $5 donation, I would have been like, oh my god, like someone's... But this is huge. This is nuts. Of course, no need to thank me back at all. No, well, of course I gotta thank you, because it's... For me, it's not... You're not just throwing money. This is you... Because that's 4 hours, or plus 4 hours of you working that you're giving to me to say thank you for the content, and that's what means the most. That's why, for me, it's like, oh my god, like... Man. I can't not be happy about that, man. My god. Thank you so much. You're gonna go down in history as maybe the biggest donator ever. I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen. I do... The thing is, I love streaming so much, and I don't want it to just be about the money, because I don't want to turn into doing things, and I don't want people to believe they have to donate to me. But because I know you've been following the channel for a while, and you're donating to support me, and that means more than, you know, like the amount or whatever. The amount tells me of how much you think the support is worth. It's more than just, you know, a spare bit of change. That's a realistic amount of money. Thinking about that, it's like you could have spent that on this and that, and you chose to spend it on me. That's the absolute crazy part. I did not, in my life, I did not expect the first donation to be... Dude, I can't believe it, man. And you know, this impacts my life significantly. You know, I'm going to tell, like, someone in my family, like, someone actually donated this money to me, and they're going to be like, oh my god. This is a part of my real life now. Like, this is it, guys. Like, this is YouTube. Fucking Jesus. I'm actually, like, my body temperature has increased since seeing that. Fucking hell, man. Thank you so much, dude. I still kind of can't believe that. But at the same time, I do, because you have followed the channel a lot, and it means a lot that you believe in me to supply me with that much of a generous donation. That's a massive gift, and I want to make sure that I use it appropriately. So thank you very much, man. Wow, that means a lot. I don't know when to stop talking about it, because Jesus, it's a lot. Like, that is a lot. That's not chump change, man. That's a fucking donation right there, and that's absolutely crazy. Thanks for the good luck, man. I'm glad you guys believe in me, because I never really believed in myself until the last few months. So yeah, literally raised body heat. Oh my god. Oh my god. I was like, I'm gonna take the sweater off. Fucking, alright, sorry. I need to say goodbye to Noor. He's here the whole stream. Thank you very much. Thanks for being here, man. I hope to see you in future streams, because streaming is my favorite thing. And again, I want to repeat that I don't want to stream to make money. I want to stream to have fun, keep it that way, and that way I can more appreciate the donations if everybody knows they do not have to donate to me for any reason other than their own goodwill. And that keeps donations genuine as well. It's something that I will remember, and again, that's like a life-changing... You wouldn't think about it now, but I'm going to think back to in the future when, you know, the first people that were supporting me and donating me. Like, this stuff affects me on a real capacity, so, and, you know, it leaves waves and ripples. And I never thought, you know, all the times that I donated to streamers, I never even considered that I would get any of this back, so, dude, thank you so much. It means a lot. And again, if there's anything I can do to help repay that, I would like to, because that's more than just, you know, a token, you know what I mean? That's a real gift. Some people would call it a tribute, depending on what language you want to use. I still can't believe that, dude. Thank you so much. Wow. I didn't expect until like 5 to 10 streams that I would get this amount total, let alone one. Holy crap. Saying that, let me continue chatting. Let me go up and read a bit of the chat. No, don't! Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, look, I genuinely... I know you, and I feel bad, because I know you like me, but you know... Okay, I need to appreciate it, because you know you don't have to do this to show appreciation. I really appreciate that you guys are just in chat and really... Like, just thank you so much. This puts me in a bad situation. I'm just like, I think I need to really acknowledge these donations, because it's a pretty fucking big deal. Don't feel like it has to be a trade, okay? Please, please, please. Don't make me feel too guilty for taking all this money. I feel like a bank robber. No, what the fuck? I'm gonna turn into one of those people that is just going crazy. 20 and the stop. I need to turn the button off. This is get me off this train. Stop this shit. This is I'm sweating. Oh my god. God, guys. Oh my god. I seriously thank you guys so much. I never expected this amount at like any fucking point, any time. Christian Arnold, 20, that is so much. Again, you guys do not have to go anywhere. Like, $1 is fucking... That's like, holy crap. You know what? I gotta say this, okay? Let me first thank... Sorry, oh my god. Don't make me cry, guys. Seriously. Sorry, because I got so much to say. I need to stop. I need to thank... There's gonna be another donation. I can't even thank you guys. I don't believe this. Oh my... Okay, please let me just thank people before... Oh god, okay. Again, even like... $1 is more than enough, okay? Let me say this before I go back and thank you guys individually, because I really do want to do this, but if I do that, then someone else is going to donate, and I'll be like, fuck. When I was young, I never ever thought that I would be older and have people watching me playing games and talking about stuff. No, I would hate to do Patreon only or members only. I don't want to lose face, guys, so this is why it means so much to me that you donate, because you guys know me, and you guys believe that I'm honest in this, otherwise you wouldn't do it, and I know this, because... Oh my god. $2. R dollars? What is R dollars? How much is... Jesus, man. I don't want to prioritize donations, all this stuff, okay, it's all... Look, I just want to say, guys, thanks so much. Everyone who donated, I will go back and look through the list and thank everyone. I'm sorry, there was one guy who was leaving, I think I need to prioritize that. And Former, thank you so much, I've only seen you comment a couple times before. Yeah, a little support I appreciate it so much. You guys, this is the crazy thing, I had family, I have friends believe in me. I had people at work believing in me, and now I have you guys believing in me, and it's crazy. This is how you get from nothing to really believing in something, and also feeling not an obligation to shill, but an obligation to pay you guys back in content for this sort of thing, okay? I would feel the most guilty if I never ever repaid any of this in any form, so I want to make it, okay, my mission to really help. And I actually, you know, we can talk about the stuff that I'm working on. I really need to strap a rocket to my ass and help make more videos, but I'm trying to lay out schedule and video uploads, but I just want to say something, right, guys? Oh my god. I can't even hear the background noise, so I'm sorry, but if it's epic, then that fits. I just want to say something, okay? And I don't want to be some hype reaction streamer, because that baits people into doing it, okay? I want to stay transparent, and you guys don't have to do this, you know, I need to say this, okay? I am looking at going YouTube full-time. It's going to take a while, okay? But, yeah. let me just say this, okay? When I was younger, it was literally a dream of mine. I would see Clover's seal of approval. I almost read that as seal of Orichalcos, and I was like, no, don't steal my soul. Okay, let me say, guys, again, you don't have to donate. I really do appreciate the donations. Sorry, something just changed, and I was like, oh god, not another one. One of them disappeared from the live chat, the top thing, which is interesting. I think maybe you can only have a max of 3 at a time. There's one poor, I don't know. Anyways, end credit scene. It's one of the best ones. Okay, so let me say, when I was young, and this is literally me, like not even 12 years old. Okay, me being all right, 10 to 11 years old is probably a good age where I thought. I saw videos online and I thought, this is so cool. The idea that YouTube, when it was in its baby form, you could upload videos to the internet and people around the world could watch you play games. Never did I think in my life that in the future I would be doing this and have an audience for this. It genuinely means the world to this that I get to talk to you guys about this game that I'm really passionate about. It's a huge part of my life and childhood, and I mean this sincerely. Like, Duels of the Roses is personal. It's a big part of my life, and the last few years, I mean, I can get serious for you guys. For anyone who's followed the channel for the last 3+ years, I used to do these sorts of mental health updates. So sorry for the people I haven't thanked individually. I will scroll up when I'm done doing this. I'm so sorry if I'm, but anyways, like I'm all over the place. I can't believe this. This is insane. I'm like having a fever dream. Thanks again, guys. Okay, so mental health updates, right? Years ago, I said on this channel, I eventually deleted these videos. I wish I kept them up or unlisted, but, because I was very sincere about this stuff. Very sincere about this stuff. That making videos it gave me a purpose at the worst points in my life. I'm better now, so I'm not going to get into cry, but I want to be really sincere with this, right? And you guys can believe that I've had my own mental health struggles before, surely. Because most people have, and I think most people here relate to that. It's all too relatable in this world, so, when I had nothing going for me, I had the YouTube channel with, I don't know, 1,000 subscribers. I had people commenting on my videos, saying that they appreciate the content. And through the worst periods of my life, this is what kept me going. You know, I woke up, I remember when I moved out for a year, I was in a pretty bad spot. Okay, quickly I need to address this. You need to restart your game, because what happens is, when you beat Seto in that cutscene, it'll crash if you have the sound glitch. The sound glitch just randomly happens. I don't know how you stop it, so... restart the game from scratch. Not scratch, sorry. Don't restart the file. Exit the emulator and start the emulator up again. Load back in and beat Seto. Make sure there's audio, and then the game won't crash when you do it. Okay, sorry, let me go back to what I was saying. So, no joke, when I had nothing going for me, I had no idea what I was doing, I hated job, and this ties into the whole title of the video as well. I just still can't believe this. Guys are crazy. In a good way. Alright? I'm not saying it was a bad thing. It was I didn't expect this at all. Okay, so let me collect myself. I had nothing going on for me, no purpose, so I would wake up, and my motivation to get out of bed was to make videos for this game, okay? And you know, guys, every now and then when I complain about things, when I get negative comments, it's because I am so personal and passionate to this game. I mean, obviously you could probably tell that already. But it's because my purpose and my obligation was fueled off of the one thing in the world I was good at and I cared a lot about was this game that nobody else seemed to want to take the responsibility to make videos for. So this was my purpose. I thought, if nobody else is going to talk about this game that I really like, who is? There was all this great information about it and nobody was making videos. You love me, no homo. It's fine to love, man. Platonic love is all over the place. aims for YouTube 2021. My goal, okay, my realistic goal, which is still going to be really impossible to achieve, and I don't know how far this will be from Duels of the Roses to talk about other stuff, to blah blah blah. Yeah, or if you're playing on an emulator, dude, just play the Redux mod. Oh my god! Penalty double! Dude, thank you so much. I can't believe this. I honestly never thought people would donate more than like $5, but I'm here like talking about how I don't want to shill myself out, and then it's like, oh my god, people are giving me this money, and I'm just so like, this is, for me, this is like, you know, my old job, this is like 1 to 2 hours work, these donations, and the £50 one is like 4 hours of work. So saying that I mean to you 2 hours of work is crazy, because 2 hours of work is something anyone would kill to not have to do at the end of a shift, right? Thanks so much, dude. Let me go individually through these. So penalty double. Thanks so much, dude. You really didn't have to do that. I really heavily appreciate it, though. It means a lot that you guys would support me. Let me scroll up. Yeah, Vintao again. Look, if you don't have much money, man, you don't. You know I appreciate you being here regardless. You know that. You don't have to feel obligated to donate to me. I'm always happy to have you here. You're I'm not saying this to be nice. Again, it's not like you were you did the biggest donation. I'm like, oh yeah, come here more often. But every time you pop in, I'm happy to see you, man. No, I'm seeing it pop up, and it's so just. I feel bad. Like, you guys are just throwing money at me, and oh my god. You guys don't know how much this means, because I'm not crying, I promise. It's going to happen if you guys keep fucking donating, though, so please don't make me cry on stream. And I feel bad because there's so many streamers and they react to donations, and the more people donate. But I know you guys are sincere. I know you guys are really sincere. You guys, you know you don't have to do this, and I really appreciate it that you guys... You did double up the donate. What are you doing, man? You already gave me $10. You don't... None of you guys owe me anything. So I really, really appreciate it, and I want to be so transparent to you guys. I really, really appreciate it, and I don't want this to create a chain reaction where you guys think you need to really support the channel by donating, okay? I want to work hard for you guys. I want to go through the YouTube system to accrue things that will make me and my content better if I do it. Okay? So I really appreciate, and I promise, I swear on the bottom of my heart that I want to put this money to good use. I know that's bold coming from someone who pays to get their nails done, but I would like to work my part-time job to do that sort of stuff. This money I would like to save for a good purpose. I would like to eventually, when I set things up with the thing, which I think is actually possible now with more than 100, because you need $100 before you can claim after monetization. That's just how it works. You guys are too nice, man. What is ZAR 700? What is ZAR? I need to know this. 700 is a big number. What is... What? Oh, okay. Still good. I was just like, no, please do not be 700 US or something, because I'd be like, please take your money back. Just, holy crap. Okay. Yeah, this is still a lot of money though. What the fuck? I need to convert this. Then why'd you do this, man? Wait, stop, please, guys. I'm sorry. I feel bad. I feel so bad. Master Z, thank you so... I need to thank everyone personally. Is there something I can do to help you guys more than... Because... guys, I'm just a person who likes making videos. Okay, you guys... You know, I don't want to say this, you guys don't need to... I am in a good position currently. I don't feel like you have any obligation to donate to me. I feel some level of guilt here. This is so much. Did you seriously do it into the star? I don't believe this. Like, if someone... Are you guys... Have you been saving, like, all this time I've been making videos, like, just to let it all out now as an explosion? This is fucking insane. Master Z, I need to just personally thank you. I have to, because I'm all over the place here. This is just insane. I was like, okay, so what I did when I saw 700 was like, I need to convert this before I confirm, because if this is 700 US, I'm like, what are you doing, man? Like, oh my god, like, I need to fucking return that amount, because that is absurd. So, oh my god. So I converted $1 Australian to ZAR. Oh my god. 700 ZAR. Like, this is 60 Australian dollars, my fucking god. I feel so bad, because I feel like those donators that are like, ah! But I know you guys are genuine about this, okay? I believe in you guys to do, to support me because you guys care, and you know, because if you didn't care, you wouldn't do it. These are amounts that means more than just a $1 to get me to say something and acknowledge your message in chat. I like to think I strive to read every single message that people send. You guys have shown me appreciation in the comments below in my videos and everything, and like, this stuff is genuinely, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, this stuff is so fulfilling even without monetary value, which is why I went all this time without it. So, oh my god, man, I just don't know how to thank you enough, all of you guys. Even, as I said, even with Vintau, he donated $2 Brazilian. How much even is that? Is it the same as Australian dollar? $0.50. But it's still like 50 cents. Like, that's... Vintau said, like, he said this in his own word, he doesn't have a lot of money. 50 cents might be the same amount of spare change he has proportionate to his total money that what some of you guys might have with more. And that's what means a lot to me, is the percentage. Just the fact that you would sacrifice anything that you have to support me. If you're... No, it's fine. Look, do not apologize, dude. As again, I wanted to use your example not to highlight the low amount of money. Because it doesn't matter how much money you have, a bit of money means so much. Because even just you guys being here means so much. I never even, like, finished the thing because people keep donating. Just stop, please stop. As I said, it was fulfilling to make videos waking up knowing that I would be left with even just one positive comment. The people that keep coming back are the people that made me do all this. Oh my god. The fact that you would donate anything to me when you might not be made of money necessarily means a lot, because I don't know what that $2 Brazilian dollar could have got you. It could have probably got you more than maybe some people think. Maybe the same amount as some other people could have got or used out of $30 US or whatever amount that you guys have been so generous enough to donate. And I mean, I know I talk about the people that react to donations and everything, but I can't. The last thing I want to do is sit here and not acknowledge how big of a deal this is, because this is absolutely crazy. This is absolutely fucking crazy. And again, the thing about the mod is I don't want to feel like you guys donate for that, because what are you doing, man? What are you doing? You can see I've got like veins in my forehead because I'm just going crazy. What are you doing, man? You know you don't have to do this. I don't know. Because and again, I know this is the whole thing I was getting at. You know, it's hard to believe in yourself. Any other day, any other week, I would have been like, no, I don't deserve this. I would have felt so guilty. But knowing that you guys are doing this on your own accord is why it means so much. You know that you don't have to do this. I can't believe that you would You knew that 30 was more than enough, okay? You knew my reaction. You didn't have to keep going. So the fact that you did, I have to thank you, because I can't not. This is money. This is real shit, you know? I can't not value this. This is just crazy. I don't believe... It's hard to believe this. I can't believe... I feel... And it's not just the money. I feel vindicated that you guys believe in the channel a lot. Otherwise... Because again, it's not here to congratulate myself. If you didn't think I was worth this amount of money, you would not have donated that. And I'm talking from your guys' perspective. If I would never donate this amount of money to someone I did not believe in as much as you guys. So that says... wow. It says a lot. It means a lot to me, more than just the monetary value. It means that you guys believe in me enough to make a sacrifice like that out of your own money that you've worked for personally. I know, my hair's gonna be like this and I won't even be touching it. Oh my god. Holy... I think I need to catch up on chat a little bit because I've just been sitting here reacting to it. I'm so sorry, guys, that I've not been reading all the messages. Yeah, so with the mod, I feel bad because... Here's the guilt that I do feel, right? The donations are to me when the mod was a team effort, okay? I would never have been able to do this without the help of my friends. All the information, again, of the game was from Generic Mad Scientist, who he made it his personal goal and his personal mission to just look at information on the game because he liked it. Thoughts and Blair, not Thoughts, like a group of Thoughts, don't bear me. Thoughtsicle and Blair made these tools so that we could collectively create a good project. Thoughts was like my right-hand man. So he did... Boneless, again, thank you so much. I actually still can't believe that what you've done, and I'm going to be thinking about this. You know, guys, I'm going to be thinking about this for a while, and this is like a real impact on my life. I can't thank you enough in the space of a short amount of time, so thanks so much. I think you guys know you don't need to donate to anymore. It's so... You guys have done more than enough. I thank it so much, but it's just... I feel guilty, because as I was saying, right, Thoughts is my right-hand man, and all we wanted to do... Thoughts, I think he's second on the list when I list the people who do the mods, because he also, like me... Greetings from Brazil, Groomy G, thank you so much. 50 Brazilian dollars, like that's still... It's still a donate. It's still a lot of money. It's more than nothing. It's more than change. It's a generous donation. I can't believe that you don't have to donate to me, guys. Come on. Thank you so much. I can't believe. I think I've already been given way more than I deserve. Okay, I'm not saying I do appreciate the donation, but it's like you guys don't have to give me these crazy amounts. Okay, I'm happy with just. Tokens of appreciation is already more than enough to show, because even comments that say, you know, that you like the videos, these make me happy. No one needs to donate for this sort of thing. And yeah, please keep it cool for now, please. Don't empty your bank account on me, man. I will feel guilty, so guilty. Thanks again. Shh. You guys keep telling me to shush. Should I just shut up and just the rest of the stream, I don't know, tape my mouth shut or something? Spartan, hello. We've been going apeshit. Please don't get too excited. Okay, sorry. Comments that have money attached. Is that even possible? I don't want to tempt you guys. I was just like, look, if you guys donated like $1 fucking dollar, I would have been like, oh my god, you know. But you are all donating so generously, and I feel like it's more than I deserve. Because again, I need to talk to the guys that made the mod, because I feel kind of guilty. But the thing is, for people donating because of the mod, this was a group effort, and I want to thank the other guys. And here's the thing, another ego thing. I wanted to get over this barrier that I had, that this was my dream project and everything, because it would not have been possible without the other dudes, so... 900 what? I don't think it was $100. Please don't be 900, I'm gonna feel so bad. Oh my god. Okay. Let me just, while I'm here, I would definitely appreciate the sentiment of, yeah, it is a lot of money and I still can't believe it. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm transparent about how much I appreciate at the moment without, you know, being just like, oh, get you to fucking donate to me, because you guys don't need to, okay, and you guys know that, so that's why I appreciate it so much, and I want to make sure everyone knows. It's just insane. Okay. Yeah, not just the mod, because I think the mod was, again, this is a team effort, and I couldn't have done it without the other guys, and I'm definitely going to be speaking to these guys, and as a group, and seeing what I can do to thank them, because I definitely owe them. Because I have to be transparent about it. The mod has given a burst of traffic that I didn't have before. Even if it's a bit of a percentage based on what it before, there's been a lot of positive attention on the channel and positive vibes in general, and just this all snowballed the way forward. It was a good confidence boost. So, no, but here's the thing. I don't want people to donate for the mod, because this was, as I was talking about, Foxicle and I, this was a passion project. God damn it, fucking... The Joey donation! Joey donation. Hey you, that's what friends are for. Yeah. There you go. Just to show you the appreciation of the donation, I had to give you an impression. I'm sorry if it wasn't very good. So, okay, this was seriously... Yes, you're right, Neon Fuzz. In regards to the mod, though, Thots and I both were on a mission. Well... I don't think it was his mission as much as it was mine, but he collectively agreed with me, second to nobody else, except me, of course, that we... Oh, the white heart, the fancy heart. Wait, is it white? Or is that just like a normal heart? I don't know. I like, you know, that I have like the white controller and white PS2. Even this is like whitish grey. Whoever guessed I like the color white. I like black and white, the contrast. So, okay, again... Thoughtcicle helped me. I needed someone like him to further believe in this idea of a good mod and help quality control and everything. Without him, there wouldn't have been enough resources to do things. He himself was solely responsible for the deck selection fix. Shit, man! What is... How much is... I'm sorry, but it doesn't even matter if this was like $1. It's like, holy crap. What the hell, man? Thank you, you guys know it's just... Maybe the duct tape in my mouth idea was good. Because I can't accept all this money, this is insane. I need to find out how much this is, I'm sorry, but it doesn't matter if this is like fucking 5 cents, I appreciate it. This is just crazy. 40, what the fuck? What the hell? Dude, I used like... I don't believe this. I didn't believe this first guy who donated £50. I thought that was it. And you guys are just so kind. I just don't know how to react. I'm just... Because I don't want to come off as one of these reactionary streamers, but I can't not react to this sort of thing. It's nuts. I swear on my life, I did not expect this amount of... This is just overwhelming, the amount of support you guys are showing me right off the bat. This is the first monetized stream I've ever done. And I don't want to humble brag, I don't want to congratulate myself, but I like to believe, okay, and this is believing in you guys, this is not me congratulating myself. The people that said that I should monetize so they can donate to support the channel in the previous streams that I never monetized, I like to think that this is the result of you guys believing in me through those streams from then till now. And it means a lot. No, but it's a lot of money, man. Like, I'm not gonna lie and say this isn't a generous donation, because anyone with that amount of money could spend it on something that they really love and appreciate it. Some people in certain situations in the world could spend this on a lot of food. Like food for a few days or if not a week. So it means a lot that you would donate to me. Any amount, because I don't know how much you guys have, how much money you're sitting on. It's just a lot of money, and I can't believe. I'm sincere and I'm genuine about this, guys. I never expected this much. I'm not going to lie, I understand that people wanted to donate because they told me that they would like to if I was monetizing my videos. But I did not expect this amount. Again, with the mod, if you donate for the mod, I am going to talk to the other guys about what I can do to help them. Don't keep the tally, man. I need to look at this later. I'm just gonna be like... This is just a lot of money. You guys are making me... Oh my gosh. I didn't know the fan base of Duels of the Roses were people who have people are so generous and rich. I didn't expect this. Full-time YouTube. I'm working towards full-time YouTube. I need 10 times what I get in views and stuff now to reach a point where I can sustain that. So I'm going to be getting a part-time job in the meantime. I will say though, because I feel bad if I were to stream to sustain via donations, but I genuinely love streaming, and I want to stream a few times a week. I wish I said this before all these donations, because now it seems kind of like... but I love streaming more than anything else because I have so much to say all the time. I like chatting. Interacting with you guys means so much more to me than anything else. Like, I'm passionate about reaching people and talking to people on a real capacity. So the fact that you guys support this is just crazy. If I hadn't built up a thicker skin, I probably would be crying right now, because I got very, very close before. Let's go Blitz. Thank you so much. Again, thank you for playing. I want to again thank everyone for playing the mod, because, look, donations aside, this was a passion project. My whole life, all I've thought about whenever I played this game is how much better it could be. And oh my god. Sorry, there's a bit dodgy back scratch. It looked like I was scratching my ass. I mean, yeah, you can watch that video now, or you can watch it later and hang around and watch that. I don't know, fall asleep to it. I don't even remember. The episode would be beating the final boss, I think. But yeah, the new episode should be up now. I queued all these, so what I wanted to do, I'm gonna be transparent with you guys. The plan was, so we recorded the developer commentary across Christmas and New Year's, and they agreed to do it and help me, and I asked them, do you guys want anything now that I'm monetizing these videos? They were they were kind enough, they understand what's going on, to say no. They were happy to help me out in their own capacity and be part of this. So, so I scheduled these to upload once a day because I wanted people to understand the schedule of coming back to the same time every day and expecting a new video, and the series where you follow along. And because this is stretched across like 15 or so, spoiler, episodes, I wanted to use this time to prepare myself to do more videos. I've conceptualized a bunch of videos. I've conceptualized a weekly schedule of at least 3 videos, not including streams. And I have done scripts, and I'm recording stuff currently. I've only fully rendered 1 video. But I want to build up the schedule so you guys... Again, this is why I do appreciate the help, the money you guys are giving me, because I know I'm not perfect at this. I haven't done a schedule in ages. It's taken me a long time to get back into the rhythm of things, because I haven't done daily uploads or anything in a while. But I want this to be a channel where you guys can realistically expect Again, sorry, Abdo, I know you're here. I'm all over the place. I've got so many things to talk about. I will get back to your comment, though. What was I fucking talking about? Maybe I should just talk about your comment now, because I completely forgot what I was talking about. But it's so fucking good. Good. When someone's swearing, you know that they mean it. Again, this mod was a confidence thing. Again, I need to emphasize, because I'm going to talk a lot about myself, because at the end of the day, I made a lot of the decisions in the game that eventually mattered. But again, I could not have done anything or made any decisions without the other guys, so it's very important to know that we are a team of 4. There's no way I could have produced the result of my passion project, even before people agreeing it was good, praising it, or whatever. The fact that this year, out of this fucking turmoil of the COVID-19 bullshit everyone's facing, was able to end on such a high note of just releasing this project I always wanted to release was already enough. Then I was blown away by all the feedback and people telling me that they understand. I was literally connecting with people. See you later, Zero. Thank you so much for being here. I'm sorry I have to just keep talking because I just got so much to say for all you guys. I have people coming to my Discord and messaging me saying me how much... No, I don't want to take donations for the mod because, again, this isn't our game and this is a passion project. We were all happy to do this for free. Okay? My goal, and I'm serious about this, right? And this helped me get over ego things and letting other people help and giving other people credit, which admittedly, before this sort of thing, I had difficulties doing. I really wanted this to be a personal thing, but I understood at some point I could not do it without the help of others. Hello, Michael. How's it going? I was talking about the mod right now. It always goes back to the mod, doesn't it? So, it was fulfilling enough to release a version of this game that showed for all the good qualities I had that I always saw in the game. It was almost like one of your friends or your brothers or your children, you know, helping them to their full potential. I know that's a crazy analogy, but the game is very personal to me, obviously. We've discussed. Over 1,000. I don't believe this. This is ridiculous. I just actually don't believe this. The mod. Yeah, the Duels of the Roses Redux mod. Have you not... Are you here because of the, Duels of the Roses content? Because if you don't know about the mod, I think we need to fill you in. Because we're just talking about it. So, yeah. The thing about the mod is, it was... I don't think it's 1,000. I think it feels like a few hundred, but it's already way more than... I mean, fucking, I would be... If that was like $10 total... The 700 was South African dollar. So I think that ended up equaling 40 or something, which was still one of the biggest donations. And the $50 Brazilian is... I don't think it's even 10 Australian. But it's still... Again, this is a lot of money. Like, I don't want to... The 50... No, the 700 was a bit more than 9 USD. Anyway, shit, sorry, guys. Guys, I'm sorry. Let me be transparent again with the mod. So, why I wanted to make a dream game for myself. I wanted to make the game that I always wanted to play. But when you're consciously sitting there making all the decisions... Also, it's funny, Salt Iron, because that emoji looks exactly like your avatar. So anyways, because I'm the person making all these decisions, what enemy maps are, what the deck is, and actually actively creating problem solving for the rest of the game so I know what to do if I'm stuck in any situation. No need to apologize, it's fine. You apologize to me when you donate $100 US, like, you don't have to, okay? You don't have to. Everything is good for everyone who's just here. Like, this is crazy. 5-6 hours ago, when I was quitting or signing myself off, I didn't even think I was going to be streaming now, but I feel like I had so much, I was in such a good mood, I really wanted to stream and get some stuff off my chest. Let me go back to this topic though, because this is really important. So, the dream game for me, it's hard to play it for the first time. 20 Bitcoin, Jesus Christ. Hard for me to enjoy this as if I'm playing the dream game for the first time, because I know all this stuff. Cameron, thank you so much. I'm happy for myself too. We're moving on from the shackles known as the golden handcuffs, and we're propelling ourselves into the future where you guys are showing this appreciation, even if you're just here. Any positive comment is just insane. Dakota, holy crap. Congrats on quitting the job. Here's $5. I love that, man. Thanks. Look, I will promise the best. I will promise to keep up the great work as much as I possibly can for you guys. Especially with these donations, I feel even more of an obligation than I already did. I was trying to do this for, you know, my own integrity and being like, I want to promise you guys better content to show that I want to take the YouTube game seriously. Now you guys are being so generous to me, and it means a lot that you guys believe in me and want me to continue. It means a lot. So, Michael, don't get me doing this shit again. Oh, dude, thank you so much. Man, thank you guys so much. And every little bit is just a huge thing, because this is your money and you're giving it to me. This is just absolutely crazy, and I did not expect any of this. Thank you so much. I don't know if there's anything I can say that is more genuine to you guys than thank you. Please let me know. I feel like I'm a broken record at this point. But I'm kind of speechless, if I'm being honest with you. I did not expect this. I did not anticipate this level of donations and stuff like that. So thanks so much. Like, every little bit is such a big token of appreciation that you guys would send me money that you've worked for or you've raised yourself. It's massive. It doesn't matter if it's $5, $10, 5 cents. Really appreciate it. Shall I continue talking about the mod? So from talking about me making my dream game and what I always wanted Duels of the Roses to be, I knew I couldn't experience this for the first time. So I was happy to donate to others. Donate. Just the word donate is ingrained in my brain now because you guys are just going crazy. Like, it just... Oof, okay. Oh my god. I feel bad. Anyway. So I wanted to live through a first experience of the game vicariously through other people that have no idea. So every single day where I had so much on my mind, you guys know me, I've been chatting for 3 hours about just random stuff. I always have stuff to say. Okay, look, this has to be the last one, man. You're going insane. You've already given me so much. I think the most out of everyone, and I cannot believe you're this generous. I'm hoping this is like spare money from like your drawings or commissions or something, because please do not drag yourself into debt because of me. This is just... There's like a bug here. Holy crap. The bug wants to fucking celebrate the donation. How's it going? Just... Okay. Just thank you again. I don't know what to say at this point. I'm running out of words. I can only say thanks, and I appreciate so much before I feel like I'm a bit of an imposter. I'm just being like, you know, automating words. Oh my god. Okay. I don't know, maybe save it for another stream. Just, at least for now, just put the wallet away, please. Please stop. You know you've already done more than enough, man. I don't know what to say. I don't know how to help or how to pay you back for this, because this is just crazy. Okay. Am I allowed to finish what I was saying? Yeah, no, this isn't no fucking Among Us shit, okay? I would never be the imposter in that game. I couldn't do it, because I don't like betraying people, okay? I don't like betraying people. Sam Droid, hello. And another one, what are you doing? I don't have words anymore. What is going on? What are you guys doing? Just... Do I need to beg you to stop? I don't believe this. I really need to talk to the other guys who worked on the mod about this. I feel so bad. I feel great. I'm not gonna lie, but at the same time, I'm like, jeez. Oh my god. Thanks so much. I can't... Please tell... Look, if you don't... Can you please tell me to say something other than thank you? I want to actually communicate to you guys. Sorry, but I just looked at the total that actually shows me on the screen, and I'm just like, oh. Oh my god. What are you guys doing? You guys are killing me. I don't believe this. Is this a fucking dream and I'm gonna wake up? After the last few days and just everything that's been going on, I don't know. I don't believe. Look, I need to thank you guys, because even if I accrued like $5 into the stream, I would be like, oh yeah, that's cool. This is so much more than I ever could have imagined. And I just burped. Sorry. This is seriously so much more than I ever... And I'm not just saying this. I'm not saying this as in... But it's... Oh my god. Master Z, what are you doing? What are you doing? Are you... Wait, this is South Africa. Are you Elon Musk and you just have infinite money? What the fuck is going on? It's like, are these... Elon Musk is donating my stream, boys. What is going on? No, Master Z, just... Dude, like, can I need to thank you more than just saying thank you. This is ridiculous. You and Yanwai, this is so much more than I think I deserve. I'm not saying you guys are not allowed to support. But this is a lot of money. Like, this is a serious amount of money. Blair, you're back. I don't even believe this stream is fucking real anymore. But I feel so bad, and I'm glad Blair's here, because Blair worked on the mod as well, and like, you guys are donating all this to me and talking about the mod, and it's like, I have to talk to the other guys in the team about this, because this is so much money. Like, oh my god. Vintal, see you later. Dude, thank you so much for coming in, and again, I need to thank everyone who just shows up. I need to repeat this point, that the fact that I had a voice and a platform to talk about my favorite game fulfilled me through some of the worst periods of my life, and now we're going from A to B. This is insane. I don't even know how to react anymore. Again, if there's anything I can do to thank you guys more than just saying words, I'd like to show some more of my appreciation than, oh my god. It's just so much doing for me. I still feel like I owe the other guys something, a lot. Oh my god. Yeah, and the thing is, we never wanted to accept donations from the mod as a collective group, because it's someone else's game and assets. Feet pics when. Oh my god, I think I don't have a choice now. Is this the one time? No, let's not get too excited. Nah, look, Blair's a friend. We're just memeing. It's just a bit of banter. I made jokes about this before, because you guys know I paint my nails, right? So, I don't know. I have had people ask before, okay? The human race is interesting. Okay, anyway. Just, Jesus, what is going on? You've been smiling for 10 minutes. Imagine how I feel. I can't believe this. I'm looking at the number now, and I don't believe this. I don't know what I can do to return this goodwill. This is insane. This is more than... You guys know me. I don't like the shill and this and that and the overreactive streamers. I would never do this without some... If I didn't appreciate this so much. And then there's another one! What the fuck is going on? I'm sorry, I really don't want to disclose how much it is. I'm sorry, but... Oh, this is a very... Okay, we have to really read this. Thank you for making one of my childhood wishes come true. You are welcome. I want to let you guys know again. A Better Duels for the Roses was a huge personal... Oh my god, stop, Yenwai, you need to stop. Out of everyone who needs to stop, it's you. I think you're gonna break your bank account doing this. This is just insane. 24-hour stream. I mean, at this rate, I've got enough energy to fucking stream until I pass out. I don't know if... I'm not going to be sleeping tonight. This is just life-changing shit. I'm not even kidding. You guys are seriously... This is life-changing stuff. The amount of support is crazy. I need to take this comment a bit serious, though, because I read the word depression. This is very, very important. I'm not just doing that to try and build goodwill. Depression, anxiety, stress is very, very important to me. So yeah, this is my childhood dream of, I'm not even joking, of making content for this game, talking to people, having an audience about this game, and the mod itself. Because all I ever wanted was a better version of Duels of the Roses. The same thing that everyone loves, all the cards we all grew up to love that we couldn't have, but we all wanted. And it's rallying up a motley crew. Again, we didn't... The guys who worked on this Neon Fuzz, thank you so much. No, don't... You're trying to, like, brainwash other people to donating $5. You don't have to do it. Okay, guys, you don't have to do it. My hands are up. It's okay, I'm free. I surrender. Okay, you don't have to do it. So sorry. Look, I'm so happy that I brought you... Or I could... help curate. And again, the mod, I have to say this every single fucking goddamn time. I could not have done this without the other three guys. Do you know Mad Scientist, Thoughts Are Cool, and Blair? Blair's in the stream currently. Blazix. Black Seas? I don't know, is it? Yeah, Blazix. Almost like Blaziken. I couldn't have done it without these guys. At the same time, I will take some credit for curating, getting these guys together. We kind of knew each other. Not really. Blair didn't know any of the guys before, you know, we're all introducing. I literally use... And I hate taking all the credit for this sort of thing, but... Sorry, gross. I like to believe that I helped get these guys together so that we could all collectively create something that matters, that we can all remember, we can all look back at, because we are a group of people that really care about this game, and being able to contribute something that means something a lot I feel like it was enough reward for a lot of us. God, I'm sorry, but I feel a bit guilty saying this sort of thing because, you know, if I got all this credit and stuff, I can imagine some of the other guys being a bit upset that the money is directed towards me, and I really want to thank the other guys, and I need to talk to them later, definitely. Like, this is ridiculous. This is absolutely nuts, and I can't believe it. Oh my god. We wanted to contribute something to the community back that we could look back on, remember at, and this was already fulfilling enough. We connected more as people, as a group of people, and between the people we worked out with the mod and other people that have come to personally thank me, like you guys talking about the mod and all this stuff, this was more than fulfilling. Matt, my god. Okay, Matt, thank you, but this is... Okay, I know this guy, okay? Not to dox each other, but I need to give this guy back a fucking drink or something. Because... I don't know, okay? I need to, I don't know, buy this guy like a $5 pizza to help him back. Because this is crazy. Thanks so much, dude. Yeah, look, I want to be an advocate for making your own YouTube content because I never had the confidence to do it. I was like a lot of people that never really had the confidence. I mean, okay, I'm not going to make an assumption about everyone here, but you guys ever had that feeling where you hated your voice? Or maybe anyone in the chat who never put their face on camera because they were worried about what people might think of their appearance. This was me at one point, and it's literally because of guys like you, and girls if there's anyone female in the chat. I doubt it because it's Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah. And I was the same. I hated it. I remember I literally have like grabbed people's phones to stop them filming me when they were trying to record like my birthday cake. Like, it's pretty bad. And this, just putting myself on the screen and having a positive what is this? UYU already 210. It's like, it's a big number, so I'm like, oh my god. It doesn't even matter if this was like a few dollars in Australian. I would be like, this is just crazy that anyone is donating to me. I need to find out what this is. I don't know what this is, man. Please be something really, really low. I don't want to be breaking people's bank account here. Perfect. Good amount of money. So, a lot of the donations have been... Most of the donations have been around this. I'm happy to accept... This amount is good because it's... I feel like that... I'm sorry, I'm like congratulating you guys for donating me as if I'm like asking for more, but seriously, okay. Yeah, so $5 USD approximately. This is, I think, it's like a token, right? Not a Yu-Gi-Oh! Token. This is way more better than that. It's like a token of appreciation without me having to feel guilty that you guys would do that, because if I really believed in someone and wanted to support them a bit more than just a comment, if I could, I would... You know, I think that's a healthy amount, you know, if you have some spare money and you really appreciate it. So, thanks so much. 210... What country was this? Uruguayan peso. Nice. Uruguay. Reminds me of Jamiroquai. Also reminds me of that Simpsons episode where Homer points on the globe. Thank you so much, man. Again, anything, even if it was like 5 cents, I would be like, oh my god. Okay, so, back to the voice thing, right? I always hated my voice. I literally would stop people from filming me because I hated my face and my voice so much. And overdoing YouTube content, I developed an ability to see myself in the third person, which is something that I wanted to get back into at some point. And not take myself so seriously. I kind of realized, and this helped me realize with a lot of other people do that I see, and the people who, not so much Blair, but the other two guys, I'm sorry if this is too personal for them, but they generally don't like to have their voice on video and recording, which is why they don't make a lot of stuff. BRB Chores, if you come back and donate, I'm going to feel really guilty, and it's going to... I don't know, I don't want to make you feel guilty by proxy. Just sim watch the stream. Oh, yeah, okay, sure. It's... Don't simp to me, guys, okay? Don't... Can't remind you of Jamiroquai. Why? I'm not that funky. Unless you interpret... I don't know. What makes it... Is it the long hair? Do I dance around and groove like that guy? I mean, you can tell I'm in a good mood, but I've been in a good mood since I fucking quit my job. This is... Okay, I can't say this is icing on the cake. This is like... I ate cake and now I get, like, fucking... a holiday. Like, this is ridiculous. This is more than I could have asked for. Clovis OnlyFans. Oh, do I have this conversation? I don't think I should. I do, but I don't. Let me catch up with other chat before something like this happens. Fuck the man. What? What is that? Do you mean the man is in, like, the boss? I hope that's what you mean. Don't. Oh, fuck. Well, don't do me. Thoughts? Oh my god. I feel so bad. Where do I start? I can't believe what's been going on. I'm seriously lost for words. I have so much to say, and I'm just here thanking people being so generous, and I feel like... Oh my god. Oh my god. The last thing I want real-wise, is for this to get to my head. I want to be as genuine to you guys as I possibly can be. Hold on. Pay Mirror Forces. If I could find a Mirror Force of, like, the original... What was the first set it came out of? I would love that for my Duels of the Roses binder, because someone else gave me Mirror Force, but it was printed later, and the text box is a bit smaller, so it doesn't match my Duels of the Roses binder. So it's a bit different. Colvis. Are you happy? Deserve to be happier. Speaking of skill leaders in the mode, do you mean deck leaders? I've done videos on deck leaders before. If you would like, I can link those to you. Ellie Silva. Dude, again, thank you so much. Again, it doesn't matter how little. Like, I don't want you guys to feel like you have to be obligated to donate, because again, I do feel guilty after a certain point. This is so much. I'm just looking at the number now, and I just can't believe. I actually cannot believe. I gotta pinch myself, slap myself. I'm not gonna do that on live stream. Don't get too excited. Oh my god. Yeah. Look, okay. Here's the thing. Here's the one thing I'm feeling guilty about. It's not that I don't think I deserve a donation. It's the pure amount. It's a lot of money. It's more than I think I deserve, if I'm being honest, because this is all passionate. Just me liking the game. This content's always been founded on that. Same as the main game, yes, but I've added a few additional ones, which I could discuss in a second. Sorry, I'm all over the place because I really want to communicate just the transparency of all the situations that's been going on with the stream. I need to say to Thoughts right now. So, Thoughts are cool. I need you guys to show him some love because he is the right-hand man. Him, Blair, Generic Mad Scientist. I could not have done this mod without them. So anyone donating when they thank me for making the mod and the team for making the mod, I feel responsible that I owe these other guys quite the fraction of what I did. I understand that some of you guys are supporting the channel, but I do want to... I feel so goddamn guilty that, you know, if someone's donating to me for the mod, first of all, I feel bad even profiting, even if it was me, I'd feel bad profiting using someone else's assets. I used other people's tools to do it, and again, as I said, if I was someone else who worked on the team and someone else was getting donations when I helped them out, I would probably have something to say about that. What do you mean, no thank you? Are you saying you don't want... I still want to give you guys something or some appreciation of gratitude, because from the base of it, before all these donations, I could not have done this literal passion project, this childhood dream of my own without you guys. And I couldn't thank any of you guys enough. I'm just overwhelmed. I know it doesn't seem like it now, but like I was honestly so close to fucking shedding tears before. I think I shed one. And then quickly wiped it away so it was less embarrassing. Just like the fact that you guys are here chatting to me and I have an audience to speak and connect with people. And the fact that I was able to do this childhood dream mod with the help of just friends, this already meant so much more to me than I could really describe. So these donations, it's just insane. I can't actually put it into words, and some of the guilt that I feel is not being able to express how much it really means to me, all of this stuff. Yeah, Abdo, I'm really sorry. The intention, I cannot ignore this sort of thing because it's just crazy. I don't want to make you cry, but just every little thing leading up to now. Is it Seto theme? Yeah, sorry, I can't even hear the background music myself, because if I did, it would play via the speaker. Every little thing and up until now, I would not... Remember, guys, I got past 5,000 subscribers without any donations, because this sort of thing was so fulfilling for me. Having an audience to hear my voice. I can't... Wait, is this the, like, Seto... Not the battle theme, but the other theme? Because it's, like, one of the best themes in the game, so... That's why you guys are crying. God damn it. Okay, you're allowed to cry at this theme, because it's one of the better themes in the game. I got to 5,000 without even monetizing or anything, because it really meant so much to me that I had a voice to be heard. You guys know me and my rambling mind. My mind is always going a mile a minute. So to have an outlet of YouTube and be able to do this for free... The organ, the summoning music... Shit, we're summoning demons while I'm being emotional. Okay, so, yeah, back to the main point. Having a voice to, like... there's just this thing inside me that's going fucking apeshit all the time. So being able to make these videos where I get to talk about what I like about the game and have comments talking about how they appreciate the videos, and it's just like, no, I appreciate your comments, even though it doesn't seem like it. And every now and then, you know, I get the Ryoku or the Mirror Force comments and this and that. Comments I can't read. And again, this kind of translates into the monetization thing that I was talking before about. It's almost humbling to have an obligation to be a bit more respectful, because I used to use not monetizing content as a scapegoat. Again, Joey reference. Credit song. Yep, well, we're touching and sentimental now. I made this point a few times in stream before, that literally making content for this game, having my voice be heard, kept me going through some really goddamn hard times. And on top of that, just even having views, knowing that even a few dozen people were watching my videos, all the comments that say that they appreciate it was more than I could have ever asked for or realistically expected from when I was a kid, thinking how cool it was people could upload videos about games. And now that I'm trying to move on with my life and grow and evolve as a person, having this amount of support is... Yeah, why you need to stop. You're gonna make me feel so goddamn guilty. I think you know you've donated enough, man. You really do not have to do this. This is just... I don't know what to say anymore. I want to stay genuine. The guilt and the fear. Here's the thing. If this was me years ago, I would be so scared to not make this up to you if this happened a year ago. But things are a bit different now. The last few months has been very important critical thinking, from leaving the job that I felt like a slave to wanting to go into the channel with a good headspace, to create better content, to try to eventually expand the channel to a point where I can make a difference in the world. I know, but you guys don't need to do this for me to... I was looking at the money that, you know, YouTube was... the payments and stuff for the amount of ads that I was getting. And I saw this, I set my goals, and I thought, I want to work fucking hard. Not just... This isn't about Raid Shadow Legends. This is about me. I want to work hard to produce proper content, good content for you guys, because it benefits all of you guys and myself, and it's a win-win. Everybody gets to celebrate. If I can make really good videos, expand the channel, you guys get to enjoy better content, and I get to sustain myself doing it, and to a point where I wouldn't need another job. When I reach a big enough point, I have more freedom, and when I have freedom, I'm happy. This is the entire point, going back to the title of the video, why I yeah, I know, it's just so hard. It's hard to really believe this amount of money is being sent. So again, as I was saying, a year ago I would feel so guilty about this, but now I pulled the trigger on this and I made these decisions that are really life-changing decisions, and all this time of having no confidence and no ability to do anything and feeling like that is, it's very different when you have all people like you supporting me so much, and it means more than I can show. Funny story with that. Sorry if I'm breaking a bit of going for the emotional stuff, because I still want to be sincere about this sort of thing. I only named myself Clovis Senpai because it was when the Google accounts merged and I needed a first and a second name. So because I couldn't think of what to put in the second name, I just put Senpai because I thought it was funny. I didn't want to be serious. I don't want to be anyone's senpai, but you know what? Maybe there was some truth to that. I genuinely want to help people that are similar to me. I want to connect with people and I want to help them. And this is why I wanted to take YouTube so seriously. I know what I've got now. I need to play off of, and I want to produce better content and eventually reach a platform where I can help people a lot. I applied for a mental health course study. It fell through, but my goal was to eventually help people who needed the help, because I was experiencing just issues of wasted energy at my old job with a casino, trying to help out people that were not so grateful for my help and goodwill. That I like to think, again, I'm not saying that I'm this saint or anything, but I do have good intentions. Otherwise I wouldn't say that, I wouldn't believe that I did. So I wanted to work, maybe with people who have mental health struggles, is why I did the mental health course. So I was willing to do something like study and pay to have that course so that I had qualification to work in this field. And then I also thought more about it. More about taking care of myself and knowing that I'm me, and I need to be my best me to help other people. And this is true for everyone. Very important life lesson to learn, that you need to put yourself first no matter how empathetic you are, because some people here can probably agree, and I used to be like this, but I would always try to fulfill myself by putting other people before me. But it can be very explosive and destructive. So I'm really happy to talk about this stuff and continue and stream longer. But I really need to go to the toilet. Please do not donate any more money. Go to the toilet. Please, please. Especially if your name is Yenwai. I think you've given me more money than I could ever... More money than I expected across like a week of streaming. Like, I don't even believe this. Okay. Oh my... I can't believe this. My head's going to be spinning when I go to the bathroom. I just can't believe this shit. Please. I'll just be 1 second. I really need to go to the toilet. I feel bad because I knew I shouldn't have said anything because I knew this was gonna happen, dude. Oh my god. I know it won't stop you. How do I stop you without causing a crime, you know? Someone, like, destroy his credit card, so... Kisaragi Rain, thank you so much again, dude. Funny enough, Canadian dollar and Australian dollar are very, very similar, so I know exactly that amount of money. That's huge, man. Thank you so much. So much. Yeah, it's funny because when I look up the Redux mod, the real Spartan stuff comes up before mine does. I promise for anyone who's been uploading the stuff, I really appreciate it, so yeah. Hold on. Accidental reverse psychology. I know, because here's the thing. I want to be fully transparent about this. I know what I say can have an inverse effect and that and stuff, but at the same time, knowing what's happened so far, if I said nothing, I think someone probably still would have donated. There's nothing I can do to stop you guys. You guys are crazy. I can't believe it. Shit. I feel so guilty, guys. I don't believe this. I can't believe this. just looking at the number, I'm just like, what? And back when I played Gran Turismo 3, will I ever do that again? I would like to. I really would like to stream different games and eventually break the barrier of the Redux mod and Duels of the Roses, but for now, I want to talk about the game while it's hot. I have so much to say about the mod. Again, gotta say this before every time I talk about the mod, that I did have 3 people making tools for me to allow me to do this, but making like 95 to 99% of the conscious decisions, I have a lot to say about the mod. And again, talking about the job again, gotta relate it back to the title. When I was dealing a lot of blackjack, I thought way more about deck ratios, and I can talk about that about you guys and what I learned from that sort of thing. Let me just catch up on the chat, because I feel I don't want anyone to miss this sort of thing. Duels of the Roses mentor. I kind of am. Funny enough, like when I played Dota, I got a lot of influence I got was from Dota content creators and how they explain things on a stream, and they were explaining things like, not like they were a teacher, but like a cool teacher. They were explaining things like a passionate, just that passion to teach someone something is really reflected into my videos. Everyone appreciates the good teachers from their primary school, the ones that make the school a memorable experience. So yeah. Bathroom ambush, goddammit. I'm glad I didn't get ambushed in the bathroom. That would have been freaking scary. Shit, man. Thanks so much. It really is a lot. Any little bit is just so much more than I could have asked for. Like, and again, I need to say this: you guys don't need to feel obligated to donate me. I see that Quill E said. I appreciate the sentiment of feeling like you're going to donate to me once you get more money, but please, not until you know you're in a really good position where you can blow a few dollars. Because I understand, I've done this before. You have more money than you know what to do with, and spending 1 to 2% of the money, the spare money you have accrued in a space of a week, or however much you're earning or whatever, is not, you know, it's, the joy you get out of donating to someone can outweigh the money you spend on something like, I don't know, a cheeseburger or something. It depends how much you like cheeseburgers, or you like the streamer, I don't know, that was a pretty bad analogy, but, sorry, let me catch up. Stop! Why do you do this? You keep saying you're gonna stop. I don't believe you anymore. You're gonna turn me into one of those donation reaction streaming where I'm just like, oh my god, with the clickbait and the red circle. Come on, man. You know you don't have to do this. You know you don't have to do this. This is just nuts. No reaction allowed. But here's the thing. I don't want to turn into that who shall not be named. I would rather... Yeah, no. I would rather react and risk looking not genuine than not react. Because the truth is, I really do appreciate this. I swear on my fucking life, I never expect this much. And I did not know how to react from the first time until now. And I feel bad that I've created a wave of people donating to me based on the positive emotions. Like I don't want to feel like I'm siphoning money by having this this reactionary effect. It's something that I'm really you know, conscious about, because that happens on streams as well. You know, like a speedrunner gets a world record and then someone donates and then like, oh my god, and then someone else donates and then someone else donates, and it's like, whoa. But again, you got to remember that, yeah, people are donating because they can afford to do that. And some people probably have been saving X amount of money to spend on someone that they like. See you later, Blair. I need to talk to you and Thoughts and GMS as a group later to talk about this, because I feel kind of guilty about certain things. So, yeah. Yeah, swear on your girlfriend. Well, or if you donate again, this is going to be bad. Sorry, but... Wait, who is going? Sorry. Oh yeah, Blair. Yeah, see you, man. I had a really good chat with Blair the other day, and it's crazy because, like, you make the mod and people thank you for it, and you think you're rewarded already, and then you chat with someone you've barely connected with before, and you have one of the best chats of your life. Like, just an hour and a half of shooting the shit, basically. Not literally shooting shit. Coda Hacken, hype train. Thank you very much. We're not. This is an insane train. I think I want to hop off the fucking train. This is gonna be crazy. I don't know what is happening, guys. This is just nuts. Groomy G, no, it's... I'm glad you feel glad that you could, because again, for me, it's not about the monetary value, it's about the sentiment. You need to get out of bed. Yes, you do, because if you don't get out of bed now, you're going to get out of bed when it's late, and you're going to regret it. Come on, you always know the solution is to... No hype train. Don't do it. I swear. Please, don't. Backspace and pressing send. You're on the phone? Typing with nails this long is so difficult. It really is. I think, when I get them done next, I need to get them to file them back a bit. Because I like them long, but when they're too long, it's really, really bad. 5 PM already. So, well... yeah, at this point, does it matter that much? I don't know, I think you still get out of bed. I think it's probably the best idea. Donation to Clovis for packing Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Yeah, I mean, depends on the Yu-Gi-Oh cards. If it's a bad set, you could better spend that money on a better set. Funny enough, I've been trying to look for the older ones. They're not selling the Legendary Collection Game Board Edition, so I can't do those openings anymore. Which kind of sucks, because now is probably a way better time to open stuff. But, guys, I did... I ordered some fake Yu-Gi-Oh cards so I can eventually open them. I can either do that on a video or a stream. But I spent them out of my own pocket because I thought it would be funny to open them up for you guys to have a bit of a laugh at. And I'm already prepared with what I'm going to do. Yeah, go shower and stuff. Go take care of yourself, man. That stuff comes first. Okay. Yeah, Neon Fuzz. Sorry, I didn't reply this earlier if you're still here. Yeah, so the ratios are really important in Blackjack, right? I don't know if any of you guys are familiar with Blackjack, but I never was before I learned the game. I never even fucking knew how it worked, really. But it pays off. I can try to best explain the analogy of how much it actually did work. Yeah, this train is just crazy. This fucking... I don't know what's going on. I look at the number and I'm just like, reading the text, making sure everything's real, so this isn't fucking... Wait a minute, it says monetization is off. That's bullshit. That's not true. Why does it say that when it's allowed donations? YouTube is weird. YouTube is fucking weird. Oh, I know why. The actual VOD isn't monetized, so there's no ads when people come to the stream. That makes sense. I think that's what's going on. Adam, how's it going? I'm trying to figure out how to pronounce that last name. LaRoche? LaRoche? You'll have to tell me. Oh, don't say the first or the second or the third one I said, because I will not remember it. You have to type it out. Because I always forget that shit. Yeah, also another thing with... I'm pretty passionate. I'm not a shill for it, but the AliExpress, I always go on there and buy dumb shit. I'd like to have a segue from opening up fake cards to opening up other stuff that I like, because I kind of buy kind of dumb stuff. The Roche. The Roach. The roast. I'm getting fucking roasted here. Oh, man. No, not the cockroach. Don't call him that. That's rude. One of my fucking bosses when I was 16 called me cockroach and I hated it. I just put up with it because I was a little bitch. Just a little bit. I was just 16, you know. When you're that young, you fucking just go with it. And you're just like, oh, well, I'm working. Otherwise, I'm going to be kicked out of home because I'm not at school. So, that's what I mean, Mattel. Like, me yesterday going to work to empty out my locker, still not having officially quit, to going in tonight, signing off, so I've confirmed to permanently leave my job that I had for 5 years. Kind of life-changing, you know, that's, you know, kind of life-changing. I don't know about you, but, yeah. And then thinking, you know, I'm going to stream because I'm in a good mood, and this happening, this is... Look, I gotta be honest with you, I'm not saying that I never expected any, like a $5 or this or that. No, don't try to beat his donation total, it's not possible. You donated like a fucking life savings to me, man, it's ridiculous, I can't believe this. Yeah, good luck with your guys' drawings and everything, but don't shill me out, guys. You don't have to, okay? I think you've already done more than enough. I just can't fucking believe this shit. Thanks so much. Don't feel obliged. I think you guys have given me enough. I'm serious. More than enough. Thank you so much for everything. Thank you for everything you donated to me. I'm saying that because it's a lot of money that you would have worked hard to spend. Worked hard to accrue. What do you mean? What stimulus? Are you saying that YouTube's going to siphon 99% of these donations? Because that would be terrible. I can't believe you've done this. Is that how he says it? I don't know. If I've heard something enough, I can do a good impression of it, but I only have heard that like once or twice. Some voices you just can't do. Other ones I can kind of do. Depends. Then there's the ones that are like Joey or Seto, where I know I'm shit at them, but I just love doing it to a point where it's just funny because it's just so bad. I love doing those voices though, because it's like, especially with the Yu-Gi-Oh! Bridge series, you can just kind of make up your own voice about it. I worked at a casino for 5 years. I've said that a few times on the stream already. I dealt card games. I dealt blackjack and mini baccarat, and I dealt roulette as well. So learned a lot about probability. I still haven't really given the analogy of how blackjack helped. But it helps a lot with the deck ratios. It was the first time, even though I was already really good, kind of good at mental math and enough to understand things, I never really thought about deck ratios ever. Not in Doors of the Roses or anything until, what was I? Dealing blackjack. Oh, so are people like sending me some of their stimulus money? Now I really do feel bad. Fuck. Sorry. Don't send me money that's supposed to be for you to survive, okay? My god. Funny job. It is what it is. Sorry, I got something on my nose. Ah. Alright. Sort that out later. 7 completed. No, I'm not the slot machine. The poker machines are just manned automatically. Crap, what was I talking about? Yeah, so for example, so in blackjack, remember in a deck of cards, obviously you've got 1 through to 10, jack, queen, king, and the 1 is an ace. In blackjack, jack, queen, and king are all worth 10, but of course 10 is worth 10 as well. So 4 out of 13 cards has a value of 10. And this is important. Think about this. Imagine if 4 out of 13 monsters in a deck had a summoning power of 10. How likely is it for a card to be drawn that has a certain value to it? This is probably the simplest way I could put it. I'm going to explain later how I put this all into practice, because summoning power matters a lot. Because it's almost like its own minigame, right? The AI playing cards and drawing automatically is similar to how a blackjack dealer automatically draws cards. It doesn't matter if a player accepts or waves off a card, you need to automatically draw the next one, okay? It is illegal to download the Dota image user. Technically, yes. I believe it is truly illegal if you do not have the game, which is why I have bought the game. I have the NTSC copy of the game. The laws in your country might be different, but look, I've had this game on a console NTSC for a long time, so I think I've got a free pass. I can't say the same for anyone else, so no, I don't want to play poker. No. Poker is a bait game. Not a fan of poker. I'll just say that now. I never dealt poker, and that was the reason why I didn't want to deal with the poker crowd, because the regular poker crowd is a different crowd than most gamblers, which is already kind of bad, but if you look, it's fine if you play poker, but I know poker players that literally all they talk about is their hands. I don't mean these hands. I mean, I talk about my hands a lot, but they talk about their poker hands. I'm just like, okay, you got one of 20, 30 possible combinations. Like, I've heard this story before. I'm sorry, but I get desensitized to that. But it's funny because Spartan's role-playing a customer for me. People will hit on 14 when there's like a 1 in 3 chance approximately you will bust. Just instantly end the hand. No, the spinny wheel is my least favorite game. I hate that game. It's a giant fruit wheel, and it's so goddamn annoying. Sorry, I'm just trying to catch up. Okay, so yeah, there is a stimulus package. That's good because they rolled that out. They rolled out COVID money, as I call it. What was it called? JobKeeper, that's right. Because they had to shut everything down, so they agreed to pay people out, and they backpaid it as well from when they shut stuff down. It wasn't quite a full-time wage. I think it was like the minimum wage of 40 hours was just automatically given to everyone. So for people who worked a lot more and earned a lot more of that, it was really bad because they couldn't work, they couldn't gain money, and they were struggling. But, and this was, again, I hate appropriating this year as a good year, but for me, I did kind of benefit from it. And I've got to be transparent about that. Ex-gamble, I've never gambled. I swear I have not wagered one thing. A lot of people who work at the casino, they do it to like stop themselves gambling, but I never, not once did I walk into the casino and lay a single bet, even $5 before I never even bet on it. Never even bet on like a sports or anything. What was I talking about though? I completely forgot. Fuck. Sorry. No, it won't bother me at all. Please. Please, if I am dying for like a South American content creator, someone who speaks Portuguese and someone who speaks Spanish, to make videos about this so that people can talk to you and ask you about it instead of me. Because I can't understand these comments and I feel bad that I can't. People are asking me for help and I'm just like, I can't help you. Like, oh, it's frustrating because I can't help, you know. And I've been caught cheating on the table. Actually, no. Funny thing is, you'd think that, you know, a lot of people see these... Yeah, closer to the mic. Sorry, it looked like I was humping the air or something's kind of weird. But I was just hands-free moving. Please make the video, please. We need South American content creators for this game, because I can't speak Portuguese or Spanish. So, anyways, as I was saying, you would think that there's, like, especially you see, like, Ocean's 11 or whatever fucking movies, or where they, like, very exotic and people can cheat very easily. They count cards, that's a go-to. This casino, and a lot of the ones in Australia that I know of, implement an automatic shuffler. So, you can't keep track of the cards. Nobody who actually deals with these machines knows the algorithm that it randomly shuffles. And I bet nobody in the casino has figured it out. Because in my opinion, I know these things aren't foolproof, but there's a level beyond numbers that someone can count that it's just not possible to keep track of. So if they, like, depending on if it's pseudo-random or true random, I don't know. I have no fucking clue. I don't think anyone who works at our job knows. I could be wrong, but as far as I know, no one has this information. Otherwise, the government would shut down a place if we had information on that sort of thing. So, there's... used to be 4, but they raised it to 8. 8 decks in an automatic shuffler. Every time you collect the cards, put it in the shuffler, and then it spins around and then disposes cards based on what it shuffled. So the wheel spins as fucking cards go in from when you put them into the wheel, and then the wheel spins more to dispense those random cards randomly. So it's like a double, if not triple random system. Even, again, another random aspect is that the game doesn't have any control of the player's decisions. That changes the order of the cards and how they're collected across the stage of things. So as you're dealing cards, they naturally shuffle. As you put them into the thing, they naturally shuffle. Then they shuffle again when they are randomly... they don't shuffle a third time, but the selection process is also random for when it disperses the cards to be dealt next. Own an operated recording studio. Awesome, man. You can talk more about that, because I've always thought about recording studio. You can see I have the guitar in the background. I'll quickly say goodbye to Nitro. See you, man. Thanks a lot for being here. Really appreciate it. Salt Iron, thank you so much again for being here. It has been fun. Every single one of you guys is showing up regardless of donation or not, I really appreciate every single little bit of the appreciation that you guys have for me. So I want to just be sincere about that, and I respect you guys back. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing this. I wouldn't have gotten this far, you know. I hope you guys believe I'm genuine, because I don't want to come in to become like a shill. That's the last thing I want to do, and I was always very nervous about that, but now I'm at a position where I'm ready to take this thing seriously, so it's nice to be rewarded for that. So thanks again, everyone. Part-time at a restaurant. Yeah, it's hard this year for restaurants. Like, even restaurants are struggling versus stuff like Uber Eats because no one wants to leave the house. Even here in WA, where Western Australia, where there's no lockdown, people are just ordering Uber Eats because generally less people are going out, and the buzz and the atmosphere at the restaurants isn't the same. And I do feel bad for the people working at the restaurants industries because they've got the really short end of the stick. Good, because another thing is, I will say this, I hope this doesn't compromise myself, but I believe that I could act sincere without thinking about it, and it's important to be realistic about that to keep myself grounded, because I do not. That doesn't benefit me. That's only ever going to bite me on the arse, so the last thing I want to do is that. I want to prove to you guys that I care by bringing out good content, and continuing to just entertain you guys. Like, it's fulfilling enough, and if I get more ad revenue from YouTube about it, then I'm like, okay, cool. I just still don't believe this, man. You guys are fucking awesome. I just don't believe it. I never expected this much. Yeah, I hate congratulating myself, but I like to think that, especially because I don't want to get ahead of myself, I like to think that this is accrual of that years of people waiting, I guess, to be able to donate, because I've had a few people tell me that they want to do that before, and I'm like, nah, I don't want to donate, I don't want to take your money. I still kind of feel bad, but again, I had to ground myself and kind of... It's another thing I realized, and another decision that I've made to make this change, is that I know people do have spare money, and they are happy to spend it on other things. I mean, again, we talked about this before, we treaded lightly on it for reasons. This is a world where you have OnlyFans. Like, people literally have all this money they don't know what to do with, and they're happy to spend it. So, it's hard, okay? This is a conflict that I have, and I want to talk sincerely and realistic about this. Stenley Steele, or Stelle. Stell? I don't know. How's it going, man? Just came from work? Cool, welcome. Welcome for hanging out. So... You're right, this is so right. You have to believe in yourself to do this, or else you don't get anywhere. If I didn't believe in myself to do this, I would still be working that job. I would be saying to them, alright, I'm ready to come back when I'm not, and then fucking cry myself to sleep again. I think I may be crying myself to sleep tonight, but these are going to be tears of joy if I do that, because I still don't believe. Every time I just think about what's actually happened, I'm just like, fucking, what is going on? Oh, so what was I saying? What was I saying, guys? I'm so crazy all over the place. I could talk forever, but I was on a track there to talk about something I just kind of forgot, so I feel a bit bad. I feel kind of bad. Randomly stopped talking. Oh, was it? Yeah, OnlyFans. I was like, okay. Well, it's a weird topic, but... So, you know, when I see people... this is the effect that I have, because I've been there. I've been on both sides of it now, technically. I would see a guy in their early 20s or mid-20s playing games. They're streaming. They got all this setup. They're really good at the game that they play. And all the chat, they think this guy's really cool. They're an agreeable person, and they think the idea of earning money playing games is cool. And then they eventually, especially when the chat's really busy, they have an incentive to donate to that person, so that that streamer can acknowledge their donation and thank them and stuff like that. And this is when I saw a lot of this on Twitch, especially with speedrun streamers. Sorry, I don't want to. I don't want to name names, but this happens a lot. So you go on Twitch. And then you see people getting donations, and then the thing blows up, everyone's suddenly really engaged in what's going on, because it's crazy, you know, money's being thrown around and everyone thinks that's cool that all this money is going to this person. They want to support this person, believe in them. But at the same time, I know that there's a lot of people that are on Twitch. A lot of these people donating, this is like the first time that they've had money, that they have more money than they know what to spend with. Like, they've just first got their job and they're earning more money than they know what to do with. They go to a stream, they think the person is cool, they donate to them. So what I've always been very cautious of is taking advantage of that, because I'm well aware that there are people in the world that have more money than they know what to do with, and they will throw money places like that. And that's where you go to OnlyFans, where literally people are spending their spare money that they don't know what else to do with, to talk to women and see images of them. Not just women, I just mean, that's an example, right? So they can live this dream of talking to an attractive woman and seeing images of them, and that sustains their happiness and everything, even if it's temporary. It just, you know... And the OnlyFans is the ultimate evolution, so I've always felt really a lot of cognitive dissonance, because at the same time, I don't want to stop people from doing that sort of thing at all. I just think that there are definitely people that are young, that don't know what to do with their money, and it's going towards these people. But then there's a devil on my shoulder who knows that there is no way you can stop this shit from happening. People are going to donate spare money that they don't know what to do with, wherever the hell they want. So maybe there's a part of me that thinks I would rather someone donate to me for giving them content, or someone who is genuine, than just donating to someone who, I don't know, wants to talk to them and be like, hey, you're so awesome, donate to me $10 the next month. You can't talk to me anymore if you don't subscribe. I'm not saying everyone does that, but it creates that sort of effect. So I have this awareness that this is what's going on, and at the same time, I hate playing into that. But at the same time, it doesn't matter if I do or do not do this, it is going to happen. So it's very, very difficult. Okay. I didn't want to talk about this forever. I mean, I could say a lot of shit about OnlyFans if I wanted to. But I probably shouldn't. Clever's bathwater coming up. Here's the thing, like... there is a part of me that has thought about, and I'm not even joking, because you guys know I'm not 100% straight, I'm a human being, I've seriously thought of doing it. But at the same time, I have morals. I'm not saying no one's allowed to do it, but at the same time, I would feel a bit weird taking money from people for something like this. I have to be honest with you guys and myself, seriously, I could argue for and against doing something like that, or even attempting to do it. Because people around the world are doing it, and I think, like, well, you know, if some people would like me, who would be happy to do something like that, why stop myself? And this is why I feel so bad, because I shouldn't be talking to you guys about this. It's like... Like, I'm sorry, but... And again, here's the thing that I've noticed in my own sexual adventures. This is probably bad. This is why the stream won't be monetized, but I don't think 4 cents of ad revenue matters at this point, if I'm being honest. I have, Yu-Gi-Oh! ASMR. I could do that, but I don't really want to. Actually, maybe I should, just as a random experiment, and then it'll be a view farmer. I don't know, maybe one day. I don't like to shield, but, you know, different stuff is different stuff. Hold on. Had to fart. Okay. Yeah, so. But the thing is, like, OnlyFans would be a surreptitious thing. I wouldn't fucking shill it here. I wouldn't turn into something. This is the thing. Doing it as a meme, I would, like, do it to see if I could pull it off, and then be like, alright, I feel guilty. Sorry, guys, but you've had all the pictures, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But look, I'm not gonna bullshit you guys. I'm like, I think a lot of you guys, like, we have sexual interests, right? Not that we're going to talk too much about this, but if the video is going to be demonetized, it's going to be demonetized anyway, and I mean, I guess now's the time to talk about this sort of thing, right? Had to fart again. I shouldn't have really said that. But you'd wonder why I mute the mic randomly and fucking look like Doom Guy. And then he picks up a gun and he's like, yeah. Alright. Okay, so what are we talking about? I should probably... No one else really wants to talk about this. I feel bad because... Again, you've got to think about this, right? As someone who really struggled with their job, it's things that when I look at and I see money, I think of things that I have a good mind for, and I know, but it's... so what I wanted to say with the whole... let me just catch up on chat, and then I'll go back to the OnlyFans point that I'm trying to make. Yeah, TikTok's a weird one. I don't know much about TikTok. I can't say anything. OnlyFans is basically a Kuma money farming system, which is kind of interesting. Twitter is just fuck Twitter. Twitch is interesting. The way Twitch wants you to do things for that is a lot more... It's a lot worse than YouTube, I think. I think YouTube has a lot more freedom. YouTube is like, look, as long as you don't fucking swear abusively in the first minute of your video, like, you're fine. I mean, there's more to it than that, but you need to do something really unreasonable for people to get upset at you. Twitch is a completely different story. Twitch, I feel like you can't breathe without choking on Twitch. Okay, moment of silence for the poor lady. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Think about this, though. When you were... Think about 20, 30 years ago or longer, before the internet. Okay, so maybe 25 years plus. People would have worked... People in their late teens would have worked to a point where they could afford porn magazines or prostitutes. So now it's just the current version of that. It's... I'm not saying, like, oh, we should enable this, but who knows if it's any different, you know? Who knows? Well, so you said respect, but what respect was that for? Was that when I said I could have done it? Because I seriously think I could do it. That's why I even considering it a possibility, which is very, very weird and very strange of me to say, but I do want to be transparent about this sort of stuff. Like, I don't... Because transparency is the key to making other people take shit less seriously. Okay? I don't want people to think I'm this angel or I'm some god. I have my own desires and everything as well. And as long as I'm not talking in a capacity where, you know, there's, like, young kids watching and getting ideas, then... Because I don't think there is. There's, like, my demographic for people under 18 is, like, fucking 0.2%. Sorry. Twitch is a metagame. It basically is. They want you to shill yourself out before you get partner. It's something I've talked about a few times. Jules Rose's engine and web browser. Well, good luck with that. Yeah, Twitter is just this platform where people not qualified to have a voice has a voice, so it's very, very different. The voiceless having a voice is bad, because that's what leads you to, oh, what was it? Was that person who complained that someone in Assassin's Creed had a story about they were abused as a child or something, or mistreated, or... So then someone on Twitter complains about it, and then the company feels like they're forced to cave into this pressure in order to maintain good PR. That is the sort of stuff why Twitter is bad. Also, Twitter has a lot of... we talked about that globalism shit before. I think Twitter is their one real fuel fire for anything like those sorts of things. Oh yeah, Cameron, all the fucking ASMR crinkles. I never got that. It's funny, because every time I watched ASMR, like the serious one, I was just like... Alright, this is just someone with a sweater and really nice nails playing with a plastic bag for like 20 minutes. Like, I don't get it. I could do that, but I don't get it. I get it, but I don't, you know what I mean? I know what the goal of it is, but I never really experienced that level of doing that sort of thing. Plus, I don't have a female voice. I think female is more lucrative with ASMR, because the people who watch it probably like having... Either it's like they've got a girl next to them talking to them, or it's like a mother. Which is also very a comforting thing in the ASMR realm of things. For how little I understand, I still do understand that. Mattias asked, how hard is it to get the Exodia pieces? I have a video on how to do it on the base game. If you want to play, if you're talking about the Dota Redux mod, you can get them all by reincarnating. Yeah, I don't want to do ASMR. It's not really my thing. Controller ASMR? I mean, Duels of the Roses ASMR would just be playing with the controller. But, hey, I don't know, I could do it in my living room, fucking cross-legged, barefoot. I don't know, it would get more clicks. The thing is, I don't take myself seriously enough to hate that sort of thing. But at the same time, this was a point I wanted to get at with the OnlyFans thing, right? Even if that's the sort of thing you want to do, attention feels like a good thing until you get too much of it. Respect if I don't do it good. I think that's what I need to hear, really. It's not something I should really be doing. I think the only reason why I want to do it is I feel like I could. I feel like I could really fucking do it. But I don't know. I think I need to phase it out of my capacity because, I don't know, it's I feel bad. Okay, but are you talking about the base game or the Redux mod? I'm sorry, guys, but Exodia are rare pieces, okay? So, yeah. Christian, how's it going? Yeah, well, that's the thing. For the longest time, I didn't think I could quit my job, but I've kind of realized now I'm in a position where I could do it and take a risk, per se, to look at other options such as YouTube. So now that I know I can take this, I'm going for it, because I feel bad that I don't. Yeah, of course, still a lot of BS and, I don't know, gaslighting and everything, and that's the thing, it's all in my head and everything is idealized as really fun, like I'm talking to, I don't know, like someone like me who just likes, you know, fruity shit or whatever, and everyone's happy and stuff like that, but it's not. I asked someone else about this, actually, who has an OnlyFans, and they said it's really fucking hard work, but they're making a killing. But if that was the case, it would be like my old job, so it'd be counterintuitive to do that. I don't know, if I really wanted a side gig, I could probably find people on fucking Grindr to fucking buy pictures of my feet if I really wanted to, but, so yeah. Watch video of Exodia deck. I need to do a new one, not just because it would get me a lot of views, because Exodia and Blue Eyes and stuff always do, they're like the big ones, but because that old video is pretty bad. The thing is, summoning 4 monsters is actually quite slow. It's only fast because the AI never do anything to stop you from doing that. But I would like to make, I don't know, a commentated Exodia video, and just a high quality one. Back when I made all those videos, I was playing on, like, you know, the AV capture card, so it was like fucking 240p or something, and I stretched it out so it wasn't letterboxed. It's the worst quality. It's like, it's the kind of stuff that I don't like, so I look back on it now and I'm like, yeah, no. And yeah, also I need to get over just I think the level of empowerment there is to making money off of my own body when I groom it. Because that's something that sounds very lucrative. But again, like, there's so much moral conflict through it, so, upgrading my mic and cam now? No, because this is a Blue Yeti. I think this is a pretty good microphone. And this Logitech is 1080p. I don't know if I want a 2K or 4K. I actually looked on AliExpress for this in, like, fake 2K and fake 4K. Kind of like how they have the fake flash drives, like 4TB flash drives for like $10, and it's like, no, you don't. AliExpress is great. Yes, it's a USB mic. I actually, funny enough, I bought this because the laptop had issues with the microphone port. But I have one of these fellas. I have a, like, audio interface, so I could probably, look at that fucking dust, that's so bad. So I could actually set up a proper audio interface with this sort of thing. It's funny because I bought that for FL Studio and then I'm not even really making music. Because my nails are so long, I can't really play guitar. I've been playing drums a lot, but I don't have room in here to set everything up. And like record drums, and even then if I did, I'd be like, what the fuck do I do with it? Because at the moment, obviously my priorities aren't with music, and it sucks because music was a huge passion project of mine, and I still think I can give it a fair go. But everything else I'm doing and the path that I'm treading just doesn't really allow time for that. Any spare time I have is more, what was I gonna say? Anything else I can, all my spare time is better channeled toward, like, the YouTube channel and stuff like this. Makes really good videos? What sort of? Because it's about lighting usually. Oh yeah, I hate that sort of thing. I seriously, because I watch some content creators have the shittest setups, but they earn millions of views and no one cares. So I think with the Blue Yeti and this 1080p Logitech, I'm doing fine. Most of the time, the size of the fucking webcam is like this, and you can't even really, like, that's pretty good quality, right? If I had better lighting, it would be even better, but I don't. Lighting would have to be, like, right there, I put a fucking, a lamp or something, and then it's just, like, shining my face. Toxic matters. Yeah, I think it will be as toxic as any other Yu-Gi-Oh game. To be honest. XLR. I always wanted to buy, like, I've always wanted to do budget stream or budget setup videos, which there's already a lot of those. But, like, literally, I'd buy, like, an easy cap from AliExpress. I used to have one, I should have kept it. And just be like, this is how you stream. You don't fucking need to spend hundreds of dollars of equipment or anything. Just download OBS. Do that, and then you can buy a fucking webcam for $2 from AliExpress as well. They're shit quality, but hey, if you want a webcam, you can put it there. I wanted to do this ages ago, but I just didn't end up doing that. Yep, shitty setups and 3 million followers, or just in general, lack of quality control and a lot of followers, and is what I don't like. And again, not to throw Underlord Tico over the bus, because I don't dislike him, but he got a lot of traffic being in the monopoly on Yu-Gi-Oh! At a time where the game was still hot and fresh. So I think he developed, like, what, 100,000 subscribers, and he would still be earning money over these old videos, but if you go back and watch them, they're not just outdated, but just the quality standards are very low, and I don't want to shit talk him because I don't dislike him. You talk about Redux. Yeah, well, you know about save states and the speed hacks, right? Just when you're going to reincarnate a monster around 15 to 20 deck cost, press F1 so it saves, reincarnate, and then lower it if you don't get an Exodia piece. And just keep reincarnating at random times and eventually you get a piece. Just do it. It doesn't matter how bad it is because my setup really sucked at the start. Some of my early videos, I sound like I'm fucking about to kill myself. Like, literally I sound so goddamn depressed. So yeah. Pod mics. Rode pod mics. Let me give this a look. Oh, it's got that slash in the O. Oh, like this is, I think, too expensive for a setup like this, surely. Shopping. 80 bucks for a Rode microphone. The thing is, this cost me like 120 to 200. I mean, because, again, we're talking Australian. It's kind of rip-offs here. You did make a video, and I watched it, and I commented on it, actually. Rode. So now it's the fucking E-piano. Yeah, it's hard. This would always be in the future. Yeah, I remember watching it as well, and you know, at the time I thought it was pretty cool, but I wasn't happy because a lot of it was outdated. Seriously, a lot of this stuff fueled things for me and set me up to do my own content because I noticed that Underlord Tico's video had outdated information, and it made me annoyed that, I'm not saying he doesn't deserve it, or views or anything, because he was making the main video at the time, but I discovered that, or a few people did that, you get bonus slots. Someone discovered that before me, definitely, I'm not going to take credit for that. Discovered that you can get up to 5 slot reels, so the middle is default, but then you would get the top one, the bottom one, and then the diagonals, so you get up to 5. So this guy, and in another video, Underlord Tico literally says, deck leaders suck, deck leaders don't matter, and this kind of stuff annoys me because they're fucking amazing. And it's not his fault, it's the game's fault, because it takes 5,000 years to get leader ability if you're playing casually. So what was I saying? No sponsorship, no. Look, if they donated something to me and I was using it, I would say that I use it, and I say that it was good if I liked it was good, but I would never put minute-long, 2-minute-long sponsors on videos. It's the last thing I wanted to do. Anyways, what was I talking about? Sorry, Underlord Tico, right? Yeah, so he's like, one video he makes about, and this is the most viewed video, uncontested, about 3-in-a-row methods, which he borrowed that method from Gogizzy. Again, Gogeezy was the OG content creator before Underlord Tico. He just stopped caring about the game in like 2007. But if you go back, look up GOGIZY, and this is the first YouTube content creator for the game. I'm dead serious. And I actually got a credit in one of these videos, but it was using an old alias, and he misspelled it. It was Battlelord394. I'm dead serious about this, by the way. Like, I wouldn't just make this random shit up, right? So I have a credit in some of the first... One of the first deck leader leveling things, even though I didn't even have a deck leader ability. I just really liked that this guy was doing that, and I messaged him about it. And I was literally 11 years old when that came out. Like, on YouTube, messaging this guy I didn't know. And here we are, 17 years later. Not 17. 13, because I said it was 11. Right. So, fuck, what was I talking about? So, yeah, anyways, the most viewed video and the video getting the most traffic when you Google a 3-in-a-row method is this guy that doesn't even tell you can do this same method 5 times more efficiently. That's a problem. That sucks. So I had to fucking... I think this was the first video I ever made was the 3-in-a-row method. It was either that or the ranking one. My YouTube channel literally started from thinking, that's not good enough. I need to tell people you can do this method and have 5 times the slot, up to 5 times the slot rares at the same time. And I had to tell people, I had to make a video, despite the fact that I fucking hated my voice, I had no confidence making a video, I finally had the material that I needed. You know, I'd worked, it was a childhood dream of mine of make good videos of the game, so I started by making this video talking to people about how they can get extra slot reels if they grind it out. And then, of course, I got comments asking, how do you get the extra slot reels? And then people would ask not just how to rank up, but how do you get extra stars? And I'm like, I'm sorry, but it fucking sucks. But this is still the best method. Like, if you care about that much. If you cared about the game as much as I do, it's probably worth getting a deck leader. And now here we are. 4 years later, I think it was 2016 I did those videos. Here we are, you can play the Dota Redux mod and grind, get bonus slots on everything. You don't even need to pick a specific monster. You can just play the game casually and get bonus slots. Kisaragi Rayon, thank you so much, man. Thanks again for the kind tokens of appreciation. I really, really, genuinely appreciate that, man. See you in the next stream. Don't feel like you have to come back to donate. You don't have to. I think everyone who donated, they don't owe me anything. Okay, just don't. And it's funny that you say that, Cameron, because a lot of the motivation for me to do anything was because something else sucked. I'm not kidding. The same with the mod. People came in and they asked, have I played hard mode mod? And I would fucking seethe because I really didn't like this mod. I really didn't like it. So when people came to me, they said if I played it and if I enjoyed it, I felt a bit patronized. And it's like, I know this can be interpreted as negative and like egotistical, but I thought, you know, it could be way better than that. Way better. You playing PS2, there's no save state? Sorry. I don't know what else to tell you, man. So yeah. Hard mode mod. It actually makes the game easier. I'm not even joking. It's just... There was no quality control, and... Again, I hate saying this, I hate playing the villain, but it's kind of true. The person who made it, I don't think they have a very good insight on what actually makes the game more difficult and what isn't. So like all this mod and that mod and the other, there was like a hardcore mode. All they did was, they just swapped out what they thought were weak cards with stronger ones in the enemy. And a lot of this was like, for example, they gave the water deck in the game like the most powerful fire-based spell in the game. All these little things just rubbed me the wrong way, and I was like, man, I can do so much fucking better than this. And again, it sucks. Like, I know I'm sorry I'm being rude here. I'm throwing people under the bus. I'm saying this and I'm saying that. But this is truly what motivated me, because I knew, and not only that, this is like an almost Crusader type thing. No, not drama. I don't want to entertain drama, because that shit bites you on the ass. Because people, if anyone has dirt on me from all the fucking OnlyFans conversations, they'll be like, you said this on a stream, and I'm like, oh, cancelled. Anyway. No, we do not stand on, we're not going to do a new project. This is a really big undertaking. I'm not saying it's not possible ever. Imagine if I'm in my 40s and I'm like this fucking... I've got everything together and I got nothing else to do. I'm not fucking worrying about my appearance anymore because I'm all wrinkly and shit. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna do a Kickstarter for a game. Maybe, but I mean, by the time, no one's gonna care about that anymore. It would just be a turn-based strategy game that people probably don't care about anymore. What was I talking about though? Oh yeah, the hard mode mod or some shit like that. Yeah, so, okay, so not only did I think I could do better, but I thought the fans deserved better, because I thought, what is the point of making a mod if you're not actually going to improve the game? The thing about hard mode mod is, like, some of the deck leaders they picked actually gave that deck less benefits and less synergy. And the main thing is, the starter decks they give you have a max rank deck leader, like 5 different trap cards, which you can still duplicate. None of this was controlled. And overall, you have, like, you start the game with a late game deck, and then you verse opponents that are barely more difficult than they used to be. And they didn't change anything else. There's tools to modify the maps, and these mods didn't edit them. The one mod that did was it wasn't even a mod. He didn't compile the mod. He just basically wrote a bunch of cheat codes, copy pasted them, and then the mod is actually a set of instructions for you to enter cheat codes so you can play his duel. He even photoshopped images of, like, from the game and, like, pasted pictures of different duelists over, like, screenshots that he posted on Reddit to try and convince people. But it's just like, no, like, you go into the duel and it's nothing. Like, you didn't change anything. It's just you enter in the cheat codes you put in to change the game. And even then, like, this is the first attempt someone to change the decks and everything, and the maps. All the maps looked the same. They had a lot of dead space. They just had everything that everyone did until this point could have been done so much better. And I'm not saying that I made the perfect mod, because if I had another year to do this, we could fix a lot more with it and improve it, learn more about the game, and go back and, you know, like, giving AI new coding based on what exists in the game. We could try to reverse engineer some sort of shit, but what fake cheat codes? My real first name, Damon, D-A-M-O-N. So I didn't answer that earlier. Young Stunner, how's it going? Beat the whole game, babe. Tips on making the game more interesting for you. You're talking about the Redux mod, right? I recommend, and this is what I did when playtesting, start the game with a different starter deck. If you do this, I think you will probably... I'm not saying you will, maybe this is getting ahead of myself, but you'll be able to entertain a different playthrough with all the different matchups that you have with the different decks. And also with different decks, you'll be looking for different cards. Truthfully, by the end of a playthrough, I don't have more than 100 cards. Like, ever, I don't think. Yeah, good. Clovis is like... It's funny, because Clovis is like... It's like my mononym, you know? It's like Sure. It's become my internet first name, because I've used it so many places, and I have people that know me only by Clovis, and they say, hey, Clovis, blah, blah, blah. So it's kind of just become like a mononym for me now. Oh yeah, and people were like, they started the game and they were like, oh, are the cheat codes disabled? And I was just like, okay, look, if there will be no point of me making all these decks maps, being anal and perfectionist about the ratios, making sure there was certain people dropped certain cards so you could progress through the game, provide these options for grinding a deck leader so you could have a aura of attack and defense boost around your deck leader to build your strategy. No point of any of this if I just let you fucking code in Aqua Dragon and Slate War from the start of the game. Okay? No point. God card cheat codes. Yeah, the fucking cheat code should have been FUCK_U. That would have been a great... Wait, what about Ugu? Oh, right. Yeah. Sorry, I had to burp after saying that. Yeah, the Buku starting deck as well works. That's just like an open palette deck. Hold on. It actually works the exact same as it used to. So if you enter in all the names that would have given you previous ones, it just gives you whatever replaced the old ones. Instead of the existing 17 decks in the old game, we just have 17 new ones instead of those. That's how that works. So just enter in new names and start the game with new decks. Try to not grind or do anything until you're really struggling. Oh yeah, see, all that is always funny. That always harkens back to that Super Mario 64 thing, where you have to fucking go around the statue, at, like, the Boo area out the back of the castle, like 100 times to unlock Luigi or something like that. The whole L is real to... It's so fucking goddamn funny. Like, do people really think that the text on that actually means anything? Like, if it did, they wouldn't have... I don't know. I don't know what to say. And I actually wanted to do, like, April Fool's videos talking about how to get Ryoku and, like, fucking glitch the game out and doctor some footage where it looks like I'm actually, like, I don't know, start a new game, earn a certain card, and, like, wait 20 seconds for, like, the last reel to tick, land on it, and then quickly confirm it, cut that footage into the trading screen, do, like, some crazy menu input, and then exit the game, and then load in, and it's just the same save file with, like, I don't know, fucking Mirror Force in it. Yeah, arbitrary code execution, I think, is definitely a possibility in Duels of the Roses, because it was a huge thing in Symphony of the Night, and I believe that being a Konami game and probably started development around the same time, you can probably do it in Duels of the Roses with all the menu entry. It's a matter of breaking the game, and it sucks because Duels of the Roses is a far more stable game than anyone knows, which sucks because the game still soft locks, but those soft locks are literally just the game doesn't go to the next part. You can't even progress from there. But the fucking arbitrary code execution in Symphony of the Night was one of the most mind-blowing things I've ever seen. I think that might be second or third. The first one is still Is it the same thing? In Super Mario World, where they write themselves a fucking level. Okay, I think number 2 would have been Pokemon. All that stuff is crazy. The Pokemon Red stuff, where you just glitch the fuck out and walk in a random direction, and then you end up at the end of the game. That blew my mind, and a lot of Pokemon, the first Pokemon in general, first-gen Pokemon and all those speedruns, the non-glitchy ones, do blow my mind as well. What else? Oh yeah, but the main one I think was, like, writing an entire level by code execution. Like, what? That blew my mind. That was next level. That was like squaring the fucking code execution to write yourself to the end of the level like it was stupid. There's a difference of code execution where it's like, or you override something and you get like max amount of something that's broken instead of nothing. And something that we actually write your own level from inputs, like that's just ridiculous. Leaked source code. You hate to see it. Everyone fucking talks about Duels of the Roses leaked source code. That's never gonna happen. Also, with Zelda, I gotta be transparent with you guys. I never played Zelda. Never really cared for Zelda games. Any of them. Come over sometime and eat pizza, watch speedruns. I mean, yeah, it's possible. One of the speedruns actually, the Ratchet & Clank 3 tool-assisted speedrun. That is crazy. That's something that I think, even as a kid, I was like, oh, imagine if they did the speedrun for Ratchet & Clank. One of those crazy, like, everything's like perfect inputs. Symbol names? What do you mean? Because, oh yeah, the TA logic functions. Those are crazy. I've been looking at them, and I plan on doing videos about them. We still don't know most of them, but we know some of them. I've actually already rendered a video to be uploaded shortly after the end of the Redux mod commentary. No, it was Generic Mad Scientist. But yeah, he's given me a whole list of the TA logic functions, which is only one branch, it's like the smallest branch of all the things. Interview some guys who worked on... If nobody's shown themselves at this point, it's not happening, unfortunately. I mean, yeah, it would be awesome, but it's never happening. Not a single person has come from the development of that game and acknowledged that they worked on the game, so I don't think it's happening now. It's not like these people are increasing, they're only decreasing, as I don't know, probably, statistically, one of the people who worked on that game probably died. I mean, I know that sounds like really disgusting, but it's a pretty old game. Imagine someone who's in their 30s working on that, and then, I don't know, they get, I don't know, something, some tragic sort of disease, or, I don't know, working in those environments stressful, and then eventually they stop, you know, the whole Japan working situation. Can use that code to force the option the first time. I don't know, I never talked to it. If I could, I would have. I would have forced people to pick the White Rose side, because I fucking put this in the readme, I put it in the description, I put it wherever I could without literally every single thing you looked at saying, start on the White Rose side, start on the White Rose side. And people picked the Red Rose side, they couldn't fucking beat any of the duelists, and then they're like, this game's too hard, what did you do? And I'm just like, did you pick the White Rose side? They're like, no. And I'm like, well, maybe you should. We are the survivors. We're the only people who actually care about this game, so we have to make an action, so yeah. LA Santana. Hell yeah, we've got the guy who does that song, you know, with Rob Thomas, that Smooth song. I used to love that song as a kid. Nah, how's it going, man? Feel me like a friend? Yeah, we're all friends here. I don't know. I wouldn't stream to you guys if I didn't like your company. Like, remember, I know it's bold to say after the donation bomb, which is insane. I'm not going to fucking take that away from anyone, because that was crazy, but yeah, all the last few years of me doing this, just to hang out with you guys, has been awesome. Like, seriously, I'll have nothing to do in the night, and I'll stream a starter deck playthrough and just hang out with you guys, and it's so cool. I really like the soundtrack to this game, and this is me. I'm not going to say I have this amazing taste in music, because I don't. But I'm very sensitive to music. I like to say that the taste I have is above average. And I, as a musician as well, I feel like qualified to say, or like a hobbyist musician, I feel qualified to say that the music in this game is really good. Considering you have to hear it looped a lot, they knew not only, like, I have a lot of respect for the way they made the music. It's not just a loop. They knew how to make, they used certain chords and motifs and all this fills to make the music loop in a way where it doesn't feel like you're not as aware that it's looping, because every time it ends, it starts and it feels fresh. This is a skill that's next level. Not a lot of games have this. They just do background music and like, okay, loop it. Taste of music is sick, you reckon? I've had some people tell me that, and I feel like I can't let it get to my head, because sometimes I don't listen to anything except like one genre. And again, like the funny, you know what the funny meme is? The generic shitty rock band out of everything that I like the most is like Nickelback, and I seriously think Nickelback, I'm not gonna say they're a fucking mind-blowing band, but they knew what they were doing. They did it very intelligently. They picked the right chords for all their songs, and I think they just get it. They know how to make this easily digestible generic music so that it retains value. I honestly rate Nickelback higher than fucking Green Day and all these other fucking bands by a country mile, because they know exactly what they're doing. They aren't doing trends, they were just making fucking songs that are easy to listen to and memorable. Even if they're bland and garbage, I don't fucking care. I'm not saying they're my fucking favourite band ever, but oh man, there's some really good shit. Oh, funny, sorry, let me catch up with chat before I talk more about music, because I feel like I've skipped a few things. Most and best abilities in the game. Again, do you mean Redux? I think machines, high level, 7-star and above machines have a good set. They got 3 leader abilities. A good set is actually Beast Warriors. Plus, in Redux, I buff Beast Warriors. I think Beast Warriors now have the best set of anyone who can't move the deck leader 2 spaces a turn, because that ability is super broken. You can also argue, what is it? Fairies, because they have Destroy Fiends and they have Spellbind Zombies, and they're, no joke, 2 of the most innately powerful types in the game. So yeah. Hold on. Yeah, and Cameron, I agreed! The first side I picked was a Red Rose, which sucked, because a Red Rose is harder as a new player than the other side. You have no room to breathe. and especially when you fucking pick the Cruel deck. Weevil's like impossible with that deck. And then Rex, you use Call of the Haunted to turn your fiends into zombies to boost them 500. Then he activates fucking Exile of the not Exile of the Wicked, Eternal Rest, and he kills like your Ushioni, and you're like, well, fuck. Yeah, I always picked the Red Rose because I was like, I watched this anime and I'm like, I'm not a bad person. I never pick bad guys in games. I never did. I'm just like, yeah, I'll just play the pro tag, whatever. So yeah, just got back. What do you miss? Oh, sorry, I missed this message, Disease. If you're still here, I'm so sorry, dude. Because I read this and I was gonna get back to it. You've missed pretty much a lot of donations, surprisingly, like a crazy amount. Apart from that, it's just been us chatting and hanging out. So now's a good time as ever. Yep, Yugi's Ascension. That's one of like 2 or 3 tracks in the game that are very Final Fantasy like that I really, really like. A lot of thought went into it. Feels natural. Pope. Are you talking about the Redux mod? Because I want to explain it. Like, I want to make a lot of videos about this because this is my passion project. This is like, I'm not comparing this to be Doom or something, but I feel this way about this mod as John Romero would feel about Doom. And it takes a lot of passion and a lot of confidence and a lot of deep thought and all this stuff to actually make something good. I'm not saying I made the best fucking thing ever, but let's be real, it's the best version of the game currently, and I'm not even bragging by saying that, because the truth is, I played this game for 17 goddamn years. I've thought about it way more than anyone else, okay? I have the confidence and the pride to say that. If I didn't feel this way, I would have never fucking bothered making the mod, so that's my defense on that. So, yeah, it does have a Discord. Let me link you that. Oh my god. I hope people aren't going apeshit in the Discord. I've got some missed messages. Pending. Oh yeah, friend request from one of the people in the stream. He's, okay. Invite people. No, Pokemon mods. Again, let me tell you something. I am actually a purist. I hate mods. I never install mods apart from like quality of life mods. Because nice name. That's actually kind of funny. Everything you wanted in a mod. I'm so happy to give that to you, man, because I promised that Redux I made for the fans. I made it for me. I'm the biggest fucking fan of this game in the world. And then further past that, I made it for the fans. Knowing that not everyone thought of the game like me, I did make some compromises. But overall, I was really, really confident. Anyway, so back to the mod thing. I am actually a purist to the point where I hate adding new assets into the game, especially if they don't fit. I hate it. Really, really don't like it. So when I'm making this mod, I wanted to stick things within the same universe of the game as much as I possibly could. You're part of the donations, were you? Sorry, I missed it because all the live chat stuff has disappeared now, so I can see the total, but I can't go back and see that stuff unless I scroll all the way up, and I think it caps at a certain point. But yeah, sorry guys, I'm kind of talking over everyone. The game is okay, but they hate the aesthetic. Yeah, that's the complete opposite of the truth. The game has this really cool aesthetic. It has a lot of things going for it in the sound, audio, visual department. But the game itself, the gameplay experience is fucking terrible. I'm sorry, but they fucked up so many things. So many things that it pissed me off enough to try and make a better version of the game and recruit other people to make mods for me to do that. Modding tools to do that, so there you go. But yeah, I'm glad you like it because, again, I don't want to fuck with the universe of the game. I don't want to add this new shit. It's Duelist of the Roses, okay? It's not a 2005 or 2010 game. I didn't want to add god cards and shit, even if I wanted to, which I don't, because I don't like these fucking cards. I grew up playing Duelist of the Roses, and I was partial to that. Skull Knight, fucking Trihorn Dragon, I don't know, this is an example. Skull Knight, Serpent Knight Dragon is probably a better example. All these things I grew up and learned to love so much, and I'm so attached to them. So, hold on. Want to defeat Toon Deck so hard. Well, you just change the terrain, man. It's that easy. Just change the terrain to anything, and it works. Is it hard to mod this game? It was, but we're going to release, well, I will release the guys' tools soon. I need to do a video. I'm actually probably going to put up a community post asking for people to make questions about the mod. Do that video, release the modding tools, and then talk about the mod. Answer those questions before I start formulaically making content for the mod. Thanks, Real Spartan, for popping in. I'll see you perhaps in the next stream, if whenever that is, or the next video, whatever. Thanks again for playing the mod a lot. I'm glad you're really enjoying it, because I probably would have been... I would have been disappointed if people didn't enjoy it, you know what I mean? Because it's very vindicating when you work and think a lot about the game and people tell you that it's good. Oh snap. All these new viewers coming in, this is crazy. When the disc got too scratched to work. Yeah, I mean, that's always a sad thing. I remember a few times I had to replace some like Ratchet and Clank discs for that. Why did I quit my job? I've been through this before, but it was just 5 years I've been at the same job, and I wanted to break free and look at other options, including YouTube. YouTube's the main option I'm looking at. It'll be a while to build it up, but yeah, that's the short version of that. I have a lot more to say, obviously, but working conditions towards COVID year was just getting worse and worse, and I felt like I needed to leave. So yeah. Sorry, let me go back. Unintentional ASMR. So yeah, with the mod, right, talking about being purist, I only wanted to add, or sorry, not add anything, but just change things and make things fit the idea of the game that they wanted to make. I feel like after playing the game for 17 years, I know what they probably wanted to achieve themselves better than they did. All the difficulty in that game is like artificial difficulty. There's just fucking duels in that game that are non-factors. You can't collect all the cards. This is a huge thing because they literally... I'm sorry, but this is just innately shit design. The goal of this game, especially the post-game, is building up the decks you want. It's the whole fucking point of a card collection game, is making the deck how you want it and having that freedom. And you can't even do it. Not only that, you can't add the best fucking looking cards, the coolest cards in the game, all the ritual monsters into your deck. You just can't do it. The back even says 850 plus cards and you can't even collect 800 of them. I think the number's closer to like 700, 750. And then, on top of that, you can't collect cards that you should be able to collect. Like Nekigal number 2, the game just doesn't fucking let you. Also remember, it's AI, not IA. Because it's artificial intelligence. Intelligence artificial is, I don't know, that sounds like French, like intelligence artificielle. So yeah. Possible to change something about the AI logic? Not sure. We don't have the tools to do it yet. We're studying more about the functions before we know if we can change or add or subtract a function. Because if I could do that, then we could have done stuff like I could make Richard AI play a sword and shield or something like that, which is something I really wanted to do, but I couldn't do that, so I had to work with limitations and problem solve, which was engaging enough for me to do anyways. So yeah. Intelligence. Alright. What else? I think I've caught up with chat for the most part. Yeah, I think so. Oh, JF Pelletier. Pelletier? Sorry, I totally missed your message before. So I'm your part of this now. Super interested in subbing, donating, etc. I think it's an active button now. People have been donating this stream, so it's possible. I will say you don't have to donate to me, man, at all. You're more than welcome to come out, hang out, and I appreciate it just enough. You don't have to, yeah. Alright, sorry, and Mega Mac Daddy of Ecology, interesting name. How do I answer this? Sorry, again, I'm sorry I left it so long. It was probably like 5 to 10 minutes ago you left this comment. I feel bad. I will get back to the bottom of the chat after I answer this. Yeah, so it wouldn't be a very good multiplayer game because the way starting first and starting second is just not balanced at all. If both players drew and played the same, the second player would never win. It's just not possible. That's a problem. You could get lucky, draw better cards, or have a better deck, or play better, but there is, in a dream world when the matchup is equal, there is nothing the player can do starting second to gain an advantage over the first. I can prove this if you'd like. I don't need to put up the game to do that, I can just prove it, so yeah. Eduardo. Yeah, it's fine, man. It's fine. I just thought I'd say that so that in case you go to other streams and you say IA, people are like, what the hell's IA? It's AI. So yeah, it's all good. There's a few reasons why the game would be bad multiplayer, and the main one is that it's not balanced to be multiplayer. It's balanced to be a PvE game. That's why you start first and the bot always starts second. And it's not balanced to favor just the second player. Not only is there no hand traps or anything like that, but I don't expect there to be, but and you think even starting second was always more difficult before hand traps in the TCG, right? In the real trading card game. Think about the caveat, right? The only advantage the second player got was they got to draw one more card when they started. So first player would start with 5, second player starts with 6. This doesn't happen in Duels of the Roses. So here's my proof of concept. Imagine you start first, okay? You skip a turn, okay? So now imagine the second player starts first, as if they were the first player. Then it goes back to the first player. They now have their first turn with 7 summoning power instead of 4. So now they can play something like, I don't know, Zoa, Red Eyes Black Dragon, without having to pass a turn or gain any summoning power. So imagine if the first player just sets a Mirror Force, or sets a Royal Decree, or actually, imagine if the first player plays a face-up Defense Temple of Skulls. What is the second player supposed to do? They never will recover from this. It's not possible. Unless the first player has completely bricked and the second player is drawn completely optimally, the person who starts second will never, ever, ever, ever beat the first player. It's just not possible. Also, Ryoka being legal would ruin the game. You'd have to make a ban list. The only thing I'd actually ban... Temple of Skulls is one of them for this sort of reason, but realistically you'd have to ban Ryoku, because if you didn't ban Ryoku, all people would do is do the OTK strat. And winning would be determined on if you draw the OTK strat or you don't. And the first player, here we go again with the first player thing. If you're the first player and you can't draw that, you just set a Goblin Fan, right? Again, you think, why would you do that? But if the meta was to Ryoku, Tremendous Fire your enemy to beat them, right, this would be a legitimate strategy. You just play fucking Goblin Fan first turn when you start. The second player cannot play Ryoku or anything without killing himself. So the first player gets to do the OTK strat, but the second player doesn't. How is this fair? You know, there's just so many... I could probably keep going and find more reasons, but these are the main reasons why I think this game would suck multiplayer. You would have to rebalance the game a lot for it to be a viable two-player experience, and even then, I don't think it would be that good. Dylan, holy shit! Oh my god. Thanks for releasing the Redux and making the Nostalgia Trip 1,000 times better. Loving all the content around it, look forward to seeing you grow. Thank you very much. I do promise to make Redux mod content. I hope you guys are all here for that, because I really do genuinely, passionately want to talk about the deck ratios and the maps and why I did them and all this stuff. Like, it's really... This is why I'm going to stay on Duels of the Roses despite wanting to leave this game for ages, so... Thanks a lot. Thanks so much for the $10, dude. Very, very generous, especially US. So, even more than 10 Australian, which is extra good. Thanks so much, man. Really appreciate it. No. Don't do this again, guys. I think... I swear, I think I've earned enough. Like, oh, God. Get Ryoku. Yeah, that's a classic. People would say they just never spell Ryoku correctly, and they're like, how to get Ryoku? And I'm like, I don't know, it's not even in the game, so maybe play a different game that actually has a card called Ryoku in it. Hey, Nor, you're back. We're actually talking about the mod. Funny enough, we come full circle. Enough, well, more than enough. Jeez, I should probably use my word a bit more careful. And yeah, starting first is always a problem. In this game, there is not even an attempt. I flicked my hair. There is not even an attempt for the second player to have any rebuttal. Is that the word? I don't know, you guys know what I mean. I don't know. It's just like, imagine you have two people in a race and the first guy just gets to start first. Like, this means that equal people of equal skill, the first person just wins. Like, it's stupid. This doesn't make sense. Fiend's Reflection number 2, Darkness Approaches, Solomon's Law, which... Yeah, see, that's the OTK or the FTK strat that Underlord Tigro did. If there was no ban list, all you would do is you'd hope you start first, and you'd do that. If you didn't, you would never have a chance to win, because you would just do that, or if that fucks up, you land on, you keep, I don't know, Goblin Fan hand, you play Goblin Fan face down. If the enemy wants to FTK you when they start second, then they kill themselves. Did your link post? No. I feel like I would have seen it though if that happened, and then I would have been able to enable it or not, or approve it or not. Work at a barbecue place. You gotta teach me about your techniques, man. You're making me hungry as well. What sort of barbecue is that? And also, if you mind telling me what country that's in, because I think barbecue is different in different countries. Obviously, you don't have to tell me or tell anyone, but yeah. You played 100 duels on the mod? Good, it's a good sign that you're enjoying it. That's really, really nice. So it's just like checking DMs. Everyone's talking about the mod crashing and everything. I gotta check back on that later on. Ryoku. Yeah, I kind of wonder why they spelt it Ryoku when they didn't have to. I am Italian. How can you tell? Was it the nose? You're allowed to say it, man. I don't take it personally. I don't think my nose is that bad, but you can definitely tell it's the Italian nose with that little bridge thing that runs in the family. Like, pretty much everyone has that. But, of course, you could also be nice and say the thick, dark hair. And the Italian skin. The glow. So yeah, sorry. It's fucking, like, complimenting myself. You know, I mean, anyone who donated anything is generous. But I think you took that miles past generosity. I was like, man, wow. She's like, you must really like me to donate that much. It's like, that's crazy. I would never... As I said before, I didn't even expect that amount total over, like, weeks of streaming. So, let alone one person, one stream, where everyone else just can't believe this shit. I can't believe it. I'm gonna... I hope I don't wake up and it was a dream. Because this is just... Everything has been so good. Everything has been so good lately. And it's only going up and up. And then this happened. I'm still speechless. Like, I don't know what to say. Well, it's funny people keep coming onto the soundtrack because I can't actually hear it. I'm just alone in my room with, like, total silence. Otherwise, I'd have to put, like, earbuds in to listen to it. Or play it up the speaker and you'd be able to hear it twice on the mic. So the uphill from here. I hope so. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to say it is. I have that confidence now. Before, I would be a lot more hesitant for that, but yeah. Yeah, sometimes, so there's a bug with Deckmaster K, where, and it's something to do, no one's found this out yet, even the person, Generic Mad Scientist, who fucking found out, like, all the information in this game, basically, still doesn't know why they do this, but I have to believe it's something to do with, when they have a flip effect stun, something like Phantom Duan, one of those cards, the AI craps itself and it doesn't know what it wants to do with that card. So when it gets to wanting to do something with that card, it doesn't know if it wants to defend or attack or bait an attack. I don't know exactly what's going on, but it's always to do with a flip effect stun card, like a flip effect spellbind card. So earlier on, Grandpa had like 2 to 3 times the amount of flip effect stuns, and I had to remove it down to a bare minimum to try to avoid soft lock as minimum possible. The only way I could have made this not happen was to not give him flip effect cards. But the truth is, if I didn't make him this way, then no one would have ever enjoyed a duel, because it would have just been a crap duel and it would have just been there. So I took the L and basically made it so that 4 out of 5 duels are good, and then 1 out of 5 is like fucking just, yeah, that soft lock. Which you can unlock him if you attack into the flip effect cards. I'd rather 4 out of 5 be good and 1 out of 5 be shit, or maybe it's closer to 9 out of 10, I don't know, depends. Rather than all the duels just be mediocre, I just kind of took the gamble with that. You can get it on Taya as well, she does it with Shining Angel. And this stuff, it's a shame, it really is. I wish I had a better solution to that, but I kind of needed to... My solution was either letting that happen, or just making the decks just really crap. My hands were tight, basically. Yeah, Nickelback soundtrack. You never made it as a red rose. Alright, that was terrible. My throat's a bit sore, so I couldn't do the full-on Nickelback. Yeah, throat's sore from being talking off like 5 hours straight. It's tough to beat Zero the Man. Good. It's supposed to be tough because it's the boss. He is the boss. He's supposed to be the second hardest opponent in the game, if not up there. The first being the other boss. I don't want to spoil it for anyone who hasn't played it. For those who know. The other boss is designed to be like the hardest possible AI duel I could possibly have made, just with what I know about the game. I was very careful with that one and trying to make it as difficult. Like, I removed cards, like I didn't want to give them all the immortals because not all of them are good. Nickelback cover donation. My nails are too long to play guitar. I could keep... Here's the thing, like, my right hand is good for plucking the strings, but my left hand gets in the way of the frets. And, I don't know, I think I've reached a point where I know the happiness from my nails is more than a guitar, which I know sounds lame, but look, we've all got our quirks and features and stuff. 5k attack's gonna die, yeah, that's nice. It's easy for him to bring out like 4 to 5k attack Cosmo Queen and just smack you in the face. And I really kind of want that to happen after someone's already laid the terrain down, and it just wipes it all out, and then like, fuck. But yeah, I kind of live for those moments where the players get owned, because then I know the duel worked. I don't want to be unfair for the player, but I want them to be surprised. And be like, oh my god. Because truthfully, no pain, no gain. That's a very simple way of putting it, but the duels aren't satisfying to win if you didn't struggle to beat them. That's the truth. If you just bulldoze your way through the game on your first playthrough, then that's terrible. That's bad. That should never happen. I wanted people to realistically lose once to basically everyone except maybe Taya before you were able to beat them. That's not going to happen, but that was my goal, was for the player to be surprised by the duel. Not knowing what to expect helps with that. But, yeah. You mean the soundtrack? Oh yeah, Ryoku. It's funny because when I first saw the picture for Ryoku on, like, you know, the old CRT screens on my PS2 and the AV cables, I had no idea what it was. Like, I didn't even know there was this guy in the background. I thought it was just some dying guy with, like, a blue orb. I didn't realize there was this, like, demon thing in the background. I don't know. A lot of cards were like that in this game. I never even understood. I had no fucking idea what that was supposed to be like, so, yeah. Also, another friend request, I have accepted that. Yeah, of course I am. As it will be otherwise, I've literally just sat here for 5 hours talking. I've not played a game or even changed anything apart from the BRB screen when I went to the toilet. Yeah, see, Blackluster Soldier, I still had to give Yugi even though the earlier duelists can play it, but it worked out a lot because I was able to give him Dark Energies for Equip Synergy. I don't think I gave the opponents like any fucking monsters that would cause them to brick equips, because then they start... They still can, like someone like Mai or Chakra, not Chakra, fucking Kara Idol is subject to bricking a few equips. He's done that. I've seen that on a stream before. But ultimately, if you don't have equip synergy, then the enemy, because the AI just automatically automatically play combos out of their hand, you need to make as much equip and to monster synergy as possible. So this allowed me to chuck in like 3 dark energies and it went on all of his cards, so it fit the bill, you know. And also, you have the meadow terrain at your side of the field, which all of his cards, pretty much, all of his ace monsters are weak on. So if he ends up chasing you down that way, you actually... This has probably never happened. Maybe 1 out of 100 duels was happened this. Like... He chases you down with BLS, and then you're on the little meadow strip at the back, and you're like, no, he's got 3,500 attack, and he can move 2 spaces. I don't know, I thought that was cool. Why does Mai have Mirror Wall? You know, here's a funny thing, okay? It's her card, she deserves it. That was the first logic thing. The second thing is, I honestly don't think it makes that duel that much more difficult. I'm not even memeing here. I know it's a very difficult card to deal with, but half of the duels, you won't even see it. If she plays it first turn, you get unlucky, I'm sorry, but if it's at the bottom of your deck, you don't have to play against it. She only has 1 copy. Here's the thing, right? They made Mai like the hardest duelist on that side until the final boss. Like, it's ridiculous. Yet they didn't give her Mirror Wall. Why? Yeah, the zombie deck, no Yami or Wasteland. Yep. Well, the thing is, this is why you have Tristan and Taya before her, because I want people to know that they need a solution to beating tougher duelists by the time they get past Mai or Marco. I kind of set the whole game up to be like this, where you need to develop techniques to get to the next point, and then they throw you a new challenge. So, for example, you might beat Taya or beat Taya, Tristan a few times, and you can reincarnate. So you reincarnate a Yami or a Wasteland so you can fight Taya's map, Mai's map. Then after that, you can fight with that terrain card on Marco, but he has other problems that you might need to deal with. So you might want to go back, farm different cards, you might want to reincarnate something else to help you out, and then that's how you continue playing through the game. And I hope people don't think this is like artificial, but by making the game more difficult, it gives more playtime because you're forced to go back to reduel opponents, and I think that's the way it should be. Because you can't explore and duel all these random generated decks in the game. All you have is a 21 decks to duel, and that's the content of the game. There's no mini games, none of this shit. So, post an Imgur link screenshot. If it lets you, sure. I don't know if it does. Someone said before I didn't let them post a link, but you can try. Yeah, terrain spell cards are the most powerful thing in the game. I'm not even like joking here, but just by activating a terrain card, especially considering the enemy always have terrain that benefits them, and you assume your terrain card benefits you, already this provides an attack and defense swing of 1,000. This is a massive difference considering most of the cards you deal with are 2,500 attack or less. The base game, they made fucking game too easy. Not only does like every starter deck except 1 or 2 start with a terrain card, but you can duplicate to get 3 of them. You can cover the entire map with your own terrain, and it's stupid. And I didn't even mention the movement bonus that just allows you to change that. It allows you to have so much more movement options than the enemy, and it just means they are freaking useless. On top of this, the AI never react to you changing the terrain, so they're just sitting ducks. If you change the terrain in an advantageous position, the duel's already over. So this is why I made it so difficult to do that. Same with making it difficult to get equips, it's a no-brainer, because if you can get equips in the slots, once you have 1 equip, you have 3. So you can add 1,500 attack to any card at the start of the game if you just spend 10 minutes in Deckmaster K, custom duel, and it's stupid. Yeah, the link didn't show up, so I'm sorry, but I'm sorry, I don't know how to change this. I think it just doesn't let you post links for spam purposes, I don't know. What's about Jules LaRose that I really like? A good question. I have probably a lot more to say that. It kind of puts me on the spot. To answer that. Congratulations! Thank you very much. I know, right? Quitting job for 5 years. It's a good feeling. Just going in every single thing I thought of why I wanted to leave and how I should leave in all those years, and finally just doing it. I feel like I've been released from prison, honestly. It's crazy. why didn't I up the terrain deck cost with Dark Hole and stuff? Interesting you say that. So, because the intended way to get these terrain cards is to reincarnate for them, I wanted people to know, same as equips, I actually made all equips 10, so that you can reincarnate something around 30 deck cost, and you're pretty much, if you land on 30 deck cost spell, the way reincarnation works is it picks if you want a monster or non-monster, so let's say it's non-monster, and then you land on 30, the number 30, and it's a spell or trap, it'll generate you one of the however many terrain cards, except Burning Land, in the game. So I thought for familiarity's sake, I'm just going to keep it that way. Because already, I mean, yeah, deck cost matters in certain contexts, but not others. If you can gain a terrain card, then it's powerful anyway. The only thing I think that changing it to a higher deck cost would have done is mean that you needed to get a 50 deck cost card or something to reincarnate to get it, which would be a way, which I've done this intentionally. Most of the starter decks don't have cards at high deck cost, but you can farm these cards like Fissure or Shift from Deckmaster S, and also Shift, not that you should, I don't recommend starting on the Red Row side, but Rex has it as well. So if you happen to start on the Red Row side and you can beat Rex, you can get Shift, you can reincarnate and get like really powerful cards. And yeah, at the same time, because, yeah, good point, Silver Snowstorm, because that's exactly what I was getting at. And the same with, you'll notice a lot of, pretty much all the duelists have higher deck cost. It's purely because in this mod, you're going to be getting these high deck cost ritual monsters that are like anywhere from 50 to 80 deck cost. You're going to want to put them in your deck, and I do not want to go to all this effort making this mod, making sure you can get these cards, and actively punish you for putting them in your deck. So I removed all this bullshit like 700 deck cost decks and made them fucking 1300, 1400 or whatever. So you notice the deck cost only goes up as you go through the game, and yeah. Episode 8 in stream, so yeah, you can always, when I clock out, you guys can watch episode 8, which should be the final boss. The last two episodes have been the best, weren't they? Thoughts are cool. 6 and 7 were good. 6 was a shardy one, and then 7 was Grandpa and Bakura. Oh wait, no, the episode after this should be we beat Bakura, because I think the last episode we just lost Bakura because I made a mistake, or did we go back and beat him? I can't remember. It's like an hour-long episode. Why didn't I give Grandpa an Exodia deck? Oh, should I tell him? Hold on, I'm gonna get this comment that I read out to someone before. I think I need to tell him. Hold on. I hope I didn't delete the comment, I can't find it anymore, because that's... Ah, here we go. So here's what I wrote. Someone said to me before... hold on. Remember we beat Grandpa super fast. He gave us a very easy duel, but it was fine because him and also, spoiler, Yugi, he didn't play like spam Mirror Force, Revival Mirror Force, which is all people talked about. We didn't even need to show people that because everyone has experienced that shit at some point in their life. Yeah, the duels, we had really easy duels, especially, plus we had the terrain advantage on those duels, the dark, so we were able to actually, we're speedrunners, we know how to take advantage of terrain, that's just a fact. So it made it a lot easier, which, that has a snowball effect. The easier we could kill them, the less we have to risk dealing with mirror forces and stuff like that. Another Redux 2, no, look, seriously, I don't know how we're supposed to make this game that much better than it already is, from what we know and do that today. And if we're going to make Redux 2 and do all this and that and the other, that would be... I don't know how we go about that, because we just have to replace this game with another game that's kind of the same but different. We can't really make it that much better with what we know, so it's probably not going to happen. Anyway, so, sorry, someone asked, oh yeah, why didn't give Grandpa an Exodia deck? This is the whole identity. Before I even go into more detail, I want to say it is basically impossible to give the AI an Exodia deck that functions. As my comment was, most players actually disagree with the fact that he should have been an Exodia deck. I think most people, at least from all the feedback I had, generally agreed that the deck improved. So, almost every single duel that Grandpa plays, he actually makes it impossible himself to play Exodia. If he plays even 2 monsters behind him to his left, he already cannot bring more than 4 limbs out, because you can only play up to 5 monsters, and the enemy will not actively remove these monsters from the field to make room for limbs. So the duel is just designed terribly, and only unless he draws all the Exodia pieces before anything else will you ever see Exodia. As the AI doesn't care to rush into it, like it doesn't dump cards sentiently to play Exodia. So yeah, if he ever puts 2 monsters down behind him to the left, if you just go up to your left, his right, and you go behind him and smack his deck leader, it is impossible for him to play Exodia, and it just ruins the whole thing. And he just automatically will play monsters down his left if he draws them, so there's nothing you can stop. He has to, there's probably, I don't know the probability, but it's like fucking less than 1% that he would actually play Exodia without you having any actions. So yeah. Also, the guy said that, you know, it's exciting because you don't know how many parts he said, but him playing Exodia pieces is the most telegraphed thing in the game besides Richard's Acid Trap Hole. He always does the exact same thing when he does it. It's extremely predictable, and it's not very fun or engaging because you know exactly what he's doing, and his only strat and his only win condition is Exodia, and he never plays Exodia. This isn't word for word what I commented, but I'm reading this to remember the points that I said when I was typing it out. Personally, I'm disappointed in the base Exodia duel, which is why I changed it. That was the guy who left that comment was the first person ever to comment that the base Grandpa duel is good. I swear, I'm not trying to blow smoke up my ass here. And then he said it's disappointing that he has to now play. He said it was disappointing. These are his own words. He was like disappointed that he now has to play Exodia to witness the power of Exodia. And I'm like, I'm sorry you have an incentive to play Exodia. That's, if you think that sucks, well, I'm sorry, but go play Exodia then. Alright, let me scroll up a little bit. Try to do a special. Thank you so much. I don't want to I need to stay humble and say that Shardy ended up being better than I thought it was going to be. That duel just worked, and it fucking kudos is all I can say. Tribute monster fusions? Do you mean ritual monster fusions? All of them have it. There is a fusion for every single ritual in the game, as far as the last update is concerned. Because I did mess one of those up. Chain! Hey Clovis. Now topic. Yeah, so I already went through this. I can give you the short version. Plans are now to focus on YouTube and build it up so I can, that's my main job. That's going to take me a while, so I got to find another part-time job in the meantime to sustain myself through this until I build it up YouTube, but YouTube's my #1 priority now. It's basically the short version of that. So yeah. Yeah, the thing is with Redux 2 is like I can't give 21 unique duels to the point where it will just not fit the game anymore, and it wouldn't be Redux. Because the point of Redux was to try and be faithful to the original universe of the game. Okay? So, for example, giving Yugi a deck and Seto a deck that uses their ace monsters, and then the other duels that are themed, making them just better with more synergy and working everything within the same universe of the game. Yeah, I kind of agree, Nor, and it's like, again, I don't think it's awful for me to say this is the best duel, because it's only, I think, the best out of the 21. You know, there's always going to be, no matter what people think of how good and how bad the decks are, or sorry, the enemy duels, there's always going to be a best one and a worst one. I would be humbled, and I would take it on the chin if anyone said what the worst duel was. I would probably agree with them, because the fact is not all the duels are as good as the other duels. Some of them are definitely better than others. And yeah, exactly. If I could have made a good Exodia deck, I could have, but it's just not possible. For example, if you give any of the AI that know how to play Exodia 3 copies of the cards, it just doesn't work. Because they start playing the same limb around them. It's just really, really bad. Either that, or I think they don't play the card if it's on the field anymore, so they just brick. I don't know, there was definitely problems with that. I tried it once. I shouldn't bite this. Bit of skin at the end of my nail, I need to cut this. That was a bit loud, sorry. Which fight do I enjoy the least? It's a good question because I think there's a few candidates. Yeah, thanks, Nor. It's funny because I hate like being like, yeah, I made these better duels, but truthfully, the duels kind of sucked in the base game. The one duel I think that's better in the base game than the new one is probably Pegasus, because that is just an iconic duel. I can't really refute that, but my idea was to make something different, because otherwise it would have been the exact same duel, but with better ratios of cards, and it was kind of boring, so I tried for something different. Which again, people, I am honestly happy if people say that the duel I made for Pegasus is not as good or the same. It's different. When someone says Exodia is better than the new one, I'm like, well, you're actually wrong. But when people say about the Pegasus, it's like, yeah, that's cool, man. Like, that's totally valid, because that Pegasus duel is really cool and the most memorable duel in the game, and I can't really argue against that. What are the least favorite duels? It's such a strange question, because again, I did try to make everything as good as I could. Have I seen Attack on Titan? No, I actually don't watch anime, surprisingly. Yeah, Pegasus is like a boss. I don't know what they were thinking with that guy. They made him so difficult. Fight I enjoyed the least? Maybe Yugi. I'm talking about Redux, by the way. Yugi is a candidate. Also, unfortunately, Seto. I generally breeze past Seto because your deck's that strong, and he doesn't always play correctly. And there's nothing... It's one of those few decks where he needs a bit of a setup, but you can kind of just run straight at him. You just move to the left and run straight at him, and you kind of smack him in the face before he... If you can beat over, like, the second strong monster he plays, there's no real answer to it. Seto's strength is when you play opposite to him and give him space. Then it becomes this really cool duel. But for Yugi and Seto, I had to stick to their things, and there was kind of problems with that. For example, Seto, I would like to have given him Hourglass of Courage and Mystical Elf, so we could buff the crap out of his monsters. But if I gave him both, then he would just fuse them and make Dark Witches. So I had to pick one or the other, and eventually I picked Mystical Elf for the synergy with that, and then eventually, yeah, made the Hourglass of Courage the hidden card, slot only, because it's just a powerful card, and I think it should be more rare than a slot drop from an enemy. So, yeah, those were hard. I spent a lot of time making those as best as I could. I literally redesigned the entire Stonehenge around not being able to rush towards Seto or do that manipulation that speedrunners do. Actually, at new cards, no, it's not. I mean, it would technically be possible, but not within our constraints or our knowledge or anything, or any level of effort that volunteers are willing to do. And there's other problems, such as adding new things into the game means you couldn't patch it, so we would have to redistribute a fucking ISO of the game that's not ours, and that is not legal. So, yeah. We could have changed some effects around, but that's also a massive, massive workload, and honestly, that's the one thing I didn't want to change. I wanted people who experience with the game to know exactly what all the cards do and not change any of that. I only really changed deck cost for balance purposes. Yeah, so because he never ever fucking plays Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. Never. I mean, it's possible. It is literally possible. But it never happens. So instead, I give him a hard Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon in his hand, because I know this is the highest summoning power card he can possibly play, and he's always drawing monsters. So he will never play this until he builds up the summoning power to play it, and he has free space to do so. So he still brings it out relatively late, but he doesn't have to meet this condition of having 3 Blue Eyes on the field and a ritual card. He just needs to draw the Ultimate Dragon and then have the summoning power to play it, and then he plays it. No, and it's fine. Questions if they put me on the spot. I'm happy to answer them. It's just more... I wish I had more to say, because there's other examples, like Ishtar. Ishtar was always the worst duel in the mod by a margin, and it took me, like, I think 4 or 5 times to... like, of completely different duels to get that duel right, and I hope people like that duel, because that was the last one I completed. She was seriously the last person that I started doing duels on, and she's the last one I finished. And I had to change her so many times. Yeah. And it's fine, man, you're allowed to ask questions, and I'm happy to answer them. I'm more than happy to answer them. And you're asking good questions, honestly. You're asking very reasonable and acceptable questions. So yeah. Well, you're pretty good at English now, man. All your comments I've been able to read them perfectly. So you're doing something right. But yeah, it's funny because some of the best duels were the ones that required the least problem solving. And it's hard to say this because not everyone had a good experience with the Zero the Mant duel, but I reckon that was one of the better ones in the game. I was really proud of that one, and the ball just kind of dropped. I had no idea what I was doing until one night within the space of a few minutes. All these ideas I had in my head just connected and fucking worked, and I'm so proud of that duel. Again, I'm not saying this is the best thing ever, but in terms of the 21 duels in the game, I can say it's one of the better ones because some of the duels are going to be better than other ones, so I think that's a fair comment. Shardy, I think, is definitely up there as well. Tristan, I really, really, really like Tristan. What can we expect beyond your commentary? Any new ideas? Yep, I have started doing script and voice lines and rendering to make videos again. I have lined up, what is it? AI logic videos. What else? Oh yeah, card discussion. This will talk about stuff like why isn't these cards in the game, and also eventually what do I think are the best cards in the game, stuff like that. If I'm being honest, I don't want to be too clickbaity, but there are some things that I've always wanted to do but never bothered, such as like top 10 strongest cards, top 10 weakest cards. These are videos that a lot of people like and they get a lot of views, so it's win-win. So yeah. Cameron, thanks a lot, man. Thanks for saying that as well. I do feel like I broke free, really. Like, it really feels like I had this weight on me and I'm free now. So thanks so much for hanging out, dude. Really appreciate it. And I'll see you next time, man. Or you can always message me on Discord now that you've got me on there. What else was I saying? Oh yeah, so, what else? What other ideas did I have? Yeah, so I've actually scripted for, oh yeah, I'd love... One of the card discussion videos I have is, like, why your favorite card sucks in Duels of the Roses, and I'm literally just gonna... That's gonna be the most cathartic video ever where I talk about how fucking terrible stuff like Pumpkin is, and, you know... and that's gonna get more meta than just this and that, I'm actually gonna say, because you're robbing yourself of an experience by just cheating your way through the game based on the AI's experience. I've got a lot to say about that card, obviously. I could do a whole video on why Pumpkin sucks, without even needing to mention anything else. I could do a whole video on, like, fucking Dancing Elf and why it's broken if I wanted to. Sorry. Something in my eye. Like, literally, I am eventually going to do that. And it's going to get clicks, it's going to get dislikes, but dislikes contribute just as much as likes. People don't know that. So anything that you... If you bait clicks and you bait dislikes and you bait negative comments, they help you just as much as positive ones. Yep, and see, this is why Pegasus is such a good duel. I feel like they knew everything the player was going to do, and that's the one duel where they're like, you don't get to do these things anymore. And then that's why I like that duel so much, because it's not you versus a bunch of fucking random cards. Pegasus, you actually have to problem solve to beat that duel. And that's something all the other 20 duels, I reckon, are lacking. You consider something like, what, the Skull Knight boss. The problem solving, oh, you just go through the middle and attack him with 1400 attack over and over and over and over and over again. Dislike all videos. You dislike mine, someone instantly dislikes mine. And it's funny because they do it in a spiteful way, but they actually help me. So I'm like, okay, cool. Yeah. Right, Pumpkin sucks in Duels of the Roses. Unironically, we'll probably do that video at some point. It sucks when you have so many ideas and you don't know what to do first. So yeah. Labyrinth tile in the middle of the map would not fix the speedrun tactic. Yes, it would actually, good point. But at the same time, cluttering the middle and also the Stonehenge, right? Out of every possible Stonehenge configuration, putting a giant rock in the middle of the Stonehenge where it's supposed to be a circle is not what I wanted to do. I wanted to give the Stonehenge more credit. They had an awesome concept with the base Stonehenge, but I reckon it could have been even better because really Stonehenge is like 2 rings of rocks actually. It's more complex than the game makes it out to be. The game, I know they use their imagination. I still like Stonehenge, but this also allowed me to make the other Stonehenges how I wanted them to be. So you'll notice the Kara Idol one is flipped 90 degrees, and that changes how you can play it. So he can go straight through the middle, but Seto and you can't on the Seto map. And also allowed me to do the... sorry, I'm like shaking. Just getting restless, I think. What was I saying? Oh yeah, the Zero the Man one, it allowed me to push it 1 tile up or down, or however you want to pronounce it, depending on the orientation. And, make something different out of the Stonehenge duel while it still stayed on the Stonehenge. And I'm pretty proud of, again, because Manawadon Fablo is another problem-solving duel. You can kind of cheese it, but I want people to be able to cheese it because it's supposed to be super difficult. Yeah, possibly make custom cards, like, I don't know what to say. It's funny because we can explain so many times why we don't really want to do this sort of thing, but, I didn't even want to. Even if it was easier, I probably wouldn't even care. I would only add in, like, really old cards. And even then, there's just cards that don't even function in the game. Like Polymerization and Pot of Greed that just wouldn't work in the game. Which is another video that I'm doing. Actually, last script I did was why Pot of Greed and Polymerization aren't in Duels of the Roses. And it's like, a lot of people are already subbed to the channel and know a lot about Duels of the Roses. This isn't going to be very good content for them, but it's going to attract people who don't know a lot about the game, I think, or attract their curiosity and be like, you know, those people that just played Duels of the Roses like once or twice and never really got anywhere? They might see the video and they'll be like, oh yeah, Pot of Greed, yeah, that's a card, get it, it draws through, like, it's so funny, and then they click on the video, and then they end up staying and watching. Yeah, see, if we ever did add new cards, I wouldn't go past stuff like Buster Blader. I wouldn't add any cards that weren't in, like, the first packs of the game or whatever. I don't know, it depends. I think the first card I want to add was, like, Blue Eyes Toon Dragon, if there was, like, an easy model for that. But the game, only because I feel like the game genuinely should... Like, the game should have had Blue Eyes Toon Dragon, and I don't know what fucking reason they had to not include a Toon version of the most iconic card in the game that already existed at that time. For reference, it came out at the same time as Toon Summon Skull, of course it did. And there's no hyper-confusing effect or anything. That card would have just fucking worked in the game. I have no idea why they don't have it. And I've had people comment and say, maybe because it would be too powerful. Well, I'm like, I'm sorry, but this is a game that doesn't even let you get these cards, so they could have put it in the game and restricted you from getting it anyway. And this is the game that has Ryoku. I don't think they care how broken a card is. Maybe more Toon monsters. Well, we did add some that already existed that were just... Admittedly, they weren't even fucking... They did barely qualified as cards before we made them Toon. Well, some of the Clown cards are good, but... like Cross Clown and fucking Mystic Clown, these cards sucked. And now they're actually viable loot cards. Yeah, imagine, okay, Jinzo... Imagine Jinzo in the game. This would be one of the simpler ones to mod, right? You just replace Jinzo number 7 with the name Jinzo. You replace the image with Jinzo, and you give it a face-up defense effect, trap cancellation. You could give it the same effect as Ancient Tree of Enlightenment, that's good. Do I play the actual Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG? No, I do not. Every now and then I keep up to date with it, but it's not my game. I like a lot of the meta to it, but I hate playing the actual game. Felsicle knows all about that. Well, the thing is, Felsicle, and I know you don't want to hear this, but I think a lot of people care about the God cards, but the thing is we don't. That's the important thing. But yeah, like, I already thought, because, you know, my imagination about this game, I'm always talking about, well, in my head, what could be done with the game to improve it within the own universe, and those are ideas that I would have liked. And I can't, like, I wouldn't go past, again, adding cards like Buster Blader, suck you off. Or maybe not. Maybe not. But yeah, I wouldn't even fucking. I don't know. I don't think people understand. Like the god cards just wouldn't fucking work in this game, anyways. It just wouldn't. Ra would if you could. I read what you wrote. I don't really care. I'm pretty sure this is going to be a non-monetized stream anyway. I don't care if it's monetized or not because of the donations. I think is if this video accrued any ad revenue, it would be 0.01% of like. Maybe not. Maybe a bit more than that, but yeah. Yeah, me too. That's the appeal to me for Duels of the Roses, and part of what fueled me to care about it so much is all those old crappy cards like Neck Hunter and all those random, you know, fucking Water Bottle number 2 and all these cards. Like, they're great. Yeah, it's funny you say that because that's another thing where if we could have added more duels, it would have been awesome to do it, but obviously that stuff is very, very, very difficult, so... you know, I was kind of hoping that you would be able to, like, the post-game, you'd go to Ireland and there would be Marek and he'd drop the god cards, or you beat him again. I don't know. You always want more out of the game that you like, so yeah. And there's more of the top of the island. It's Scotland that you could have been... yeah. Yo, you know me, Thoughtcicle, I'm the same. And now I have a legacy to protect. So I need to watch my words carefully. Which is good, because I don't know, again, I always used to be an arsehole just because I could get away with it, and it's not, you don't learn anything from that, so. Again, you're still allowed to have a sense of humor and be cheeky, but, yeah, there's limits, obviously. But yeah, the whole land content thing, they could have used a lot more of that space. It's a bit of a tease how they show you the whole map and then they didn't use half of it. Plus, it sucks because I could have made, like, there would have been another 5 to 10, if not 15 decks I could have made from the AI, just based off of, like, all the old custom duels. Like, the game Redux mod doesn't have a plant deck, it doesn't have a beast deck, what else? Doesn't have a fish deck, doesn't have a dinosaur deck, actually. I mean, that has starter decks, but you know what I mean, right? Already, off the top of my head, there's 4 decks that I could have done, even if they weren't perfect. It's just more content, but we just couldn't really do it. Yeah, a bunch of new cards, it's like, it's not the same. Like, it's not the same. If you're gonna add in all the new cards, you may as well make a new game. Like, synchro summoning out of the hand, like when, I don't know about that, man. The thing is, I don't even hate synchros. I think synchros are pretty cool. But, I like Xyz and synchros as far as the TCG goes. The only ones I really don't like is actually, what's it called? Pendulums are the only one I never really liked. Do I have Instagram? No, I don't. Funny you ask that because I've never had an Instagram. Bob, hello. What's been going on? A lot of shenanigans. I've had a lot of generous people today, so I've been streaming quite a while. That has definitely toned down now, though, but, yeah. Yeah, but look, here's the thing, Stanley. These were not Toon Monsters back when the game was released. So, they don't qualify to me. They're not part of Duels of the Roses. But Blue Eyes, Toon Dragon was literally released the same date as Toon Summon Skull in the OCG. There was literally no reason for them to not do that. What do you mean, Link? I said I don't have Instagram. Smoke weed and play Yu-Gi-Oh! Every day. I quit smoking weed, actually. I used to actually do that. When I was playtesting the game, I'm dead serious, I would smoke and then playtest, like a playthrough of the game, like night after night. I'm dead serious. And then before starting the second side, I'd smoke again and then start the second side. What else? Yeah, I've caught up to chat pretty much. Chat's slowing down a bit. So let me go to the bathroom. You guys can leave any comments or questions you want. I'm happy to come back and answer them. Psycho Puppet is hidden tune. OP Puppeteer Toon deck. Yeah, it was, now that you mention it, it would have been a good candidate. We, honestly, Thoughtcicle and I we would actually almost get into arguments about what should be and what shouldn't be a toon. Because we had to draw a line somewhere. Early on, we were considering, like, Injection Fairy Lily and, Thunder Nyan Nyan as toons, but we were like, Thunder Nyan Nyan's already the super powerful card, we have no reason to buff it. Considered eventually trying to get some people together and attempt a spiritual successor. Yeah, I did that with the Redux mod. Basically, I'm sorry, but I think that's the best we're going to get. Again, I've said this many times before, if someone's going to kickstart like a new thing, a spiritual successor, it's just going to be a turn-based game with like a card system. Didn't watch anime? No, I actually grew up... Yu-Gi-Oh! Was the one anime on TV when I was, you know, waking up, going to school, and it was the only one that played in the time of... Because I would wake up at 7:30, so the TV would play cartoons from 7 to 8:30. It would play one show at 7, one show at 7:30, one show at 8. I would wake up at 7:30, watch that, and then go to school, basically. I would get ready before or after Yu-Gi-Oh! Or during it. So Yu-Gi-Oh! And I think a bit of Naruto were the only anime that I watched when I was a kid. Facebook, Twitter. I'm not going to share my Facebook, man. I'm sorry. Yeah, I am going to the bathroom, so I'm going to do that. I just really wanted to answer that question before I went. So, be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere. And I'm back. Alright. Sorry. Alright, here we go. Scratching my belly. Right. Yeah, I don't have Twitter either. I deleted Twitter because I really don't like Twitter. So yeah. Could talk about that if we wanted to, but I think I've already said enough about Twitter. Alright, let's scroll up a bit. Not scroll up, but look up from the bottom. Yeah, see, Mateus, all these cards are just way out of the realm of Duels of the Roses. I would never bother adding these. You watched it after school? It's funny that, because wrestling is what played after school. That's what I watched after school, so the day, especially when I was like, around the age of 7 to 8 years old, I would wake up, watch Yu-Gi-Oh!, go to school, and then go home, watch wrestling, eat dinner, play some PS2, and then bedtime. So yeah. People really want what they want, and I think it's a caveat of Duels of the Roses itself not being a good game. Being a game that has potential means all people will see in it is potential. Even doesn't matter what your taste is, all people want is a better Duels of the Roses. It's just kind of unfortunate because the game's released is cursed. Absolutely cursed. It's a tragedy. I don't think people even who play the game understand how bad everything about it is, basically. They fucked like everything they possibly could have fucked up. Which sucks. Because people all, especially when it came out, it was the PS2 Yu-Gi-Oh! Game to own. It was the only, apart from Forbidden Memories, game that you could own. And it sucked, but people just appropriated it as wacky chess Yu-Gi-Oh! And you could still collect the cards you liked. But yeah. That game, again, Duels of the Roses is that cursed. I really want to eventually do a video about it, which sucks because like there's no information about the game, but I think I know enough that I'm qualified to make a video on why it's a cursed game, which is important. But yeah, a game like this with all the potential, all people ever wanted was more out of it, and it's another part of the cursed release was, for example, it was literally released in the window of broadcast of like Season 2, right? Battle City Arc was already playing by the time this game came out. And it even came with cards in the Battle City Arc, but it didn't have any of the Battle City cards. So all people ever wanted when they bought this was the God cards. You know, the draw to basically watching that. Seriously, the equivalent of this, imagine if they released that fucking... You know that first Yu-Gi-Oh game? That crappy first Japanese Yu-Gi-Oh game? Imagine if they ported this to English in 2002 and it had the same promos as Blue Eyes White Dragon and stuff, but it didn't actually have Blue Eyes White Dragon. Like, can you imagine that? There would be fucking riots. No, okay, sorry. I forgot to clarify that Gate Guardian and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon don't have a fusion, I'm sorry, but... Because they require 3 materials, so we just didn't do fusions for them. Yeah, Eduardo, I know this. Sorry, I gotta be like that guy, but yeah, I know all about this stuff. I'm not saying this to say nobody knows anything I don't know about the game. But I will be legitimately shocked if anyone told me something I knew I didn't already know about the game, except like generic mad scientist, which he's always going to know more about me than the game. But sorry, but anyone in the comments when they say, "Did you know this?" I'm like, don't even try it. Someone once commented like, "Did you know there's passwords in the intro of Duels of the Roses?" And I just instantly knew it was bullshit. If you look back, you will see 5-digit numbers, and that's supposed to be the XP. So the XP of your monster was supposed to be visualized, and they removed it. Why? I don't know. First of all, it's debatable if they should have included it or not. Second, it is in the intro. You literally see the XP values of Duels of the Roses monsters in the intro as part of the flashy stuff, and then they removed it by the end of the game. So... like, what is the answer to that? Duels of the Roses developers have a lot to answer for. If you interviewed one of them, I would fucking put them on blast. I would literally say every single thing about the game that sucks and ask why. And I think there will be no answer for it. Yeah, search for the ritual fusions. I'll give you a clue. Almost all of them, it contains one material written on the ritual monster card, plus another fitting monster. So, an easy example, Chakra is made from Visago the Destroyer plus something. And kind of use your imagination, because that's what we did. Thoughtcicle and I came up with these fusions. We bounced back ideas back and forth, and then agreed and disagreed on what were good and what weren't. Hey Sebastian, how's it going? How are you doing? Hunting down the staff. I mean, I'm not going to do on like some kidnapping mission, alright? That's not my forte. Yeah, so, and that's another thing, Nor, right? The game didn't succeed because they fucked it up massively. They botched the release of the game so goddamn hard. So, it was just fucking dead on arrival. If it wasn't the only PS2 Yu-Gi-Oh game, nobody would have ever cared about this game. Imagine this game, except it used its own level, like, assets of monsters instead of Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, nah. No one would have fucking bought or played this game. I mean, it probably would have got 10% of what it gets now in terms of people playing and stuff like that. Most of the devs are probably on Twitter. I don't think so. I don't think so. No heist, okay? I'm not committing crimes. I'm just not doing it. Everything about Duels of the Roses is actually so sad that we're still feeling the effects of it in the YouTube comments. Imagine Imagine 17 or 18 years after the release of the game, people are still asking questions about how to get the most powerful card, not even realizing it's impossible. Or just like... Here's the thing that fucking hurts the most, and you can tell there's a bit of rage in my voice when I say this. Imagine selling 1 million units of your game. Found Garmsword instantly. Really nice. That's actually surprising. Well, yeah and no. Obviously, new one was Swordstalker. Just imagine your game sells 1 million copies, and nobody who played it gained a deck leader ability within their first playthrough of the game. Imagine 99% of the players out of the 1 million units you sold did not gain a leader ability, finished the game and stopped playing it, and never saw a leader ability in their life. Development was maybe longer than that. I don't fully know. If you think about, if you compare the menu of Duel of the Roses to something like Symphony of the Night, it does insinuate that the game, plus everything in the game, I think everything in the game except the monster models themselves, which are very, very, very high quality for the time, insinuates that the game started development on the PS1, and this is relevant information for the cursed release sort of thing. So, what I think is all but proven at this point is that they were making this game for PS1, and then eventually realized the PS2 was coming out, then geared it for release for the PS2, and then all the development time went to making monster models for the PS2 release, like HD models. You know, got to show off the new console and graphics, because it was released in 2001 in Japan, which is very early in the cycle of the PS2. That's within the first year of release, I think they released that game. And then it wasn't ported to English until after Yu-Gi-Oh! Kind of hit it big worldwide. And then they ported the game. And good for the Americans, they got the good port. They got a perfect port of the game. Arguably better than the original. That is debatable. It's basically the same game. But everyone who... So literally every fucking person who wasn't in Japan or North America got this fucking awful piece of crap game. The game is already innately flawed to the hell. We talk about not getting leader abilities, not ranking up, blah blah blah. Can't get all the cards. Imagine that same innately flawed game just literally slowed down to the point of visual frame lag. The field of view decreased, so you can't see the whole map, so the game lags less. And this is the version that you got. If you're Australian or you're British or any European countries, you get the worst version of a shit game. Cyberpunk's different, okay? All these new games, they can extend windows. They could have given Cyberpunk another year and fixed it, and it still would have probably been a very good game. Because Cyberpunk was conceived since like 2013. It was delayed and delayed and delayed. Plus, online games now, you can just patch them. So in a year from now, Cyberpunk may be fixed anyway completely, who knows. So, yeah. Maybe I should cut the stream off soon. It sucks because I'm having so much fun, I don't want to leave, but I'm going to need to go to bed within the next couple hours, and I want to eat as well. My least favourite part of the stream is always ending it, because I never want to, but the clock just ticks and ticks and ticks. And I do still love hanging around and chatting to everyone. This is literally 6 hours just about of me just sitting here and chatting. I always enjoy the streams, and this stream was obviously, for very significant reasons, amazing, life-changing stream, and I Haven't really sunk this in yet. I'm going to have to do that, I think, after the stream is over. And I got people I need to talk to about that. So yeah. Something in my eye. A little bit of dust. Gross. Yeah, the state of games now is just shit because people can do this because they get away with it. Like, oh, it's fine to release a broken game because they just patch it on day one. So you have a new game, you're ready to play it, and then you need to wait to download a 20 GB patch. Yeah, I would love to make content for the mod, like exclusively pretty much. Obviously the TA logic stuff, the AI logic will be, yeah, sorry guys, let me just wrap things up because I want to answer this question now. So this is relevant to end the stream, right, because it's future content. So, nose is beautiful. Sorry, but when I asked what you thought why I was Italian, what did you actually say that you guessed? Because I forgot. Anyways, mod about the game now. I'm not going to talk about vanilla game anymore. Okay, only things from vanilla game if it's also relevant to Redux mod. So all the logic functions and stuff I still want to really talk about because I love the AI and looking into it and that stuff. All the other videos I'm going to be talking about Redux mod, I want to shill it more, not fucking for people to pay or anything, but because this is what I think is the best version of the game that is out so far. I wouldn't have released it this way if I didn't think so. And also, it could potentially be the best version of the game ever, if no one else puts their foot down and makes something good. I'm not saying it's guaranteed to be, but the truth is I don't know if anyone else cares about this game as much as I do, or the people that I was with. It's fine if you're late, man. You don't have to. There's no obligation for you to watch the stream. It's always nice to have anyone here, but yeah, don't feel guilty or anything for not being here the whole time, because it's always good. Even if you're just popping in to say hi, it's always good. So anyways, mod, the content for Duels of the Rose I want to talk about, and the thing is, the Redux mod reinvigorated, again, I'd say reinvigorate, it's like a pun every time, because invigoration, haha. This mod reignited my passion for the game, so it makes sense to talk about it while I have a lot to say about it. And all the burnout I was facing was because of, yeah, that's what I mean exactly, Stanley, so thanks for saying that for me, because I feel like I've talked about the base game enough, and I ran out of positive things to say about it and only negative things to say and experience, and every time I played the game and streamed it, we get to something like Lab Ruler or Solomon, not Solomon, sorry, yeah, that's his name.
Grandpa.
And just the life would be sucked out of me, and I was like, I need to do something else. But with the Redux mod out, I have a reignited passion to play the game. It's incredible. Yeah, funny enough, I actually have a Sicilian background. I don't know exactly where I get my tan skin from, a bit from my dad, who's not Sicilian. My grandparents on the mother's side are Sicilian, so yeah. It's fine, man. Not everyone has to speak perfect English, it's totally good. If I can read it, it's good enough for me to interact with. If it's not, there's no shame in not, but I just can't answer if I can't read it, but yeah, I can read your stuff, so anyway. This is the part that sucks where I have to say goodbye. I want to thank everyone for the stream. I want to also thank, again, for anyone who catches up with this VOD later. All the people who donated. It was overwhelming, and I still can't believe what's happened, so... Thanks, guys. I'm going to reheat some leftover garlic bread that I didn't eat yesterday when I ordered my pizza. Hopefully I don't burn it. And that's going to be my dinner, and then I'm going to carb crash into bed in the next hour or two. Because it's like 3 a.m. now. I probably should go to bed, but I need to eat. Thanks, everyone, so much. I love you all, and I want to see you guys in the next stream. I would love that, and in the next videos. I'm still going to be uploading the Redux mod developer commentary with Thoughtcicle. He's in the videos. Thanks, everyone, so much love to you guys. This all means a lot more to me than I can express in words. And I want to prove this to you by improving the content as we go. So join me, guys. You are just as responsible as I am for this whole thing. So yeah. Thanks again, everyone. I'd love to stay another 5 minutes or 5 hours and keep chatting, but I really got to cut it off at some point. So I think now's the time. So yeah, thanks everyone, and the new Redux developer commentary should be up. If you haven't seen that, then you can go watch that and enjoy another hour of Clovis content with the buddy of mine that helped make the mod. So thanks everyone, love you all, thank you so much. I gotta go.